With one swift strike, Qi Yuan killed the short man, and the atmosphere in the temple became tense. The old man with white hair was visibly shocked, then filled with fear. He had never expected his companion to be so bold as to openly threaten Qi Yuan. Nor had he expected this ancient god to kill his companion on the spot. Why you? What, do you also want the divine techniques like him? Qi Yuan asked, his gaze playful as he looked at the old man. The old man stared at his fallen companion's body, resigned to his fate. He was wrong and deserved death. But by doing this, ancient god sovereign, you have severed ties with the ancient god alliance. You'll never be able to join us. To be honest, the old man had hoped that someone like the Origin Heaven Sovereign would join the ancient god alliance. With evil gods pressing in from all sides, the ancient gods were already in decline. Yet even in such times, they still fought among themselves for power, unable to truly unite. He admired gods like the Origin Heaven Sovereign who dared to challenge the evil gods and wanted to bring him into the ancient god alliance. There were still many gods in the alliance who wanted to make a difference. I'm not interested in joining the ancient god alliance, Qi Yuan replied, looking up at the sky. In the distant north, a true god had just fallen. 5 towns under Feiwang City are completely controlled by evil gods. Those 5 evil gods are all beings at the later peak stages of the Purple Mansion. You should be careful, Origin Heaven Sovereign, the old man warned. Qi Yuan lowered his head. He already knew this information. The power level of this world seemed high, and these new gods were strong. Right now, taking down the 5 evil gods would indeed be troublesome. You should pay particular attention to the evil god of Galewind Town. He's not just an ordinary peak-level Purple Mansion, the old man added. You mean he's a royal-level, peak Purple Mansion? Qi Yuan asked. The old man was momentarily confused by Qi Yuan's question but continued, he has already condensed half a divine aperture. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression became serious. The biggest difference between a yin god and a Purple Mansion cultivator was that a yin god possessed divine spiritual power. The wolf god, having condensed half a divine aperture, was practically a demigod. He could already use divine spiritual power. He's that strong? Qi Yuan was surprised. He looked up at his stellar golden core, feeling a bit more secure. You can't defeat him unless you become a true god, the old man said. Qi Yuan fell silent. Right now, he could easily kill ordinary late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators with his primordial divine power. But against someone who had condensed half a divine aperture, his primordial divine power would be nearly ineffective. He couldn't defeat such an opponent as he had done with other ancient gods. He could only kill him easily by summoning his stellar golden core. But in this game, Qi Yuan wanted to keep a low profile. He didn't want to summon his stellar golden core without fully understanding the game. Do any of the evil gods have Yang God power? Qi Yuan asked. Yang God, are you referring to something above a true god? Yes, in the ancient battle of Hong Tang, one of the new gods had a power above a true god, the old man said with a sigh. It was that being's participation that led to the catastrophic defeat of the mortal heart realm. What happened to that power above a true god? I don't know, the old man shook his head. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow in thought. Over time, he had learned about the Battle of Hong Tang through the chats in the visualization group. It was a battle where evil gods invaded the mortal heart realm. Gods led the charge, with Purple Mansion cultivators as foot soldiers, and the fighting shook the heavens and the earth. Nearly 90% of the true gods in the mortal heart realm perished. It was a battle that broke the backbone of the realm. Afterward, the world changed drastically. Without special treasures, those at the peak of the Purple Mansion could no longer become true gods. Qi Yuan thought that dealing with the wolf god without summoning his stellar golden core or Ning Dao might be the best approach. Here, there was no virtual realm, and battles between yin gods took place directly in the world. Summoning the core would be too conspicuous. Qingshui village was still too weak. He should follow the example of the ancients, store up food and bide his time. After all, he still had many divine techniques. You may leave, Qi Yuan said, deciding not to kill the old man. He was always fair, rewarding or punishing as deserved. Since the old man hadn't wronged him, there was no reason to kill him. Qi Yuan wasn't someone who would kill entire families out of spite. The old man left, and for the next few days, Qingshui village was busier than ever. More and more people from Jinshi town, afflicted by the plague, arrived. Fortunately, under Xiaoshui's leadership, the earth gods worked tirelessly, and the plague gradually subsided. 3 days later, while Qi Yuan was in the temple, continuing to write the Qi Yuan Sutra, he suddenly heard the sound of a girl sobbing. He opened his eyes and saw his maid Xiaoshui, her eyes red from crying. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" he asked. Xiaoshui's eyes were swollen from crying. When she saw Qi Yuan, she quickly rubbed her eyes and said, "No, I just thought about my deceased parents." "Oh, is that so?" Qi Yuan looked at Xiaoshui. "Godfather, don't worry, I'll stay with Xiaoshui," Qi said, leading Xiaoshui out of the temple. Once they were far from the temple, Xiaoshui's eyes were still red. "Miss, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in. The people of Jinshi town, it's too tragic." Thinking of the horrors of Jinshi town, Xiaoshui's eyes were filled with sorrow. To investigate the source of the plague, she had secretly gone to Jinshi town herself, only to witness a scene of utter despair. She had passed through Jinshi town on her way to Qingshui village. Back then, it had been a relatively peaceful and tranquil town. Now, bodies lay uncollected in the streets. Doors were shut tight, as if everyone was waiting to die. The town had turned into a living hell. "Godfather is still in the early stages of establishing his power, and we don't have enough people to help Jinshi town," Qi said, her eyes filled with worry. The plague in Jinshi town was clearly man-made. But who could have done it? It was obvious, the evil gods. While Qingshui village was strong, they were not yet ready to take on the remaining 5 towns. Qi feared that if Xiaoshui shared what she had seen in Jinshi town, it would only add to her godfather's burdens. Now was not the time for Qingshui village to start a war, they needed to grow stronger first. "Miss, I know, I won't tell the Lord about it." Meanwhile, in the temple, Qi Yuan opened his eyes. "How many evil god powers do we have now?" At the same time, in Jinshi town, 5 new gods had gathered. The wolf god looked at the miserable scene before him, a satisfied smile on his face. "Wolf god, your methods are impressive. When Lord Plague arrives, you'll surely be greatly rewarded. Who knows, you might even rise to become a true god." A new god in yellow robes praised him. A slender woman spoke up, "I've heard that Qingshui village has a way to cure the plague. How do you plan to deal with that, wolf god? When will you attack?" "Peach Blossom, you only think about fighting. The wolf god is merely biding his time, waiting to deal with the new gods in that village," an old man chuckled. The wolf god was different from these late-stage purple mansion beings, he had already condensed half a divine aperture. In the new god faction, the wolf god had gained many followers. However, those village gods were still around, preventing him from sending his followers there. So he had let Qingshui village run wild. The new gods understood the wolf god's intentions, which was why they hadn't taken action against Qi Yuan, giving the wolf god face. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. When the wolf god takes action, Qingshui village will be destroyed in an instant. Funeral processions, Suona players, feasts, it's quite the clown show. Given his boldness, he might even dare to attack us. Ridiculous, we haven't acted, and he thinks he's some kind of divine being. The new gods all spoke mockingly. The wolf god listened with a smile but remained silent. He then said, "Don't miss tomorrow evening's feast for the child sacrifices." "How could we miss it when the wolf god invites us?" "We must attend, absolutely. It's been so long since I've had such a delicacy." In the temple of Qingshui village, Qi Yuan said to Shu Yuping, "Tell Venerable Ruyu that I appreciate his kindness and have taken his advice to heart." Shu Yuping sighed in relief. He had come at Ruoyu's behest to advise the Origin Heaven Sovereign to lay low for a while and, if possible, leave Qingshui village. He had expected this god to be as stubborn as the rumors suggested, but today, Qi Yuan had been surprisingly agreeable, not objecting at all. "By the way, do you know the source of the plague in Jinshi town?" Qi Yuan asked. Shu Yuping hesitated before answering, "It's probably related to the new god being summoned. That god is called Lord Plague. The stronger the plague in the area where he descends, the faster his divine power will recover. So, the plague was likely spread by the evil gods of the 5 towns. It's best to pretend you don't know about this, Origin Heaven Sovereign." "All right," Qi Yuan waved his hand, and Shu Yuping left the temple. In the now empty temple, Qi Yuan was alone. Not long after, the petite figure of Xiaojia appeared, quietly leaning against Qi Yuan's shoulder. "Xiaojia, which god should I visualize with these evil god powers?" Qi Yuan asked. Xiaojia looked at Qi Yuan as if to say, "It's up to you." Qi Yuan wrapped his arm around Xiaojia's waist, glancing up at the sky. The rain had cleared, but the plague continued to spread. It had only been half an hour since Xiaoshui's tears. Qi Yuan's consciousness once again entered the chat group. The plague was getting worse, and the earth gods alone couldn't cure it completely. He thought about visualizing another deity. With the current evil god powers, it should be enough. The chat group was lively. Do you know what it means to be the young heavenly emperor? The group leader, Dong Zhonghe, was once again bragging, I just visualized another rare 3-star god. Honestly, I don't even know my own limits. Once my memory fully recovers, I might even scare myself. Stop bragging, you're nothing compared to Origin Heaven Sovereign, retorted Shenmiao Zunj, who was known for his playful nature. Origin Heaven Sovereign is here. Are you planning to visualize another god this time? Dong Zhonghe cautiously asked. The plague in my territory is severe, Qi Yuan replied. So it's for this kind of thing. Dong Zhonghe felt relieved, thinking the god's level wouldn't be too high, and he could keep bragging for a few more days. At that moment, the usually reserved Hailong Zunj spoke up, it's been a while since we've seen Tianbao Zunj. Now that you mention it, it has been a while. Last time, he said he wanted to give the treasure that could allow a breakthrough to true godhood to Origin Heaven Sovereign. I was hoping to call him Godfather. Shenmiao Zunj suddenly asked, Origin Heaven Sovereign, did you feel the battle between true gods to your north a few days ago? Qi Yuan immediately thought of the pillar of light piercing the sky from the other day. Yes, he answered. The group fell silent for a moment before Hailong Zunj said, Origin Heaven Sovereign, the battle you saw might have involved Tianbao Zunj fighting against the evil gods. Unfortunately. Sigh. The mood in the group grew somber. Tianbao Zunj, may you rest in peace. Tianbao Zunj, may you rest in peace. Origin Heaven Sovereign, the north is a fallen land. Leave if you must. Last time, Tianbao Zunj wanted to give you that treasure, likely because he knew he was trapped and didn't want it to go to waste. Tianbao Zunj knew the new gods were after him. With his power, he could have left, one member remarked. But everyone understood that Tianbao Zunj hadn't left because he couldn't abandon his people. If I'm not mistaken, one of Tianbao Zunj's friends defected to the new gods and is now in Lu Kingdom. He must have met Tianbao Zunj, Qi Yuan murmured. Yes. Why do you ask, Origin Heaven Sovereign? No reason, just curious. With that, Qi Yuan dove back into the visualization realm. The vast visualization mountain loomed before him as Qi Yuan looked at the evil god powers in his hand. Curing the plague? Wrong. Killing those who spread the plague is the real solution. He decided to visualize a different god. Many had advised him to back down, but if he really did that, would he still be Qi Yuan? He stood 9 zhong tall, with a waist as wide as 9 zhong. Donning a golden crown, wearing golden armor, and wielding a Xuanhua battle axe. As Qi Yuan imagined, a towering figure appeared. This figure was exaggeratedly massive, with his height and waistline equally immense. His eyes were wide with anger, gripping a giant Xuanhua axe, and his gaze was filled with an overwhelming battle intent. This was the giant spirit god. Back when Li Tianwang, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, led an army of 100,000 heavenly soldiers under the orders of the Jade Emperor to besiege Sun Wukong, the giant spirit god, as the vanguard officer, was the first to confront him. Although his weapon was broken by Sun Wukong's golden cudgel and he was defeated, he remained a heavenly general of the divine realm, a legitimate god who defended the heavenly palace. Is the spiritual power of these evil gods sufficient? If not, I'll have to use some of my own. The stellar golden pill shone, and the second question of conscience appeared once more. Qi Yuan's expression was solemn. This time, what he imagined was different from the previous 2 times. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, the mountain of contemplation burst into golden light once again. Qi Yuan's face turned pale. He had also consumed some divine power. However, a smile appeared in his eyes. It succeeded. At this moment, the atmosphere in the chat group was tense. Then, Dongjong suddenly said, the mountain of contemplation has burst into golden light again. Could it be that someone has imagined another epic being? Could their fortune surpass that of our ancient gods? If that's the case, the young heavenly emperor could rest easy. The night was pitch black. Wei Ting looked at his sleeping sister in the room as he meditated and cultivated. His strength had already reached the divine infant stage. In the town, he was considered a formidable figure. Of course, compared to the new gods who possessed sacrificial artifacts, he was far inferior. As soon as the plague showed signs of improvement, he began to train diligently. Because his enemy was a terrifying new god, even the powerful guardian god of Qingshui village couldn't truly deal with this new god. At that moment, a black figure suddenly appeared. Wei Ting abruptly stood up, seeing the god in the cold starlight. The god spoke, his voice icy. Wei Ting, do you want to slay gods? Wei Ting's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded firmly, yes. He felt he had chosen the right person to follow. Even if it meant death this time. The crimson light of dawn illuminated the earth. In Gale Town, evil gods gathered. Today, She-Wolf was hosting a child banquet, inviting all the gods. Outside the massive temple, there was laughter and joy everywhere. In the cages on the carriages around Gale Town, naked children were trapped. These children had numb expressions, dazed looks, some were innocent and laughed at the people outside. The golden-armored temple guards escorted these children, slowly moving towards the temple. The gods, dressed in luxurious robes, some with crane-like white hair, others of incomparable beauty, drank fine wine and feasted on divine fruits, enjoying themselves immensely. The last time we held a child banquet was 30 years ago, it's been a while, said an elder with crane-like white hair, reminiscing fondly. At that time, in Feiwang City, only the 3 of us from the 7 towns remained, the elder in yellow robes said, relishing the memory. Back then, 2 ancient gods who disapproved of our child banquet came to stop us. But in the end, She-Wolf subdued them with just 1 finger, and they were steamed alive. Steamed alive, She-Wolf, truly creative. Ha ha ha, this time, surely no fool would dare interrupt our child banquet, right? There's only that weakling Ruyu left. If he dares come, it'll just be offering himself as a dish. Steamed alive, amidst the clinking of glasses, there was laughter and joy. As for the ancient village-level gods under Ruyu, they weren't even mentioned. Those beings, were they even considered gods? At that moment, She-Wolf walked out, draped in purple silk, appearing extremely noble. All the new gods hurriedly stood up, raising their glasses to toast. But just then, a sudden tremor was heard. The entire earth shook violently. The wine cups on the tables fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. All the new gods were startled, then turned around, eyes wide with confusion. The tremors grew stronger, drawing closer. As they looked into the distance, they saw a towering giant suddenly appear between 2 mountain ranges. The giant seemed to touch the sky with his head and stand firmly on the ground with his feet. Wearing a golden crown, clad in golden armor, he was imposing and majestic. The Xuanhua axe in his hand drooped down, resting on the peaks of 2 mountains. The terrifying giant lowered his head, gazing down at the numerous evil gods in Gale Town. A thunderous voice echoed, shaking the houses in Gale Town as if they were about to collapse. I am Wei Ting, the vanguard officer under the origin heavenly god. Evil gods, pseudo-gods, come forward and meet your doom. The towering figure, his thunderous voice echoing in their ears. The residents of Gale Town looked terrified. As for the new gods, some were trembling with fear. Others, however, sneered. Which lowly creature dares come here to die? The evil god from Wangsha Town abruptly stood up, flying towards the towering giant. Die. The transformed giant spirit god Wei Ting was immensely powerful, like a budget version of Pangu. The enormous Xuanhua axe trembled and swung towards the sky. The powerful blow seemed as if it could tear through space. The Xuanhua axe, as large as a mountain, looked like it could split an entire city in 2. The evil god at the late Purple Mansion stage, who had just flown into the sky, was instantly cleaved in 2 by this axe, turning to ash. The towering giant killed with a single strike but was not satisfied, his eyes wide with anger. His broad hand reached out towards the temple. Over 100 new gods saw this and frantically summoned their sacrificial artifacts, unleashing endless divine powers towards the giant hand. The towering giant looked disdainful, white gas puffing from his nostrils. You insignificant pseudo-gods dare to act arrogant. The transformed giant spirit god Wei Ting, with his immense strength, had golden gloves on his hands that shone brightly and were indestructible. These were projections formed by celestial artifacts, how could mere divine powers break them? The broad hand crushed all the divine powers and grabbed forcefully. The new gods in the temple were like chicks, caught and crushed alive by the towering giant. In an instant, dozens died. The giant's enormous eyes turned to the remaining new gods. Kill. The Xuanhua axe flew into Gale Town. The powerful pressure swept through, like Li Kui executing the law. The towering giant also charged into Gale Town at this moment. Where do you think you're going? Wei Ting, with his excessively tall stature, wielded the Xuanhua axe with exceptional agility. In fact, there was no need to worry about collateral damage. Gale Town fell into chaos. The iron-armored temple guards rushed towards him recklessly. Unfortunately, these temple guards, regarded as terrifying monsters by the townsfolk, were no more than flies to Wei Ting. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of lives were taken. "Kill," he roared, slaughtering another dozen new gods. The remaining new gods looked terrified, utterly lost. They had never encountered such a powerful divine being, and it seemed he was only at the late Purple Mansion stage, not even reaching completion. Yet, a single person had them running scared. Wei Ting swung his axe again, killing several more evil gods. The powerful evil gods couldn't even withstand a single blow from his axe. With a few more swings, he continued to reap lives. She-Wolf stood behind the new gods, his face extremely grim. "You little bastard, you're forcing me." He tried to endure but couldn't any longer. He had condensed half a divine aperture, but he didn't dare to use his divine power lightly. Because this divine power was hard-won. Using it once would set back his advancement to true godhood by decades, centuries, or even millennia. But the towering giant ahead filled him with a powerful sense of threat. He even had the feeling that if he didn't use that half a divine aperture, he would be killed by this terrifying giant. He couldn't comprehend how such a terrifying figure had appeared in Feiwang City. This person claimed to be the vanguard officer under the Origin Celestial Venerable. There was only one explanation: the god imagining technique. This terrifying giant must have been an unimaginably powerful being in life, someone beyond his comprehension. And only Wei Ting could imagine such a being. Hearing She-Wolf speak, the remaining new gods looked relieved. "She-Wolf, hurry and strike him down. This giant is truly terrifying. If he grows stronger, Feiwang City will be doomed." These people pinned all their hopes on She-Wolf. She-Wolf was, after all, a half-god level being. No matter how strong this terrifying giant was, he was only at the late Purple Mansion stage, not even reaching perfection. "You forced my hand," She-Wolf roared, and a wisp of divine power belonging to a true god began to emanate. The atmosphere of the world changed, becoming terrifying. The bodies of the believers in Gale Town began to wither and crack. The remaining dozen new gods finally lost their pallor. The power of a half-god, who can withstand it? She-Wolf, full of confidence, looked at the towering giant ahead and shouted loudly, "Who dares to kill me? Do you dare?" At that moment, a cold voice rang out, and a man dressed in a white robe appeared, his white clothing as pure as snow, resembling a sword immortal. "I dare." A flash of crimson sword light, like a meteor, streaked through the air as the stars flickered. Everyone, including the new gods, saw nothing but red in front of their eyes. Their entire field of vision was filled with red. When the red color faded, their sight returned to normal, and they saw the white-robed man calmly blowing the blood droplets off his blood-red long sword. He looked at the headless corpse in the distance with a mocking smile in his eyes. "I am undefeated among those of the same rank. You're not even an yin god, and yet you dare to be so arrogant." Indeed, Wei Ting, after imagining the giant spirit god, saw his strength surge, and Qi Yuan's rank had also risen. Later, Wei Ting went on a killing spree, slaughtering nearly 100 evil gods. Qi Yuan's rank continued to skyrocket. While Wei Ting was butchering the evil gods, Qi Yuan was not idle either. He personally intervened, killing the temple guards in various towns and villages. Now, he had already reached the 72nd level as a divine being, at the mid-Purple Mansion stage. At the same rank, he had never been afraid. She-Wolf might be a half-god, but so what? Without being a true god, he was on the same level as Qi Yuan. How could he withstand the original divine powers imprinted on Qi Yuan's stellar golden pill? With just a fleeting moment of distraction, Qi Yuan could easily strike him down with a single sword stroke. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at the remaining new gods with a cruel smile in his eyes. "Kill." Wei Ting, towering like a giant, looked at the remaining evil gods with intense battle fervor in his eyes. He suddenly stepped forward, the Xuanhua axe in his hand transforming into a reaper's scythe. As he swung it down, half of the evil gods instantly met their demise. Wei Ting, now a god of war, slaughtered recklessly. "No, spare me." Facing Wei Ting, these once arrogant evil gods were now devoid of their former haughtiness. The seductive Dao An's face twisted in fear. "Spare me. This world is destined to belong to the new gods. If you continue this slaughter, you will surely incur the wrath of a true god." In just a few moments, only 2 new gods remained. She spoke quickly, desperately seeking a way to survive. There are new gods all around. We are here to summon the Great Plague Venerable. If you kill us, you will completely offend the Great Plague Venerable. When he descends, he will not spare you. Daoan, dressed in a bewitching red dress, her appearance alluring, calculated furiously in her mind. Oh, killing you will completely offend the Great Plague Venerable. Qi Yuan paused, surprised. A true god might descend. Seeing this, Daoan thought she had a chance and quickly continued, we have gathered here in Gale Town specifically to summon the Great Plague Venerable. If you kill us all, the summoning will stop, and you will completely offend him. But if you think the Great Plague Venerable cannot descend, you are mistaken. He will only be delayed by a year or two, and when he arrives, he will surely kill you. If you continue the summoning, when will the Great Plague Venerable descend? Qi Yuan asked, clearly interested. This was a matter of great concern to him. A true god, with all its contained evil divine power, would be terrifying. If he could, perhaps he could imagine an even more powerful deity. Half a month, Daoan replied, continuing, Origin Heavenly God, your talent is remarkable. It's a pity to remain with the ancient gods. Today, 2/3 of the cities in the Lin Kingdom are under the control of the new gods. Just recently, in the neighboring Zhang Kingdom, a true god struck down an ancient god Venerable, and now the Zhang Kingdom belongs to the new gods. Origin Heavenly God, I hope you consider your future carefully. Joining the new gods will undoubtedly be better than staying with the ancient gods. Just like the ancient god in the Lu Kingdom who joined us, he now lives a life many envy. He was even favored by the great Venerable Ji Yuzan, who gave him his daughter in marriage. If you join the new gods, you can avoid the calamity of killing gods. You might even have a chance to marry the daughter of a true god. Even if that doesn't happen, I am willing to offer myself to you. As Daoan spoke, she wore a seductive smile, her demeanor full of charm. Qi Yuan murmured to himself, so, to summon the Great Plague Venerable quickly, I have to keep you alive. Daoan's eyes brightened, she felt she had convinced the Origin Celestial Venerable. She continued, when the Great Plague Venerable descends, I will certainly speak well of you before him. You will be credited with the success of the summoning. Daoan felt a surge of hope, believing the other party was truly willing to cooperate with her. Summoning the Great Plague Venerable. I think it's a good idea, Qi Yuan said, looking at Daoan. Overjoyed, Daoan slowly walked toward Qi Yuan, deliberately letting her dress slip off her shoulder, revealing a seductive glimpse of skin. This is the wisest choice you could make. But, I don't want to cooperate with you. The blood-red longsword in Qi Yuan's hand let out a sharp hum as it slashed through the air with lightning speed. Daoan's head separated from her body in an instant. Her expression remained the same as before, her final thoughts filled with confusion. Weren't they going to cooperate? Why had she been killed? Unfortunately, she would never have the chance to understand why it happened. After slaying Daoan with a single strike, Qi Yuan turned to the remaining trembling evil god and forced a kind smile. Shall we cooperate? The evil god's body trembled even more violently as he nodded frantically. I need you to summon the Great Plague Venerable as quickly as possible. The evil god didn't dare to speak, only nodding in agreement. At that moment, Qi Yuan seemed to think of something and suddenly said, if I temporarily cooperate with you new gods, could we be considered friends? No, perhaps colleagues. The evil god didn't understand what this demon meant but still nodded, yes. Sigh, their families aren't here. Dying far from home is truly tragic. I suppose it's only right that I arrange their final rites, and it wouldn't be too much to feast on their remains, would it? Wei Ting, spread the word, prepare the feast and keep it going, until the true god descends. Before, Qi Yuan always felt his reasons for feasting were insufficient. This time, feasting on the remains of his colleagues should be justifiable, right? Meanwhile, in Stone Sand Town, Weak Feather sat alone in the temple, his eyes closed, cutting off his 5 senses. Today was the day of the child banquet. There was nothing he could do about it, so to avoid seeing and feeling troubled, he cut off his senses and sat alone in the temple. Unless it was an emergency, no one would disturb him today. Suddenly, a blinding light shone on the statue, and Weak Feather's eyes showed surprise. This was the highest level of alert, something major must have happened for the people of Stone Sand Town to awaken him. Why such an alert all of a sudden? Could it be that the evil gods have come to attack? His heart tightened as he quickly restored his senses. What happened? Looking around, he saw the village chief, his face filled with urgency. Lord God, something terrible has happened. Just now, the god of Qingshui village and a giant attacked Gale Town, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. What? Weak Feather's face changed drastically. How dare he? What was the result? Did he die? He couldn't understand how a village-level ancient god could dare to suddenly attack town-level gods. They were indeed holding a child banquet, which was despicable, but they could only stand by and watch. Rushing in would be suicide, yet the Qingshui village god charged in anyway. In Weak Feather's mind, the battle must have already ended. The origin heavenly god of Qingshui village must have been overconfident and met his end. Sigh, by doing this, he has angered the evil gods and brought disaster upon our stone sand town. I just hope it doesn't drag us down with it. At that moment, someone came running toward the temple, wild and frantic. Su Yuping, dressed in coarse linen, had lost all composure as he rushed in. Something terrible has happened. Weak Feather's heart skipped a beat. Are they coming to kill us? They're all dead, all of them are dead. Su Yuping's face was filled with shock. Weak Feather was confused, not understanding what Su Yuping meant. The origin heavenly god brought that giant and killed all the evil gods. Su Yuping said heavily. Hearing this, Weak Feather's eyes widened in disbelief. All the poise of a guardian god vanished as he grabbed Su Yuping's shoulders. What did you say? Just now, a towering giant walked out of Qingshui village. Remembering that giant, Su Yuping was still in shock. The terrifying giant shook the earth with every step, storming into Gale Town and crushing the powerful evil gods like chicks. Su Yuping recounted everything he had witnessed to Weak Feather. Weak Feather was astonished, unable to calm down for a long time, and finally asked, what about She-Wolf? She-Wolf was a half-god. If he had acted, nothing short of a true god could have stopped him. But there were no true gods near Feiwang City. The origin heavenly god of Qingshui village personally struck him down with one sword. Mentioning this, Su Yuping still couldn't calm himself, recalling that stunning sword strike. Weak Feather was shaken to his core. He paced back and forth in the temple, deep in thought. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, we need to go to Gale Town and see for ourselves. At this moment, Su Yuping hesitated and stammered, but in the end, the origin heavenly god killed all the evil gods, leaving just one and cooperating with him to summon the true god. What? This time, Weak Feather was completely stunned. He killed all the evil gods but left one alive to cooperate with. What kind of logic was that? He was baffled. He decided not to go to Gale Town immediately but to wait and see. Qi Yuan, with Wei Ting, suddenly slaughtered everyone. This shocked many people. Even the people of Qingshui village, who had been working together just a while ago, suddenly heard they were going to Gale Town to play the Suona. The people of Chengxi village gathered the chefs and headed to Gale Town. When they heard that the evil gods of Gale Town had been killed, everyone was dumbfounded. Everything had been fine in the morning, and now suddenly Gale Town was wiped out, She-Wolf and the other evil gods slaughtered. Feasting was back on the agenda. How could these people not be shocked? At this moment, the feast was in full swing, the aroma of meat wafting everywhere. The village chief, Yuli, still had not fully processed the shock in his eyes. Shintu sat beside him, equally anxious. Zhu Zhuangxi occasionally stole glances at Wei Ting, his eyes filled with envy. Sigh, 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 I'm so much fatter than him. Why wasn't I chosen? Today, Wei Ting transformed into the giant spirit god and swept through the area, shocking everyone. This showed that the Lord God had given another extremely precious god imagining technique. Given Wei Ting's formidable combat prowess, this god imagining technique must be extremely rare. Unfortunately, the Lord chose Wei Ting, making Zhu Zhuangxi drool with envy. Beside him, Chen Shifan couldn't help but comment, the Lord God needs someone strong, not someone fat. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuangxi was dissatisfied. Doesn't my name say it all? Hey, Chen Shifan sneered, unwilling to argue with Zhu Zhuangxi. But deep down, he was also envious of Wei Ting. A stranger who had suddenly gained the favor of the Lord God had risen to power overnight. That god imagining technique had directly pushed Wei Ting to the late Purple Mansion stage. Given enough time, Wei Ting could reach the peak of the Purple Mansion stage, and with a treasure, he could become a true god. This meant that Qingshui village would gain a true god. What an incredible honor, for their small, run-down village to produce a true god. But it was also something to be envious of, as the true god could have been any one of them, but they hadn't seized the opportunity. Nearby, Chi-Chi listened to the conversation with a smile. She turned to her maid, Xiaoshui, see. Grooming a godfather and letting him work hard is much better than struggling yourself. Xiao Shui beamed, indeed. Yesterday, she had witnessed the misery of Jinshi town and felt deep sorrow, harboring immense hatred for the mastermind. But she didn't dare tell her master what had happened. Because she knew that Qingshui village needed to grow slowly, it couldn't yet confront any of the towns. But today, her heart was filled with joy. What did she see? Her master had led Wei Ting, and the two of them had swept through 6 towns, wiping out all the evil gods. Even now, she was brimming with joy and gratitude. It was like a child who had been wronged, only to have their parent take fierce revenge the next day. She stole a glance at Qi Yuan in the distance, then whispered to Qi Qi, "Miss, can I also acknowledge the Lord God as my godfather?" Qi Qi raised an eyebrow, "Are you trying to steal my father?" "God grandfather would do," Xiao Shui muttered. "I don't have a daughter like you." Qi Qi glared at her. At the table, the group feasted, accompanied by laughter and song. The gloom of the past few days was swept away. At this moment, village chief Yuli sent a voice transmission, "What do you think of the Lord God?" Shintu thought of something, his face changing slightly as he responded via transmission, "Are you thinking of?" Village chief Yuli remained silent. Shintu frowned and pondered. In ancient times, the Lord God must have been an extremely powerful deity, perhaps even one who had taken 3 steps toward heaven. Taking 3 steps toward heaven might barely qualify one to enter the ancestral land, Yuli said. The people of Qingshui village were descendants of the ancient clan. The ancient clan had an ancestral land, which was extremely dangerous. Even true gods had a high chance of perishing there. Even a great venerable entering might not survive. But within the ancestral land were countless treasures, some of which could help someone surpass the limits of the heavens and become a true god, while others were innate treasures of immense power. As descendants of the ancient clan, they had the right to recommend their village's guardian god to enter the ancestral land. However, even if we wanted to recommend the Lord God to enter the ancestral land, he would at least need to reach the level of a true god. And to qualify for entry, he would likely need to take 3 steps toward heaven. To achieve significant success in the ancestral land and escape unscathed, one would need to be a great venerable. Our Lord God is still far from that level. For now, we shouldn't think too much about such distant matters, we should focus on how to survive the siege of the evil gods. Shintu sighed. Shintu's words were indeed reasonable. Though the Lord God had swept through 6 towns, which was impressive, this would undoubtedly draw the attention of some powerful evil gods. Sooner or later, a strong evil god might come for retribution. Moreover, it seemed the Lord God was planning something significant, working with the tiger to skin it. The Great Plague Venerable might appear in this world soon. They couldn't imagine how their Lord God would respond. Would he imagine another god? But where could he find another powerful deity? The rain poured incessantly. On the wide streets of Feiwang City, Wang Wenqi, wearing a raincoat, turned sharply and entered a narrow alley. Her speed suddenly increased, causing water to splash everywhere. Behind her, a man in a black robe appeared, a mocking smile in his eyes. "Survivor of the Zhang Kingdom, where do you think you're going?" The man in the black robe lunged forward, attempting to capture Wang Wenqi. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in scholar's robes intervened. A bright light burst forth in the alley, halting the attack of the man in the black robe. The black-robed man stopped, his eyes filled with surprise. "Are you from the Wuxi sect?" The elderly man in the scholar's robe looked at the black-robed man with a sorrowful expression. "You're a member of the Lin Kingdom's royal family. Why are you serving the evil gods?" "A wise bird chooses the best tree to nest in. I merely made a better choice." The black-robed man didn't attack again, his voice deep. "Collaborating with evil gods is akin to courting disaster. The evil gods will gradually synchronize with you, turning you into their true puppets." The elderly man in scholar's robe spoke sternly. In the northern lands, many nations had been under the control of evil gods for a long time. In such nations, most of the citizens were no longer truly human, having become the evil gods' puppets. The Wuxi sect's followers had ventured into those cities and witnessed horrifying scenes. The citizens appeared normal, working during the day and resting at night. But every person had the same expression, the same routine, and never spoke voluntarily. Children never cried, and dogs never barked, making the atmosphere eerie. The reason the elderly man and many others resisted the new gods so fiercely was largely because of this. As for the monthly offering of children, to some influential people, it wasn't even considered a problem. The black-robed man remained indifferent. "The Lord God has already promised that those of us who first pledged allegiance to him will have control over our own minds. If you're strong enough, Why don't you join us? The Lord God will accept you. You, the elderly man in scholar's robes was furious. You can control your mind, but you don't care about others. Others lack the strength, they don't even qualify to serve the Lord God. Their inability to control their minds is entirely due to their weakness. The black-robed man forced a smile onto his expressionless face. That's no excuse for aiding and abetting the wicked. The elderly man in scholar's robes attacked furiously. The black-robed man sensed something and his gaze hardened. You have reinforcements. I'll spare you for now. With that, the black-robed man vanished. A few moments later, 6 or 7 people arrived in the area. At the forefront were Huang Mengying and Nangong Wuji. Wang Wenqi, who had been wearing the raincoat, looked at Huang Mengying and the others with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Sister Mengying, for saving me. Huang Mengying looked at Wang Wenqi, her gaze complicated. You shouldn't go out anymore for the time being. Wang Wenqi lowered her head, gritting her teeth. I didn't expect the evil god's minions to find me here. As she said this, everyone present tensed up. Just moments ago, the elderly man in scholar's robes had sent a message that the attacker was a member of the Lin Kingdom's royal family. The defeat of the Zhang Kingdom, the capital reduced to ruins, has terrified many people. Huang Mengying's voice was filled with helplessness. An evil god, who had completed the 3 steps to ascend to heaven, descended upon the capital of the Zhang Kingdom. The ancient god who guarded the Zhang Kingdom resisted the evil god to the death. It's said that this enraged the evil god. After killing the ancient god of the Zhang Kingdom, the evil god leveled the capital. All 6 million people in the Zhang Kingdom's capital perished. This terrified many. The upper echelons of the Lin Kingdom were trembling in fear. Hearing this, tears welled up in Wang Wenqi's eyes, on the verge of falling. Seeing this, Huang Mengying quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Wenqi, for bringing up something that hurts you. Wang Wenqi was from the Zhang Kingdom. Huang Mengying knew that her parents and relatives lived in the capital of the Zhang Kingdom and were killed by that evil god. Wang Wenqi had come to Feiwang City for other reasons, which saved her life. Wang Wenqi hid her face in her sleeve, then asked, with a trace of resentment in her voice, did the origin heavenly god really side with the new gods? Huang Mengying, hearing this, couldn't help but recall the young man she had seen at the feast. That ancient god had a handsome, carefree appearance and seemed to disregard the evil gods entirely. A few days ago, he suddenly struck, killing all the gods in Gale Town, which had shocked them. After all, the evil gods of the 6 towns were beyond even Nangong Wuji's ability to handle. And when Nangong Wuji intervened, he witnessed the power of the half-god she-wolf. Yet, the origin heavenly god still managed to kill him. How could they not be stunned? But what happened next was even more shocking. The origin heavenly god actually intended to cooperate with the new gods to summon a true god. They couldn't understand it. I'm not entirely sure about this, Huang Mengying replied. Yesterday, we sent someone to Qingshui village. The origin heavenly god said, he is indeed working with the new gods. He plans to summon a true god to Qingshui village. Hearing this, Wang Wenqi's eyes turned red with anger. And to think my great-grandfather trusted him so much. Wang Wenqi was actually a descendant of Tianbao Venerable. 10 days ago, she had been entrusted by her great-grandfather to come to Feiwang City in the Lin Kingdom to find someone called the origin heavenly god and deliver some items to him. Those items were precious treasures that could help a divine being at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage break through to the level of a true god. Her great-grandfather held the origin heavenly god in such high regard that he sent her all the way to deliver the treasures. But then her great-grandfather was killed by an evil god, and that person had sided with the evil gods. How could Wang Wenqi not be furious? Nangong Wuji could only sigh. You can never truly know a person. We don't know what his intentions are. But if he intends to summon a true god, it must be true. We need to awaken the ancient god circle quickly, or, if the true god descends, we won't stand a chance. Elsewhere, the black-robed man who had been chasing Wang Wenqi entered a dilapidated courtyard, his face concealed by his robe. Before him stood a man with an ugly face. Sir. The ugly man resembled a rat from the sewers, having just returned from a brothel, with the scent of cheap perfume clinging to him. The black-robed man wrinkled his nose. What's the situation with the new gods in Feiwang City? The black-robed man had been ordered to capture Wang Wenqi but had encountered members of the Wuxi sect. Unable to win, he sought help. The ugly man's expression grew complicated. I've heard that the nearby new gods have all been killed. Oh, who killed them? The black-robed man tensed. Could it have been the Wuxi sect? There are many rumors. Some say it was the 5 great families, others say it was the ancient god circle, and some say it was the origin heavenly god. The ugly man repeated what he had heard in the brothels. The black-robed man raised an eyebrow, displeased. Who is this origin heavenly god? I heard he's an ancient god, no, a new god. The ugly man replied. Speak clearly. The black-robed man suppressed his anger. I remember now, he's an ancient god who defected to the new gods. Apparently, he's the one responsible for summoning the Great Plague Venerable. Are you sure? The black-robed man pressed. Positive, the ugly man said excitedly. He has indeed defected to the new gods. HMPH. The black-robed man snorted and struck, shattering the ugly man's skull. Useless fool. After killing the ugly man, the black-robed man's expression became playful. So, this origin heavenly god is one of us. The black-robed man had also defected to the new gods, so he understood the mindset of ancient gods who did the same. Such people had no morals and would do anything to climb higher. He had pledged allegiance to a new god who had completed the first step of ascending to heaven. This god was far more powerful than the Great Plague Venerable. The black-robed man realized he could use this connection to enlist the help of the origin celestial venerable in capturing Wang Wenqi. If he failed to capture Wang Wenqi and someone else succeeded, it would be a great humiliation. He wouldn't be able to hold his head up in front of the true gods and would be overshadowed by others. Gale Town. Qi Yuan was enjoying the feast, completely at ease. Godfather, are you sure you can handle the Great Plague Venerable? Qi asked cautiously. She was deeply worried about the Great Plague Venerable, who was, after all, a true god. How's the Yinsheng stone? Qi Yuan asked. Qi beamed, her delicate hand producing a pale stone. I just finished it. Qi Yuan took the Yinsheng stone and examined it. Yinsheng stone, of mysterious origin, can help living beings ascend to the level of a true god. Such a precious treasure, and you're willing to give it to me? Qi Yuan smiled. As long as Godfather can ascend to the level of a true god, why wouldn't I give it to you? Qi said, unconcerned. The satisfaction of helping her godfather succeed was beyond compare. Godfather, are you planning to use the Yinsheng stone to become a true god and then confront the Great Plague Venerable? I've heard that the Great Plague Venerable has 3 divine apertures, so you should be careful. Qi added. In her mind, her godfather must be planning to slay the god by summoning the Great Plague Venerable. Her godfather would use the Yinsheng stone to break through to the level of a true god. Then he would battle the Great Plague Venerable. Even though her godfather had just broken through to the level of a true god with only 1 divine aperture, she was certain that in his past life, he must have been extremely powerful, at least at the level of completing the 3 steps to ascend to heaven. Such a being could certainly fight beyond his level, taking on opponents with 1 or 2 more divine apertures. Qi Yuan shook his head. I'm only at the mid-purple mansion stage, not even close to perfection. Even with the Yinsheng stone, I can't break through to the level of a true god. The Yinsheng stone was indeed a precious treasure, but there were still limitations. What? Qi was shocked. Godfather, you're not at the peak of the purple mansion stage. She couldn't understand how her godfather had managed to kill She-Wolf if he wasn't at the peak of the purple mansion stage. Without reaching the peak, even with the Yinsheng stone, her godfather wouldn't be able to ascend to the level of a true god. Wei Ting was powerful, being in the late purple mansion stage, but it would still take him half a month to reach perfection. What was her godfather thinking? Of course I'm not, I still have a long way to go. But if I kill a god venerable, I might reach the peak of the purple mansion stage. Qi Yuan said casually, eating a piece of pig head. Otherwise, why would he choose to cooperate with the new gods to summon the Great Plague Venerable? The Great Plague Venerable perfectly fit his ideal image as white moonlight. First, he was old, definitely an elderly figure. Second, he was full of treasures. Killing him would not only grant Qi Yuan a massive amount of experience but also provide him with the evil divine power. A true god's evil divine power would be far more valuable than the scraps from the current purple mansion stage evil gods. Qi Yuan could then imagine even more powerful deities. If he could summon the likes of the 3 pure ones, he would gladly lie down and do nothing. Of course, thinking about the Great Plague Venerable as a perfect match for his ideals was unrealistic, he certainly couldn't summon the 3 pure ones. This made Qi Yuan think the Great Plague Venerable was rather useless. Once the feast is over, I'll head back. Qi Yuan decided to return to Qingshui village after the feast and head to the Mountain of Contemplation. At that moment, a voice called out, Lord God, a guest has come to see you. Oh, what kind of guest? Qi Yuan was surprised. He looked over and saw a man in a black robe approaching, led by Wei Ting. The black-robed man glanced at Qi Yuan, his demeanor arrogant. So you're the god of Feiwang City? When dealing with those who had defected to the new gods, one had to be arrogant and domineering. Those spineless cowards feared nothing more than someone like him. The black-robed man spoke with utter disregard and sat down directly in the empty seat next to Qi Yuan, looking entirely confident. Qi Yuan stared in surprise. I don't recall inviting you to sit next to me. The black-robed man seemed not to hear Qi Yuan's words and instead pointed at Qi. This woman is beautiful. Is she your plaything? Lend her to me. Qi Yuan's face darkened with anger. He struck without warning, punching the black-robed man in the stomach. You've got some nerve. You don't even have a ghost fire, not even dyed yellow hair, yet you dare to covet my daughter. The punch was so powerful, infused with Qi Yuan's divine power, that it knocked the black-robed man to the ground. Qi Yuan was both speechless and furious. It seemed that having a beautiful daughter wasn't always a good thing. Now even this ghost fire man, no, a man without even ghost fire, was eyeing his daughter. The black-robed man was shocked. He hadn't expected Qi Yuan to strike so suddenly. Typically, those who defected to the new gods were extremely cautious. Why had he attacked right away? Origin Heavenly God, I am a member of the Lin Kingdom's Royal Guard, a follower of the true god Suihan. The black-robed man quickly revealed his identity, hoping it would save him. Qi Yuan only became more annoyed. A mere royal guard? Do you have health insurance and a pension? Do you have a house and a car? How dare you covet my daughter? And who is this Suihan true god? Is he retired? How much is his pension? The black-robed man was stunned, suddenly feeling unprepared for this encounter. This Origin Celestial Venerable was unlike the usual cowards. He seemed a bit unhinged. He quickly said, it's a misunderstanding, just a joke. At this point, he was lying on the ground, completely restrained, unable to move. A reckless joker. Qi Yuan looked down at the black-robed man, scolding him. Didn't your father ever teach you that a joke is only funny if the other person can appreciate it? Next to him, Qi was bewildered. Everything had happened so suddenly that she hadn't even had time to react. The man in the black robe endured the pain and said, this is all a misunderstanding. We both serve the new gods, so there's no need for infighting. Hearing this, Qi Yuan finally took a serious look at the black-robed man. A small experience package. The black-robed man suddenly felt a strange sense of fear. Despite the warmth in Qi Yuan's eyes and even a hint of longing, what he felt was eerie. Why did you come to find me? Qi Yuan asked, showing some interest. Was he now playing the role of a double agent? He needed to look a bit more dashing, maintain a better demeanor, and say something profound to raise his prestige. A woman from the Zhang Kingdom has fled to Feiwang City, carrying a great treasure. Longkui. Qi Yuan was surprised. No, this woman's name is Wang Wenqi, and she is a descendant of Tianbao Venerable. Half a month ago, she suddenly left the capital of the Zhang Kingdom under suspicious circumstances, seemingly carrying a great treasure. I was ordered by the true god Suihan to capture her and retrieve the treasure. The black-robed man spoke, mixing truth with lies. He hadn't received any orders from the true god Suihan, but he mentioned it to scare Qi Yuan. Get to the point. Qi Yuan almost blurted out, hurry up and say it, but remembered he was playing the role of a double agent, which required maintaining some dignity. Saying something crude would make him look like a lowly thug. The black-robed man quickly said, the problem is that there are several powerful members of the Wuxi sect in Feiwang City. I cannot handle them alone. I need the Origin Celestial Venerable to assist me. The treasure will be split 50-50. Qi Yuan looked at the black-robed man and asked, is that all? The black-robed man sighed in relief. With the backing of the true god Suihan and the offer of a 50-50 split, he thought he had successfully convinced Qi Yuan. But then Qi Yuan said something unexpected. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Bang! He moved as if pulling a trigger, and the black-robed man's head exploded, leaving him dead. Until his death, the black-robed man couldn't understand why this spineless traitor to the new gods had dared to kill him. Qi Yuan turned to Qi, speaking like a concerned father, if you ever bring home another old man like that, just kill him on the spot. Not even a ghost fire. Qi was silent for a while before finally saying, Godfather, he wasn't someone I brought back. Huh, did I kill the wrong person? Qi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Let's eat. After the feast, Qi Yuan returned to his dilapidated temple in Qingshui village. It was already evening, and the sky was blood red, casting a crimson glow over the entire village, making it look especially eerie. Qi Yuan entered the chat group. The group was fairly quiet at the moment. Qi Yuan asked in the group, "Do you guys know the surname of Tianbao Venerable?" It didn't take long for White Shi Venerable, who rarely spoke, to respond, "It should be Wang." "Thanks, big shot," Qi Yuan replied. "Origin Heavenly God, are you preparing to perform another imagining?" White Shi Venerable asked. "Last time, when the mountain of contemplation flashed with golden light, you left the mountain. Did you imagine an epic being?" White Shi Venerable was referring to the time when Qi Yuan had imagined the giant spirit god. "Yes, it was me," Qi Yuan admitted. As soon as he said this, the group erupted. 2 epics. His talent rivals White Shi Venerable. East Heavenly Emperor, stop bragging about being a young Heavenly Emperor. It's clear that the Origin Heavenly God is the real Heavenly Emperor. Divine Cat Venerable joked in the group. Even Black Dragon Venerable couldn't help but say, "I bow to the big shot." Imagining 2 epic beings was unparalleled in the group. Even White Shi Venerable seemed slightly overshadowed by the Origin Celestial Venerable. "Sigh, it's nothing special. I've only been imagining small fries. I feel like I'm not doing well. It's just that the evil divine power is too little. Otherwise, I could imagine something stronger," Qi Yuan said truthfully. Who had he imagined so far? Howling Celestial Dog, Earth God, Giant Spirit God. These gods were well known, but their power was somewhat lacking. But Qi Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He planned to imagine something more powerful next. However, his sincere words sounded grating to the other gods in the group. "You little brat, you're even better at showing off than me," East Jiang River said angrily. Thinking about how the Origin Heavenly God had imagined 2 epic beings, he felt a headache coming on. Could it be that the fate of the East Dynasty is truly coming to an end, and I'm about to become the East Vanquished Duke? East Jiang River realized he couldn't accept this. He had to imagine a powerful god to reclaim his honor. The other ancient gods in the group quickly started flattering Qi Yuan. "Origin Heavenly God, please don't forget us in the future. The big shot is truly a big shot, even dissatisfied with epics." They didn't take Qi Yuan's words seriously. In their eyes, after all these years, there weren't many true gods left to imagine. There might still be some epics left undiscovered. But legends and myths, those were terrifying beings, almost entirely imagined already. Even if there were any left, there would be only a few. Each time one was imagined, there was one less. It was well known that a legendary god imagining technique, once discovered, could instantly elevate the imaginer to the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. With the right treasure, they could step into the realm of the true gods, becoming a powerful force. Unfortunately, I still don't have enough evil divine power. This time, I can only imagine a background character of a god, though stronger than the last few, Qi Yuan said. A background character epic? You must be joking, Origin Heavenly God. Black Dragon Venerable said. Everyone in the group thought Qi Yuan was joking. Epic-level true gods from ancient times were at least of the great venerable level, and not weak ones at that. At this moment, Qi Yuan entered the mountain of contemplation. The system of gods is still too chaotic. Which one should I imagine? Qi Yuan pondered. He wanted to imagine the 4 heavenly kings. But on Earth, there were many versions of the 4 heavenly kings. And the 4 heavenly kings had a nickname, the high-level testers. Anyone who could defeat the 4 heavenly kings was considered a truly powerful immortal. For instance, Zixia Fairy in a Chinese Odyssey who toyed with the 4 heavenly kings. Chen Shang fighting the 4 heavenly kings in the Lotus Lantern. Even in Journey to the West, Sun Wukong faced off against the 4 heavenly kings. The 4 heavenly kings, though often defeated and relegated to the background, were undoubtedly strong. This time, Qi Yuan planned to imagine one of the 4 heavenly kings. He didn't have enough evil divine power to imagine all 4, but one was doable. With a white body, purple hair, and an angry expression. Wearing a heavenly robe, red armor and helmet, and holding a pippa. Qi Yuan combined various depictions of this god and imagined a terrifying heavenly king, the heavenly king of the east, Dhritarashtra. In Qi Yuan's mind, a terrifying and majestic god appeared, holding a pippa. As the music played, it seemed to drive away evil, holding the power of order. He suddenly thought, this heavenly king could join a Suona ensemble. The stellar golden pill shone, and the mountain of contemplation continued to ask questions. Qi Yuan answered them all. Suddenly, in the mountain of contemplation, golden light flashed. This time, it wasn't just golden light, there was also the sound of 100 birds singing. A god-imagining technique fell into Qi Yuan's hands. At this moment, the chat group was in an uproar. The sound of 100 birds singing, someone imagined a legend. How could there still be legends left? A legend, someone who was definitely a powerful leader during the Great Flood War. There were only a dozen or so myths. Even if there were more legends, there would only be dozens or at most 100. The available legends had long been imagined. Now, with a new one suddenly appearing, the group was in shock. Even the usually calm White She Venerable couldn't help but speak up. Was it you, Origin Heavenly God, who imagined a legend? His words left the group in stunned silence. Impossible, absolutely impossible. East Jiang River couldn't accept it. At that moment, Qi Yuan rejoined the group. Divine Cat Venerable immediately asked, Origin Heavenly God, was it you who imagined a legend? The other gods eagerly awaited his response. Yes, I was fortunate to imagine one. The ancient gods in the group swallowed hard. East Jiang River was seething with envy. Am I really the weakest one in the group? Who did you imagine? Black Dragon Venerable asked, trembling. How could there still be a god imagining technique of this level? I imagined the heavenly king of the east, Dhritarashtra. Qi Yuan answered truthfully. The group members were baffled. Why have I never heard of this true god? Nor have I. Sigh, unfortunately, I don't have enough evil divine power. Otherwise, I would have imagined his 3 brothers as well. He has 3 brothers. What are their powers? What are their names? White She Venerable quickly asked. He wanted to know who this so-called heavenly king of the east was. Since he didn't know, he thought he could figure it out through the names of his brothers. Viren, Guyaka, and Virupaksha. They are the 4 heavenly kings, known as the 4 heavenly generals. They all have similar power levels, but their strength is somewhat average. The group members looked at each other, bewildered. They had no idea who these 4 were. And the Origin Heavenly God's assessment, calling them average, left them even more confused. So there are 3 other legendary god imagining techniques that you haven't imagined yet? White She Venerable asked in the group. Yes. The group members were shocked. At this point, White She Venerable quickly said, Origin Heavenly God, why don't you leave the Lin Kingdom and go somewhere else? Your talent is too incredible to waste in the Lin Kingdom. Why not come to the Ancient God Alliance? I have a friend there. I could recommend you join. White She Venerable was clearly trying to recruit him. The potential to imagine 4 legends was incredibly rare in the entire mortal world. It could be said that the value of the Origin Heavenly God was not even inferior to that of a great Venerable. 4 legendary god imagining techniques could definitely create 4 great Venerables. Their power would be terrifying. No thanks, I'm busy right now and don't want to go anywhere else. Qi Yuan declined directly. After speaking, he exited the chat group. Meanwhile, in the distant Eastern Tiger Kingdom, White She Venerable stared at the messages in the group, his expression shifting constantly. This is a true prodigy. How could he let such a prodigy slip through his fingers? He thought for a moment and lit a stick of incense in his room. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair appeared, his gaze kind as he looked at White She Venerable. White She, what do you need? This white-haired old man was a terrifying ancient god at the level of a great Venerable. Even his mere projection filled the palace with a suffocating pressure. Master, I've encountered a peerless genius. White She Venerable quickly told the white-haired old man about the Origin Celestial Venerable. The white-haired old man's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Such a talent, if he grows, we could gain at least 5 more great Venerables. Master, he's currently in the Lin Kingdom, which is a fallen region. Please, Master, help him escape, or at least ensure his safety. White She Venerable urged. The white-haired old man's gaze flickered. He is indeed very talented, but he's still far from the child of destiny. Right now, we're all focused on nurturing that child of destiny, so we can't spare the effort. The white-haired old man quickly made a decision. The Origin Heavenly God certainly piqued his interest, and his talent was exceptional. But compared to the child of destiny, who could imagine a mythical level god, he was still lacking. But White She Venerable hadn't expected this outcome but understood the priority. But Master, his talent and potential are truly extraordinary, far beyond mine. White She Venerable tried once more. The child of destiny must not fail. Since he's in a fallen region, I can't go there, the white-haired old man explained. 4 legends, that's quite impressive, but even 10 legends don't compare to 1 myth. Master, White She Venerable wanted to say more. I know you don't want to see a talent wasted. The white-haired old man laughed. Great Venerable Shenlei happens to be without a disciple, and he can't cultivate the child of destiny as we do. I'll inform him about this. White Shi Venerable sighed in relief. Thank you, Master. Great Venerable Shenlei's power might not be as great as his master's, and he had been severely injured, but he was still a great venerable. Thundercloud Valley. Great Venerable Shenlei bathed in lightning, his emaciated body sighing deeply. This lightning is still too weak, it can't heal my wounds. 70 years ago, one of his close friends betrayed the ancient gods and joined the ranks of the evil gods, infuriating Shenlei. In his rage, he fought two great venerables at once, severely injuring his former friend. But his own injuries were even more severe. I can still live for 300 more years, that's not bad, Shenlei murmured as he assessed his body. His injuries were far too grave. Otherwise, as a great venerable, his lifespan would be measured in tens of thousands of years. 300 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Just then, an ancient voice echoed. Great Venerable Shenlei, it's been a long time. The speaker was the white-haired elder who had just finished conversing with White Shi Venerable. Shenlei's eyebrows twitched, and a bolt of lightning struck the white-haired elder. You're old enough to know better than to barge in without knocking. Is my body so fascinating? The white-haired elder didn't take offense, laughing heartily. Great Venerable Shenlei, haven't you been searching for a worthy successor? I've found one for you. Shenlei frowned. If they're too weak, I'd rather not bother. They're definitely not weak. If it weren't for the need to train the child of destiny, I wouldn't have given such a promising disciple to you. The white-haired elder then told Shenlei about Qi Yuan. A legend. Shenlei was somewhat surprised. A legendary god imagining technique could almost certainly produce a great venerable. And according to him, there are 3 other true gods of the same level, the white-haired elder added. Shenlei lowered his head, muttering, these 4 heavenly kings, why haven't I heard of them before? And that howling celestial dog, earth god, and giant spirit god, I've never heard of them either. The white-haired elder frowned, pondering, I haven't heard of these true gods either. Could they be from a divine lineage that never appeared on the front lines? Shenlei speculated. During the Great Flood War, not all gods fought openly, some divine lineages carried out crucial, secretive missions. But that's not important. The question is, do you like this potential disciple? Fair enough, Shenlei said nonchalantly, but his whiskers practically curled in excitement. The true gods he imagines are unknown. Perhaps he knows of a god who controls lightning, which could help heal your injuries. Ha, you're really reaching. It would take at least a legendary god imagining technique for that to happen. Shenlei kicked the white-haired elder. I need to get dressed. Get out. The white-haired elder chuckled, Shenlei, don't be as reckless as before. Shenlei had always been impulsive, charging into battle like a brute. If he hadn't recklessly fought 2 great venerables back then, he wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Do I need your advice? Shenlei glared at the white-haired elder. Poor kid, whoever becomes your disciple will have to constantly persuade you to be cautious, not reckless. The white-haired elder left, still laughing. Get out, I need to prepare for my journey. Shenlei called out. Even for him, entering a fallen region required caution. Otherwise, he might face death. The fallen region had more than one great venerable. In the north, there was even a great venerable who had taken 5 steps toward heaven. Shenlei didn't even entertain the idea of fighting such a being, who could easily kill him. One day later, Feiwang City, Wang Wenqi gazed out the window at the continuous rain, her eyes filled with sorrow. She thought of the Zhang kingdom, her family, and her great-grandfather. The maid beside her, also affected by the gloomy weather, said, Miss, when will we leave Feiwang City? I want to see the snow in the Zhang kingdom again. It was raining in the Lin kingdom, but snowing in the Zhang kingdom. Wang Wenqi stared blankly at the snow outside. I don't know. Originally, she had come to Feiwang City on her great-grandfather's instructions to find the Origin Celestial Venerable. But now, the Origin Celestial Venerable was collaborating with the new gods. Her great-grandfather had died at the hands of an evil god. How could she give her great-grandfather's belongings to the Origin Heavenly God? Earlier that day, at the city lord's mansion, she had met several important figures of Feiwang City, including Weak Feather, the ancient god of Stone Sand Town. Everyone was deeply wary of the Origin Heavenly God. Most of them believed that the Origin Heavenly God had chosen to survive by collaborating with the new gods. In the past, she might have been sympathetic toward those who sought to survive by collaborating with the new gods. But her great-grandfather's betrayal by a friend in the Lu kingdom had left a deep scar. Now, she harbored resentment toward the Origin Heavenly God. It's all that Origin Heavenly God's fault for siding with the new gods. The maid couldn't help but exclaim. If the Origin Heavenly God had remained a good ancient god, Wang Wenqi could have given him her great-grandfather's belongings, helping him grow stronger and seek revenge. But with this change, Wang Wenqi felt lost, even despairing about her future. The maid felt the same way. Just then, footsteps approached. A man holding an umbrella walked through the rain. As he raised the umbrella, he revealed a handsome, clean-cut face. Wang Wenqi was surprised to see him and heard him ask, "Have you met Tianbao Venerable?" Wang Wenqi nodded. "I've met my great-grandfather, but not often." "Who's the living person who knew him best?" the man asked again. Wang Wenqi's eyes filled with anger. "In the Lu kingdom, Zhang Feng. A true god who has taken 3 steps toward heaven." "Then, he must remember Tianbao Venerable very well," the man murmured. Then he looked at Wang Wenqi. "I'm Qi Yuan, a friend of your great-grandfather's from the group chat." "Wang Wenqi, do you want to kill a god?" Wang Wenqi's eyes widened. Whether from tension or excitement, her chest rose and fell rapidly. The maid behind her was anxious. "Miss, he's the Origin Heavenly God who sided with the evil gods." But Wang Wenqi looked into Qi Yuan's clear eyes and reached out her hand. "I want to." She jumped down from the windowsill, splashing water everywhere. As the day of the new god's descent approached, the people of Feiwang City grew increasingly anxious. Huang Mengying looked exhausted, her expression weary. "The Origin Heavenly God is truly stubborn. He can't be persuaded," Weak Feather said, lowering his head. It wasn't so much that he couldn't be persuaded as that he didn't dare try. "Frankly, I think the Origin Heavenly God might be planning something against that new god," Nangong Wuji defended Qi Yuan. "Otherwise, Miss Wang Wenqi wouldn't have agreed to go to Qingshui village with him." The others fell silent upon hearing this. Weak Feather said, "He's got guts, that's for sure. But that's a true god, with 3 divine apertures. How dare he plot against him?" Weak Feather was genuinely baffled. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed, "3 days from now, when the Great Plague descends, I will make a move, as a favor to that young friend." The gathered people were ecstatic upon hearing the familiar voice. "Circle God, you've awakened. Lord God, you've finally awakened." They were overjoyed, though there was no further response. The Circle God had once again fallen into slumber. Still, their hearts were buoyed. With the Circle God's intervention, they might have a chance 3 days from now. Meanwhile, in Qingshui village, Qi Yuan looked at the altar before him, excitement in his eyes. "So, the Great Plague Venerable will descend here in 3 days." The evil god, who looked malnourished and frail, nodded. "Yes." He was terrified of this demon, Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan smiled. "I can't wait for time to pass faster. I wish the day after tomorrow would come quickly. When a true god falls, what kind of feast would be appropriate? Holding the feast in Gale Town again would be an insult to the god. This time, it had to be in Feiwang City, and it had to be grand." The evil god beside him trembled at Qi Yuan's words. Qi Yuan sat on a stone, lost in thought. After a while, someone approached and whispered something in his ear. Qi Yuan's expression changed to one of surprise. The Circle God is about to act. Wang Wenqi, sitting beside him, was holding a pipa, her fingers gently plucking the strings. "Do you think the Great Plague Venerable might get scared and refuse to descend?" Qi Yuan asked Wang Wenqi. He hadn't spread the word about his plans for the Great Plague Venerable. What if the Great Plague Venerable was a coward and got scared off? Because of this, he had only given Wang Wenqi the god-imagining technique for Dhritarashtra and hadn't yet had her consume the treasures to break through to the level of a true god. This time, Wang Wenqi had brought him 5 treasures that could help someone at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage break through to become a true god. Though Qi Yuan had never met Tianbao Venerable, he was deeply grateful. He also remembered Zhang Feng's name. He probably won't be scared. The Circle God has been in a deep slumber, severely wounded. Even if he awakens, he won't have much strength, Wang Wenqi replied. "Good, I'm just worried that he might be too scared to descend." The altar preparations continued. In an unknown space, a voice echoed. "Great Plague Venerable, aren't you afraid someone is setting you up?" "HMPH, if I were that timid, I wouldn't have become a true god." "Then why are you burning through your divine power to force an early descent?" "That boy is too strange. I can't give him any more time." May your journey be smooth, Great Plague Venerable. The Great Plague Venerable ignored the voice and stepped into the membrane. Suddenly, the sound of a massive heartbeat and chewing filled the air. The Great Plague Venerable's divine power rapidly diminished. Above his 3 divine apertures, powerful light shone brightly. So hungry, so very hungry. The Great Plague Venerable couldn't help but roar. A fierce hunger gripped him, making him want to cut off his own flesh and eat it. After what felt like an eternity, the starving Great Plague Venerable suddenly burst into laughter. The mortal world, I've finally arrived. At that moment, in the night sky above Gale Town, a colossal figure appeared. He roared in delight, his expression ecstatic. The aura of a true god spread across the land, as if the entire world was shrouded in mist. The residents of Gale Town were shocked. The Great Plague Venerable has descended early. How is that possible? In the City Lord's mansion of Feiwang City, the powerful figures there sensed the aura, their faces turning pale. The Great Plague Venerable, he's descended early. He must have sensed a threat. We're doomed. Where is the Circle God? Hasn't he awakened yet? Huang Mengying looked up at the terrifying figure in the sky, her expression grim. The Circle God can't wake up in time. It's up to the Origin Celestial Venerable now. The people in the City Lord's mansion felt a deep sense of impending doom, overwhelmed by the crisis. At the same time, Qi Yuan looked at the terrifying figure in the sky and was slightly surprised. Finally using his brain, but not much. Wang Wenqi, seeing this, immediately swallowed the Yinsheng stone. Instantly, the spiritual power within her body transformed into divine power. A divine aperture quickly formed. The realm of a true god was within reach. But just then, Qi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, someone's going to steal my kill. A hearty laugh echoed. Good disciple, let me give you a greeting gift. From the 9 heavens above, vast lightning descended, terrifying thunder serpents, each capable of slaying a god. Qi Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs, please, spare his life a little. Don't steal my kill. He really wanted to curse the person for being shameless, but they were a great venerable. As the former moonwatching venerable, Qi Yuan knew the power and terror of a great venerable. Anyone below 4 steps toward heaven was an ant, not just a saying. The difference between a great venerable and a regular venerable lay in their divine domain. Within their divine domain, a great venerable could kill a regular venerable with a snap of their fingers. So, he chose to back down. Meanwhile, the Great Plague Venerable was both hungry and terrified. Poor old man, he had finally managed to descend after much hardship. And what did he encounter? A great venerable, lying in wait for a true god with 3 divine apertures. Was this even fair? You, shameless, how could the Great Plague Venerable not be furious? What had he done to deserve being ambushed by a great venerable? The terrifying thunder serpents surrounding him could each slay a true god who had taken the first step toward heaven. In the face of such a formidable opponent, he had no chance to resist. At that moment, Great Venerable Shenlei stood in the sky, the wind howling around him, his hair thick and short. Qi Yuan's voice reached his ears, and he hesitated for a moment before reaching out with a large hand. In an instant, the once powerful Great Plague Venerable was reduced to a small piece of charred flesh. Great Venerable Shenlei held the fragment in his hand and appeared before Qi Yuan. Disciple, you spoke too slowly, but luckily, he's still got a bit of life left. Shenlei opened his wide palm, revealing a small, charred piece of meat, more cooked than anything you'd find in a roast meat shop. Yet, despite its appearance, it was still alive. Qi Yuan eyed the fragment, his gaze flickering. Can I have it, sir? He could sense that the powerful figure before him was indeed a great venerable. Though not as powerful as the moonwatching venerable, this was still a great venerable, far beyond his current ability to contend with. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. I said I'd give you a gift, so of course, it's yours. Shenlei handed the charred piece of flesh to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at the piece of meat, and his sword appeared, glowing with intense light. He was ready to kill the god and gain experience. Take this, old thing. Qi Yuan shouted, having long coveted this, white moonlight, target. He had meticulously plotted and planned to finally bring this about. The experience and evil divine power couldn't go to waste. Bang! As the sword collided with the fragment, an embarrassing thing happened. Qi Yuan almost stumbled. The piece of meat was too tough, he couldn't even cut through it with his sword. Seeing this, Shenlei burst into hearty laughter. You need to eat more meat and build up some strength. Look at those scrawny arms and legs, You probably couldn't even manage 3,000 women in one night. He knew Qi Yuan wasn't yet a true god. Without becoming a true god, how could he fight one? Even with this tiny piece of flesh before him, Qi Yuan couldn't cut through it. Shenlei had been looking forward to seeing Qi Yuan struggle. The citizens in the fiefdom wanted to laugh but dared not, knowing they had to maintain the god's dignity. At that moment, Wang Wenqi, who was beside Qi Yuan, plucked her pipa strings. A sharp, piercing sound rang out, and the piece of flesh instantly turned to ash. In that instant, a torrent of experience flowed into Qi Yuan's body. Having just reached level 70, his level soared, reaching 89 before stopping just shy of 90. Powerful evil divine power also fell into Qi Yuan's hands. Feeling elated, Qi Yuan turned to the burly, short-haired old man, his gaze appreciative. "Sir, your strength is impressive. And your talent isn't bad either," Shenlei replied, scrutinizing Qi Yuan. "In ancient times, which faction were you from?" Qi Yuan looked at Shenlei and leaned in to whisper, "My identity is a bit special. I'll tell you, but you mustn't share it with anyone else." Shenlei nodded, understanding that Qi Yuan was likely on some special mission. How else would he know so many true gods that even Shenlei hadn't heard of? "I belong to the Dragon Group of China," Qi Yuan said calmly. The Dragon Group of China, who hasn't heard of it? Full of talented individuals, producing the likes of the four heavenly kings, was perfectly normal. The Dragon Group of China. Shenlei murmured the name, feeling a sense of gravity and importance in those words. "I've never heard of it, but just hearing it for the first time, it feels extraordinary." "Sir, are you interested in joining the Dragon Group? If you join now, I can appoint you as the captain of a special operations team." Qi Yuan continued, trying to persuade him. The strength of a great venerable was certainly worth recruiting. Shenlei chuckled, his eyes playful. "I came to take you as my disciple, not to join some dragon group. Do you think my strength is up to the task? Come, be my disciple. I'll treat you well." Qi Yuan looked surprised. "You want to take me as a disciple?" "Of course. Your strength, it's not quite there." Shenlei's smile froze on his face. "I cultivate with the 5 elemental energies, have a heavenly Tao foundation, and condense a stellar golden core. Your strength is just so-so. You could perhaps be a member of my team, maybe as a special effects artist." Qi Yuan continued. He had music and BGM, but he was still lacking in the special effects department for his expeditions. Shenlei's boundless sea of lightning and terrifying thunder god form would certainly suffice for special effects. "This is interesting." Shenlei squinted. "Do you have a master?" "Yes," Qi Yuan replied, looking at Shenlei. "I don't know how strong my master is, but she's definitely much stronger than you. Even though I've formed a stellar golden pill, I wouldn't dare to confront her." Qi Yuan said earnestly. His master, Ruan Yishi, had always seemed mysterious to him. "Your master sounds intriguing. Where is she?" Shenlei inquired. He pondered, guessing that Qi Yuan's master might be the leader of this so-called Dragon Group of China. Could it be that she was a powerful figure who had taken 6 or even 7 steps toward heaven? If that were the case, he wouldn't dare to challenge her. "My master is a bit shy. I keep calling her, wife, and she got embarrassed and ran away." Qi Yuan said seriously. Shenlei's expression turned strange. "You call your master, wife? She's my wife, so why wouldn't I call her that?" Qi Yuan said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Cough cough, I'd rather not take you as a disciple. I don't have the patience for that." Shenlei didn't want someone calling him, wife. That would be far too awkward. He imagined bringing this disciple along to meet some old friends, only for the disciple to call him, wife, repeatedly. It would be unbearable. Thinking of something, he asked, "Has your master ever taken you to meet her friends?" "No," Qi Yuan shook his head. Shenlei understood. No wonder she didn't dare to bring him along. The scene would indeed be exaggerated. Qi Yuan, sensing Shenlei's confusion, said, "I think you misunderstand. I don't have a habit of calling men, wife." Shenlei chuckled. "No misunderstanding, sir. Why not join my special effects team? If you join now, you can even be the leader. But when the members of the Dragon Group of China's heavenly court descend, you'll only be a bit player," Qi Yuan suggested. From Qi Yuan's perspective, Great Venerable Shenlei was still worth recruiting. Shenlei, amused, replied, "I'm quite interested in your dragon group. I'll see which gods are in it, maybe I won't know any of them. You can stay in Qingshui village, but I have one condition, don't steal my kills," Qi Yuan said. He was very averse to kill stealing, as each kill meant a significant amount of experience. Interesting. Shenlei gazed at Qi Yuan. I won't intervene recklessly. If I attract other powerful beings, I could end up dead myself. His restraint during today's attack was deliberate. Otherwise, if he had drawn the attention of other new gods, he would have found it difficult to escape. That's good. Qi Yuan sighed in relief. Feiwang City. The people in the city lord's mansion were astonished. The aura of the Great Plague Venerable, it's gone. Gone. Did you see that terrifying lightning? It must have been a true god. The origin heavenly god had outside help. We misunderstood him. Huang Mengying, hearing this, felt a pang of regret. They had been deeply suspicious of the origin heavenly god. Now, with the truth revealed, she felt a deep sense of guilt. The others were also ashamed. Weak Feather felt it even more acutely, having fled Stone Sand Town out of fear of the origin heavenly god and come to Feiwang City. His shame weighed heavily on him. At that moment, Nangong Wuji spoke gravely, the Great Plague Venerable has fallen, Feiwang City's greatest crisis is just beginning. His words brought a heavy silence over the group. Before, other evil gods hadn't targeted Feiwang City because it had caught the Great Plague Venerable's interest. Now that he was dead, those evil gods would likely make a move against Feiwang City. Let's go to Qingshui village to see the origin heavenly god. Huang Mengying decided. But before they could leave, a clear voice echoed throughout Feiwang City. By order of the origin heavenly god, the Great Plague Venerable has fallen. Feiwang City will host a feast for 3 days. The group, who had been about to head to Qingshui village, stopped in their tracks. Nangong Wuji shook his head. The origin heavenly god is quite a character. What a shame. What's a shame? Someone asked him. It's a shame I worship the Wuxi Holy Mother, otherwise, I'd join in the feast, Nangong Wuji said. Everyone laughed. If the origin heavenly god is hosting a feast for 3 days in Feiwang City, it means he's taken charge. As for the evil gods, he'll handle them. We don't need to worry. Nangong Wuji reassured them. The news that the village-level god of Qingshui village, the origin celestial venerable, had slain the Great Plague Venerable spread like wildfire to nearby cities and towns. Many true gods took notice of Qi Yuan, their eyes filled with curiosity, while some evil gods dismissed him, not taking him seriously. Some ancient gods, however, looked on with interest. In the North Sea Dragon Eye, a woman in a luxurious robe held some invitations in her delicate hands. Her eyes gleamed with a curious smile. The origin heavenly god of Qingshui village, defeated the Great Plague Venerable. Interesting, interesting. This was the second time she had heard the name Origin Celestial Venerable. The first time was a few days ago when the North Sea God Eye Palace Lord was preparing to host the 100 Flowers Festival, sending out invitations to ancient gods. She was in charge of the arrangements. A few days ago, an old friend had come to her, requesting an invitation for someone. She saw that the person was only a village-level guardian god, not even a true god, possibly not even at the Purple Mansion stage. So she had politely refused. After all, not just anyone could attend the 100 Flowers Festival. But now, since the person had shown true god-level strength, she decided to do her friend a favor. Someone, bring Ma Po over, the woman in the robe ordered. Soon, an old woman entered the palace. The old woman's expression was a bit dazed, her eyes clouded, and she seemed mentally unwell. Ma Po, the guardian god of Qingshui village you mentioned likely has true god-level strength. Initially, he wasn't qualified to attend the 100 Flowers Festival, but given our long friendship, I'll give him an invitation. The woman handed the invitation to Ma Po. Ma Po's eyes cleared for a moment as she took the invitation. Thank you. The woman smiled. There's no need for thanks between us. But you should remind that ancient god to keep a low profile at the festival. The guests this time are all of very high status. If he offends someone, even I won't be able to help. Understood. Ma Po nodded. The woman looked at Ma Po, her gaze tinged with nostalgia. Our two clans were once close allies, great families in ancient times. What a shame. The North Sea God Eye was inhabited by aquatic beings. Without the permission of these beings, not even true gods could enter the North Sea God Eye. Because of this and other geographical advantages, no evil god had yet dared to target the North Sea God Eye. In the northern lands, it was one of the safest places. Every year, many true gods sought refuge in the North Sea God Eye. Ma Po's eyes flashed with determination. The Phoenix clan will rise from the ashes. She knew that if she could take her young mistress back to the ancestral land, the mistress would have a chance to inherit the Phoenix clan's legacy and restore its glory. The Phoenix clan had once produced several powerful beings who had taken 6 steps toward heaven. In ancient times, they were among the great powers. Qingshui village. Qi Yuan held the treasures in his hand, his expression complicated. These 5 treasures can't help me break through to the true God stage. After reaching level 89, Qi Yuan had intended to break through to the true God stage. But despite preparing 5 treasures, he had a premonition that they wouldn't be enough to achieve the breakthrough. He glanced at the 5 treasures. Open black lens bracket mysterious spirit armor, its origins are somewhat mysterious. It can help one break through to the true God stage. Close black lens bracket. Comma, open black lens bracket 3 joy jade, its origins are somewhat mysterious. It can help one break through to the true God stage. Close black lens bracket. They clearly state they can help, so why can't I use them? Could it be, I'm not human? Qi Yuan looked at the treasures, feeling both strange and curious. He decided to step out of the temple. He immediately saw his adopted daughter Qi and great Venerable Shenlei. Since coming to Qingshui village, Shenlei had initially intended to take Qi Yuan as his disciple. But after meeting Qi, he had considered taking her instead. Unfortunately, Qi refused. Why work hard herself when she could rely on her godfather's efforts? Qi, your talent is no less than your godfather's. You shouldn't waste it, Shenlei urged. Qi shook her head. No need to say more. I refuse. At that moment, Qi Yuan's laughter rang out. Qi did the right thing. If you acknowledge him as your master, he'll be on the same level as me. That's too much of a loss for me. Shenlei's eyes widened. It's beneath you to be on the same level as me. A little bit, Qi Yuan replied honestly. If looks could kill, Shenlei would have murdered Qi Yuan dozens of times over. You little brat, your mouth is even nastier than mine. Be careful, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Despite his words, Shenlei found himself quite fond of Qi Yuan. Otherwise, a guy who wasn't even a true god wouldn't dare act so boldly in front of him. I brush my teeth every day. My mouth isn't nasty, Qi Yuan retorted, grinning. Would you like me to recommend a toothpaste, maybe Nai's tooth fun? It'd be perfect for you. Shenlei rolled his eyes. Weren't you preparing to break through to the true god stage? Why are you out here? Qi Yuan took out the 5 treasures, his expression melancholic. Sigh, for some reason, these treasures can't help me break through. Shenlei was surprised. Can't break through? Yeah, can't. Qi Yuan nodded firmly. Shenlei's eyes flickered with understanding. These treasures can indeed help people break through to the true god stage. But, some true prodigies, with immense potential, might need more than one treasure to break through. You are one of those prodigies. I didn't see that coming. He was astonished. Such prodigies were exceedingly rare. Qi Yuan's expression fell. That's so extreme. He knew that treasures like the Yinsheng stone were in limited supply in this world. Or rather, there were only so many of them. If his breakthrough was restricted by this, wouldn't it mean that summoning someone like Erlang Shansheng Zhenjin would be impossible even with these treasures? To explain this, we must go back to ancient times, Shenlei began, gazing at the treasures in Qi Yuan's hands. Do you know what these treasures are? Huh, Qi Yuan was puzzled. These treasures are actually the remnants of the Wuxi Holy Mother after her death, Shenlei explained, his voice filled with sorrow. During the Great Flood War, the Wuxi Holy Mother was the most powerful ancient god in the mortal world. Her strength was just a step away from surpassing the true god stage. But, unfortunately, she fell in battle against the evil gods. When the evil gods invaded, they shattered the pillar of heaven, making it impossible for anyone in the mortal world to break through to the true god stage. The Wuxi Holy Mother couldn't bear this, so before she died, she transformed herself into these treasures, leaving an alternative path for the people of the mortal world. Qi Yuan was moved by this revelation. The Wuxi Holy Mother's sacrifice was akin to a whale's fall, giving life to countless beings. Because of this, if someone's talent exceeds that of the Wuxi Holy Mother, a single treasure might not be enough for them to break through to the true god stage. In fact, some exceptionally gifted individuals might not be able to break through even with multiple treasures, Shenlei explained slowly. Although the Wuxi Holy Mother had been the greatest figure in the mortal world, her talent wasn't the absolute peak. I once met a supreme prodigy who was just one step away from becoming a true god. Unfortunately, his talent was so overwhelming that it even surpassed that of the Wuxi Holy Mother. No matter how many treasures were given to him, he couldn't break through to the true God stage, said Shenlei Grand Venerable, his eyes filled with sorrow and endless sadness. This was why, even if a true dragon were born, it would be impossible for it to break through to the true God stage. I hope your talent isn't too extraordinary, kid, otherwise, it'll be quite interesting if you can't break through to the true God stage. Shenlei's sadness quickly turned to nonchalance, and he chuckled. Qi Yuan's face turned blank as he absorbed this information. So you're saying that if one's talent exceeds that of the Wuxi Holy Mother, using the treasures she left behind won't help them break through to the true God stage? Exactly. Shenlei nodded earnestly, smiling. But don't worry. Your talent is impressive, but it surely doesn't surpass the Wuxi Holy Mother. How many people in this world could have talent greater than hers? Perhaps not even a handful. In the path of cultivation, talent alone isn't everything. I'm doomed. What if I am stronger than her? Qi Yuan muttered, feeling this was a real possibility. Did the Wuxi Holy Mother have a Tao of Heaven foundation? Did she condense a stellar golden pill? Shenlei felt choked up. Could you stop boasting? Even the chosen ones of destiny don't brag like you. Qi Yuan felt even more dejected. So, having too much talent is a curse. I used to hear people say that rich folks have their own troubles, and I'd scoff. What could be so difficult about eating 10 buns in one sitting? But now I get it. This must be the rich man's dilemma, having a stomach too small to enjoy more than one bun at a time. Nearby, Chi-Chi smiled softly. Godfather, let's go find more treasures. I'm sure you can reach the true God stage. No, I suddenly feel like I've been too optimistic. I used to dream of bringing all the powerful immortals of our heavenly court into existence through my visualizations. But now it seems that many of those immortals are far stronger than the Wuxi Holy Mother. Even if I visualize them, they won't be able to break through to the true God stage. Qi Yuan felt utterly disheartened. This meant he might only be able to visualize weaker figures. Wasn't it the dragon group of China? Now it's the heavenly court. Shenlei looked perplexed. They started in the heavenly court, then joined the dragon group of China, Qi Yuan explained. Eventually, they followed the crooked-toothed dragon king. Shenlei didn't want to continue this conversation. Stop with the nonsense, Origin Celestial Venerable. Are you really saying your heavenly court is filled with so many talented individuals? Yes, Qi Yuan affirmed. The 4 heavenly kings are just small fry. Take someone like Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Nezha, the true martial great emperor, Junyuan Daxian, or even the Buddha himself, any one of them could easily suppress all opposition. Are they really that strong? Shenlei was skeptical. Extremely strong. Never heard of them. You sure you didn't just make them up? How could a god lie? Qi Yuan felt sure of himself. These divine figures existed vividly in his memory. Shenlei wasn't convinced. I'll believe it when I see you actually visualize them. Qi Yuan's worry deepened. Besides these treasures, is there any other way to break through to the true God stage? Unless the broken pillar of heaven is restored, Shenlei said. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. We can fix the pillar of heaven. Legend has it that a god, surpassing the true God stage, dwells within the broken pillar of heaven. Origin Celestial Venerable, I have high hopes for you. If you can repair the pillar, you'll be the greatest benefactor of our world, and I'll even call you master. Shenlei teased. Young god. Qi Yuan immediately dismissed the thought. He had heard from his daughter Qi Jianjun that young gods, at full power, could even swallow a star. His stellar golden pill, situated in another universe, would only project a shadow and couldn't contend with young gods. Facing young gods, Qi Yuan was still very much afraid. Young gods isn't that big of a deal. Your dragon group, our heavenly court, could just send someone like the Buddha to fix it, Shenlei said. You make a good point, but even if I visualize the Buddha, my followers won't be able to break through to the true God stage or truly wield the Buddha's power. How could they repair the pillar? Qi Yuan pondered seriously. The visualization methods only allowed his followers to cultivate quickly and borrow some power from the gods they visualized. It didn't mean they would actually become those gods. You're really letting this get to your head, huh? Shenlei was at a loss for words, seeing how seriously Qi Yuan was considering all this. At that moment, Chi-Chi blinked at Shenlei. Grand Venerable Shenlei, why not give my godfather some treasures and see how many it takes for him to break through to the true God stage? Shenlei spread his hands. I'm just an old bachelor, I don't have any treasures. Just as I thought, Qi Yuan said. Your face says it all, no way you're going to drop any loot. Shenlei glared at Qi Yuan. Stop insulting me with words I don't understand. I wasn't insulting you. I was just saying you're an old master. That's a compliment, meaning you're wise and knowledgeable, Qi Yuan said earnestly. Shenlei looked doubtful. Master Shenlei, with all your wisdom, surely you can suggest another way to break through to the true God stage. Qi Yuan asked humbly. There's no other way, except to fix the pillar of heaven, Shenlei said firmly. But then he added, you're getting off track. How could your talent surpass the Wuxi Holy Mother's? Just gather more treasures, and you should be fine. Why worry about such things? Sigh, how can the sparrow understand the swan's ambitions? Qi Yuan lamented, deciding not to pursue the matter further. He felt that if this problem wasn't resolved, he'd be stuck visualizing only lower-level gods like the 4 heavenly kings. Anything stronger would be out of reach. What he needed most right now was the power of true gods. The level of the 4 heavenly kings was just right, they could break through to the true god stage with these treasures. Half a day later, Chi-Chi, followed by her maid Xiaoshui, walked along a country path. Suddenly, an old woman appeared in front of her again. Chi-Chi was surprised and said to the old woman, I don't know you, and I don't want to leave my godfather to go with you. The old woman extended her withered hand. An invitation, for you. A gilded invitation landed in Chi-Chi's hand. The old woman glanced at her, her eyes becoming cloudy again. Go, there are good things, you can also. Before she could finish, the old woman vanished. Chi-Chi was left confused. She opened the invitation and read its contents. 100 Flowers Festival, what is this? An invitation for my godfather. When in doubt, she sought out Shenlei Grand Venerable. Now in Qingshui village, Shenlei had become something of a living deity. Whenever Chi-Chi had questions, she turned to him. Even the villagers sought his help for everything, from catching runaway chickens to more serious matters. Shenlei had quickly become a favorite among the older women in the village. Holding the invitation, Chi-Chi found Shenlei lounging in a chair. Grand Venerable Shenlei, what's the deal with this invitation? Is it dangerous? Shenlei took the invitation and was surprised. That rascal Qi Yuan shouldn't be eligible to attend the 100 Flowers Festival. Seeing his reaction, Chi-Chi recounted her encounter with the old woman. Shenlei understood immediately. You have Phoenix clan blood in you. The Phoenix clan was close to the North Sea aquatic tribes, so this makes sense. At that moment, Qi Yuan emerged from the temple. Phoenix clan blood. Phoenix clan blood, Shenlei corrected him. You're so crazy you forgot your adopted daughter's race. I've heard of this before. Oh, Shenlei was intrigued, hoping to learn more about Qi Yuan's true origins from ancient times. I once read a book that mentioned consuming phoenix blood could have endless benefits. A female cultivator's cup size even increased from AC to AB, Qi Yuan said. Shenlei realized he still couldn't get any useful information about Qi Yuan's background. Didn't you need treasures to break through to the true god stage? Well, here's your chance. Shenlei handed the invitation back to Qi Yuan. The 100 Flowers Festival is held once every 100 years. There are countless rare treasures there. Plenty of them can help you break through to the true god stage. If you can stand out, there are many treasures to be had. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Many. Yes, depending on your abilities, Shenlei said nonchalantly. He only had second-hand knowledge of the 100 Flowers Festival. Would you like to be my bodyguard and come with me to the 100 Flowers Festival? Qi Yuan asked. Not interested. Shenlei dismissed the idea with a wave. A strong figure like him, acting as a bodyguard. Plus, attending the 100 Flowers Festival might expose his identity, potentially leading to a horde of powerful enemies coming after him. What a pity, Qi Yuan sighed. There are only 3 days left until the festival. I'd better start preparing. Leaving Qingshui village and traveling outside wasn't exactly safe. He needed to visualize more true gods for protection. Go ahead and visualize all 4 heavenly kings, Shenlei suggested. He wanted to see if Qi Yuan was all talk or if he actually had something to show. Alright, I'll do it now. I need to prepare some extra security since I'm going on a long journey. Qi Yuan said seriously. This time, he planned to visualize at least 5 gods at the level of the 4 heavenly kings. Anything stronger wouldn't be possible. He pondered for a moment, then entered the visualization space. Meanwhile, Shenlei wasted no time and entered his own chat group. The chat immediately became lively. Grand Venerable Shenlei, why are you here? Are you about to start a visualization? Do you have something hidden up your sleeve? Hey, no, recently, an ancient god has been pestering me, wanting to become my disciple. But I'm not interested. However, since he was recommended by a friend, I feel obliged to watch over him. He's about to start a visualization, so I'm going to check out the visualization mountain to keep an eye on him, Shenlei explained in the group. How are you going to keep an eye on him? Grand Venerable Shenlei, just be honest, why are you really here? Ahem, I heard he might visualize a legendary level god, so I came to watch. A legendary level god, that's quite the talent. I'm actually in need of a disciple. How about passing him over to me? Get lost, you already have 7 disciples. A legendary level god isn't bad at all, but it's still not enough to be my final disciple. My final disciple visualized 2 legendary gods and 7 epic ones, one of the group members boasted. Hearing this, Shenlei was quite pleased. Sigh, it's just that his talent is a bit lacking. Otherwise, I'd reluctantly take him as a disciple. Shenlei had a simple goal for joining the group chat, to show off. But first, he needed to lower expectations a bit. Soon, Qi Yuan would shock everyone by visualizing 3 legendary gods at once, and Shenlei would enjoy their stunned reactions. That guy is about to start. We should see the golden light on the visualization mountain and hear the sound of 100 birds soon. If he visualizes 3 gods, I'll reluctantly take him as a registered disciple, Shenlei boasted. Grand Venerable Shenlei, you're too much. 3 visualized gods, and you'll only take him as a registered disciple. Grand Venerable Shenlei, stop pretending. That was Origin Celestial Venerable, the one I recommended to you, right? Hey, don't spill the beans. Shenlei hurriedly replied. Part of his consciousness drifted into the visualization mountain. Suddenly, the mountain was bathed in golden light, accompanied by the sound of 100 birds. Shenlei smiled. Alright, 1 legendary god down. Not bad, he's worthy of being a registered disciple, commented one of the ancient gods in the group. The ancient gods in the group were quite excited to see the golden light, as a legendary god could potentially lead to the rise of a great venerable in the future. Suddenly, the visualization mountain was illuminated by golden light again, flashing twice. 3 gods. The group members were stunned. Grand Venerable Shenlei, was this your plan all along? You're quite the schemer. This ancient god is definitely worthy of being your direct disciple. Why didn't you recommend him to me, Grand Venerable Begu? As they chatted, Qi Yuan was in the visualization mountain, happily surveying the remaining evil god power. He was thrilled. This yin god level power is incredibly efficient. I've visualized 3 of the 4 heavenly kings and still have over 90% left. No way, I need to visualize more. How about the 18 arhats? With that in mind, Qi Yuan prepared to continue his visualization. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Shenlei was getting carried away with the praise. With this, I now have 4 legendary gods. I guess I can reluctantly take him as a disciple. Grand Venerable Shenlei, you're so easily swayed. We compliment you once, and you start showing off. You don't need to overdo it. Give me 20 treasures, and I'll hand him over to you, Shenlei replied, boldly demanding a high price. Forget it, treasures are more important. This disciple is excellent, but not worth 20 treasures. Just as these words were spoken, the visualization mountain was suddenly illuminated by golden light again. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times. The group members were left dumbfounded. Shenlei, too, was at a loss for words, as a terrifying thought began to take shape in his mind. The golden light continued to flash. With each flash, the hearts of the grand venerables in the group skipped a beat. Finally, the golden light stopped after 18 flashes. By now, the visualization mountain wasn't just filled with the sound of 100 birds, it was like the chorus of 1,000 birds. The venerables who had been chatting just moments ago stared in disbelief. Did I see that right? 18 flashes, how is that possible? Are they all legendary? Is this really your disciple, Grand Venerable Shenlei? Grand Venerable Shenlei, where are you right now? I've prepared 20 treasures. I'm coming to take my disciple right away. A single legendary visualization would make a Grand Venerable take notice and regard someone with respect. 4 legendary visualizations would be enough to make a Grand Venerable consider taking someone as a direct disciple. But, 20, what does that even mean? None of the Grand Venerables present had any concept of it. They had never seen a situation where an ancient god visualized 21 legendary level gods all at once. 21 visualizations of this caliber could, in theory, create 21 Grand Venerables, given enough resources and time. Of course, reaching the Grand Venerable stage is exceedingly difficult, but stepping into the 3rd realm of ascension is absolutely within reach. Grand Venerable Shenlei, where is my brother-in-law? I'm coming to bring him back right now. I don't have 20 treasures, but I have 20 daughters. As long as they get along with your disciple, they can all marry him. Grand Venerable Shenlei, you didn't want to take him as your disciple before, but now he probably wouldn't want to accept you as his master. Everyone in the group chat was losing their minds. A set of legendary level visualizations like this, appearing all at once, was simply terrifying. Shenlei Grand Venerable was also in a state of shock. Looking at the chat, he fiercely replied, "Get lost." Meanwhile, in the group chat Qi Yuan was in, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Dongzhong he spoke slowly, "Did I develop an eye disease?" Dongzi, "No, you didn't." The Divine Cat Venerable replied, also struggling to accept what had happened. Those golden lights just now, could they have been from Origin Heavenly God? No way, right? Dongzhong he swallowed hard. I just made a comment about how visualizing 3 legendary gods was tough and told Origin Heavenly God not to push himself, and he responded by showing me over 20. Just moments ago, Origin Heavenly God had entered the chat to talk about visualization. Dongzhong he, recalling what Origin Heavenly God had said about the 4 heavenly kings, was still somewhat skeptical. But afraid of being proven wrong, he had only made a vague comment. And now, over 20 legendary gods. Is this even real? Is there any logic left in the world? Does his casual remark have this kind of power? If this really was Origin Heavenly God, I think, Dongzi, you should step down and adopt him as your godfather. If there are really 21 legendary gods, I'd also be willing to call Origin Heavenly God my godfather. Someone else chimed in. Everyone in the group was incredibly excited. Ancient gods in the mortal heart world rarely went to the visualization mountain to visualize. So, there was a 99% chance that the golden lights and the sounds of thousands of birds were the work of Origin Celestial Venerable. At that moment, Qi Yuan exited the visualization mountain and looked at the group chat. He quickly said, "I'm still young, I don't accept godsons. If he accidentally adopted a treacherous figure like Lu Bu, it would be disastrous. It's much better to adopt obedient goddaughters like Chi Chi." Seeing the messages in the group, Qi Yuan quickly left, fearing he might be hounded by men wanting to be his godson. In the chat, the others were left in awe. It really was Origin Heavenly God. Terrifying. Dongzhong he, you're too unfortunate. Origin Heavenly God doesn't even want you as a godson. If only the Tianbao Venerable had known about this, someone lamented. Mentioning the Tianbao Venerable brought silence to the once bustling group chat. After leaving the chat, Qi Yuan now had 21 visualization methods. At this moment, Shenlei Grand Venerable urgently appeared before Qi Yuan. "Was that you in the visualization mountain?" Shenlei asked. "Yes," Qi Yuan replied calmly. "Who exactly are you?" Shenlei scrutinized Qi Yuan, trying to discern his origins. "Me." Qi Yuan pondered for a moment, unsure of how to answer. He had never really thought about it before. As he thought, he became more and more puzzled. "By the shores of Lake July, some call me the Faceless Sword God. In Wugui City, others call me the Blood Demon. In the Ascension Pavilion, some refer to me as the Moonwatching Grand Venerable. These are all me, but am I really them?" Moonwatching Grand Venerable. Shenlei seized on this keyword. "You were a Grand Venerable in your previous life. Why have I never heard of this title?" He ignored Qi Yuan's other ramblings, having learned to only focus on what he could understand when speaking with Qi Yuan. "I've got it." Qi Yuan suddenly had an epiphany. "Is it possible that you are me? The stars in the sky are all me, and so are all the living beings on earth." Shenlei furrowed his brow. "Are you having a breakdown? How could I be you, and how could the stars be you?" "Why not?" Qi Yuan seemed to understand something. A regular cat sees its reflection in a mirror and is startled because it lacks self-awareness and can't recognize itself. You think you're not me, but that's just because your perception is limited. You can't comprehend that you are me. The stars in the sky can't comprehend it either, but once they do, they'll realize they are me." "Enough nonsense." Shenlei glared at Qi Yuan. "Want me to use my lightning techniques to help you understand?" "No need, I'm not addicted to gaming, so I don't need electroshock therapy," Qi Yuan joked. "Just kidding, I'm merely creating my own Qi Yuan Sutra and had a sudden realization. He definitely wasn't ready to withstand the Grand Venerable's lightning. You people in the Dragon Group of China are truly full of talent." Shenlei said. 21 legendary visualizations. These incredibly precious visualization methods could create 21 true gods or even Grand Venerables. You'd better think carefully about which worthy people you give them to. "No need, I'll just pick some at random. Why make it so complicated?" Qi Yuan replied. Shenlei was dumbfounded. Qi Yuan said confidently, some people are powerful, not because they're special, but because I chose them. That's such a waste of these visualizations. Shenlei protested. It's not a waste. There are plenty more where these came from. In the heavenly court, there are the 36 heavenly spirits, 72 earthly fiends, 60 Jazi gods, and 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. As long as there's enough evil god power, I can visualize anyone. But for Qi Yuan, the three things he lacked most were evil god power, treasures to break through to the true god stage, and a method for him and the powerful heavenly court deities to break through to that stage. You sure like to boast. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. If the mortal heart world had those, the Great Flood War wouldn't have been such a disaster. See, your perception is limited. Everyone has their own limitations, Qi Yuan said, assuming the role of a motivational speaker, offering Shenlei a free lesson. Old man, I'm done with you. Shenlei stormed off, not wanting to stay near Qi Yuan any longer. He feared he might catch whatever madness Qi Yuan had. Qi Yuan called Chi over and spoke softly, I have a task for you. Gather 3 female cultivators with good looks and 18 male cultivators. The only requirements are good character and a pleasing appearance. They don't have to be perfect, just get it done within an hour. There were too many gods in the heavenly court, and it would be too time-consuming to find the perfect ones. This time, since Shenlei Grand Venerable wasn't going to the 100 Flowers Festival as a bodyguard, Qi Yuan needed to pick out some bodyguards for himself. Now was the time to choose them. What criteria should he use? Good looks and good character were all that mattered. As Qi left, Qi Yuan reflected on his experience in the visualization mountain. The 18 arhats consume so much evil god power. A single true god's evil god power is down to less than 1/3. Unfortunately, evil god power couldn't be traded. It could only be obtained by him or his followers killing evil gods. I hope that at the 100 Flowers Festival, I can find some evil gods who don't know their place, Qi Yuan mused. He needed a vast amount of evil god power to visualize more deities. Before long, 21 villagers, led by Qi, arrived. The people looked puzzled and curious. Zhao Zun, dressed in coarse cloth, seemed unremarkable in the crowd. He looked at the legendary god in front of him with admiration and curiosity. He was originally from the Zhao family, a prominent family in Feiwu City, but his parents died early, and his adoptive father seized his inheritance. With the help of a loyal old servant, he escaped to Chengxi village, near Feiwang City, where he hid his identity. Qi Yuan looked at these people and spoke slowly, most of you are from Qingshui village or have been with me for a long time. Today, I'm going to give you some benefits. Qi Yuan spoke casually. Just as he did in Lufeng world, he wasn't too concerned about the loyalty of his subordinates. But as a guardian deity, in a certain sense, these people were all his followers. Over time, their faith in him would grow. This was somewhat similar to the evil god's assimilation. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, the crowd was a bit confused. Zhao Zun, however, felt a surge of excitement and joy. Could it be a visualization method? Coming from a prominent family, he knew the importance of visualization methods. A powerful visualization method could create a true god. Was the guardian deity about to bestow such a method upon them? Zhao Zun was both anxious and excited. But he also realized that the 21 of them would likely share the visualization method, dampening his enthusiasm slightly. Still, it was something to be happy about. With the visualization method, he might be able to break through to the Purple Palace realm, or even the mid-stage Purple Palace, giving him the strength to seek revenge. Just as he was thinking this, 21 golden visualizations appeared in the air. These 21 visualizations radiated a terrifying aura. Especially 2 of them, where the golden light seemed almost tangible, delivering a powerful impact. Zhao Zun was stunned for a moment. Legends. 21. He was shocked. Everyone else was also stunned. The strongest golden light fell into Zhao Zun's eyes. He couldn't believe it, unable to comprehend. Such a powerful visualization method was just, easily given to him. He had never even spoken directly with the guardian deity. This level of visualization method could easily cause a rift between true god brothers. He couldn't understand but was deeply moved, along with a profound sense of recognition. Finally, someone recognized Zhao Zun's extraordinary nature. He felt a surge of pride and was immensely grateful to Qi Yuan, his benefactor. He vowed not to disappoint Qi Yuan's trust. Start visualizing now, Qi Yuan's voice commanded. Zhao Zun didn't hesitate and began visualizing immediately. Not far away, Shenlei Grand Venerable flashed back near Qi Yuan, staring at Zhao Zun. The visualization method he's using, it's quite extraordinary, not like a typical legend. His is the subduing dragon arhat. Among the 18 arhats, the subduing dragon arhat is considered the strongest and has the richest mythical significance, Qi Yuan explained. Such boldness, daring to take the title of subduing dragon. If I'm not mistaken, there's a group of vicious dragons in the North Sea's divine eye. If you bring him along, he might provoke those dragons, Shenlei said, watching Zhao Zun closely. However, his visualization method is indeed remarkable, surpassing ordinary legends. Qi Yuan remained silent, watching as the group sat in the shrine. His experience points soared rapidly. Unfortunately, he was stuck at level 89, unable to break through the final barrier. The next morning, under the blood-red light of dawn, Qi Yuan looked at the 21 people in front of him with anticipation. Not bad, all of you are now at the peak of the Purple Palace. This is the power of legendary level visualizations, even when only one person visualizes them. Given enough resources and time, they could even produce Grand Venerables. In other words, these 21 people all had the potential to become Grand Venerables. Shenlei Grand Venerable looked at the 21 people, unable to calm his mind. These visualizations were given away as casually as handing out carrots. Perfect timing, I have 5 treasures left. You can use them to break through to the true God stage. Qi Yuan tossed the 5 treasures, which landed in the hands of 3 women and 2 men, the ones who had visualized the subduing dragon arhat and subduing tiger arhat. The 3 women were overjoyed and immediately began breaking through. Boom, boom, boom. 3 beams of divine light shot into the sky as the 3 women successfully broke through and entered the true God stage. Meanwhile, Zhao Zun and the other man were sweating, their faces pale. Despite holding the treasures, they couldn't absorb them, as if the treasures were rejecting them. It was the same situation as Qi Yuan. Shenlei Grand Venerable was astonished. The subduing dragon arhat, his talent is so extraordinary that even this treasure can't help him break through to the true God stage. Not only the subduing dragon arhat but also the subduing tiger arhat faced the same issue. Both arhats couldn't use the treasures, there was no reaction. What a pity, Qi Yuan sighed, looking at Zhao Zun and the other man. Don't blame yourselves, it's the high-level visualization method that makes these treasures ineffective. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Zhao Zun felt a mix of emotions. This was truly absurd. For him, he wasn't sure if this was good news or bad news. No matter, there will be other opportunities to break through in the future. Qi Yuan retrieved the 2 treasures. He pointed at 2 other men. You look the happiest, and you have long eyebrows, so you too can break through first. The 2 men, who had visualized the happy arhat and long-browed arhat, were thrilled as they received the treasures. With the treasures, they quickly broke through to the true God stage. Immediately, a terrifying aura spread throughout the area. Shenlei Grand Venerable was amazed. These people aren't ordinary true gods. They've only opened 1 divine aperture, yet they can already fight against those with 3 apertures. The true God stage is divided into 7 steps, with a vast difference between each step. Even within the first step, the gap can be enormous. After all, the difference between 11 divine apertures and 1 isn't just 11-fold, it's far greater. Your names are too complicated for me to remember, so I'll give you titles. From now on, you'll go by these titles. Qi Yuan declared casually. He was ambitious and wanted to recreate the heavenly court. You shall be subduing dragon arhat, and you, subduing tiger arhat, deer sitting arhat, long-browed arhat. Qi Yuan bestowed titles upon them, even giving names to the 3 beautiful women. However, the former 4 heavenly kings were now women, which felt a bit strange. In his mind, Qi Yuan silently apologized to the original 4 heavenly kings. He only borrowed their names because he had a bad memory. With my bodyguard team complete, let's go to the 100 Flowers Festival. Qi Yuan commanded. This time, he set off for the 100 Flowers Festival with the 4 heavenly kings, 18 arhats, and his goddaughter Chi-Chi. The group quickly prepared and set off grandly for the North Sea's divine eye. Meanwhile, outside Qingshui village, the villagers tearfully bid farewell to Qi Yuan. Zhu Zhuangxi watched as the large black dog stood in front of him, feeling particularly annoyed. He eyed the 4 heavenly kings and the 18 arhats with envy. Guardian deity, I've always been loyal, Zhu Zhuangxi shouted. This time, Qi Yuan had bestowed 21 visualization methods, shocking the entire village. Not only the village but Feiwang City as well. Zhu Zhuangxi was green with envy. The village chief, Yulei, stood silently by, also feeling jealous. Nearby, Shen Tu whispered to the village chief, "Should we tell the guardian deity about the ancestral land?" Originally, they planned to wait until the guardian deity broke through to the true god stage before revealing the secret, intending it to be a pleasant surprise. But now they thought it would be better to tell him right away, to gain favor and familiarize themselves with him to earn the visualization method. When the guardian deity returns, we'll tell him immediately. Chief Yulei decided. No more pretending to be mysterious or waiting for the right moment, direct action was the way to go. After all, this was a visualization method, a chance to become a true god. This rain is getting heavier. A stream of light flew through the air. The many-heard heavenly king, Magic Li Hong, dressed in red, held an umbrella, shielding Qi Yuan from the rain. She looked worried. Lord, it doesn't seem like this rain will stop anytime soon. Zhao Zun spoke up. This area is close to the North Sea, where it rains constantly. According to legend, it's related to the death of the evil dragon's son. Oh, Qi Yuan was intrigued. Was the third son of the Dragon King skinned? In the North Sea, a group of flood dragons resides. One of them came to the mortal realm to cause trouble, committing all sorts of atrocities. But it was killed by the third miss of the Phoenix clan. Since then, the North Sea Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan have been at odds. This place is where the evil dragon was killed, so it often experiences storms, making it hard to have a good harvest. Hearing this, Qi Yuan glanced at Chi-Chi. This story was interesting. Should he consider visualizing Nezha and giving him to Chi-Chi? But then he remembered that Chi-Chi was his goddaughter, so maybe not. Nezha was quite rebellious. Qi Yuan didn't like rebellious daughters, he preferred them to be obedient. Just then, a light, airy voice echoed through the air. My friend, you are mistaken. The constant rain here has nothing to do with the North Sea Dragon clan, it's solely due to the slain evil dragon. That dragon had great talent, especially in water-based abilities, and had the potential to become a grand venerable with dominion over rain. After it was killed here, this place has been plagued by endless rain. As the voice spoke, 3 figures appeared before Qi Yuan. Leading them was a true god, who looked clean-cut and upright, with a tall, straight figure. Beside him were a boy and a maidservant. The god scanned Qi Yuan and his group, his eyes flickering with curiosity. I am Yi Luyun. Greetings to all, he said, his gaze lingering on Qi Yuan. He was very curious about this group. After all, the leader seemed ordinary, yet he was accompanied by 6 true gods, each of whom looked extraordinary. The other followers, all at the peak of the Purple Palace, also seemed quite remarkable. Especially the one who had just spoken. Although he was only at the peak of the Purple Palace, for some reason, Yi Luyun felt a twinge of fear. Qi Yuan looked at Yi Luyun, his eyes filled with surprise. Are you from the Dragon clan? When Qi Yuan said this, Yi Luyun's expression momentarily changed, but he quickly composed himself. Your Excellency must be joking. I am not of the dragon race, Yi Luyun replied calmly, though curiosity and a hint of apprehension brewed within him. He had used a precious item to conceal his true aura, so how did the other party see through it? No 5 claws, not a Qinglong nor a Zulong, indeed not a true dragon, just a half-dragon at best, Qi Yuan commented nonchalantly. Moments earlier, Qi Yuan's eyes had revealed Yi Luyun's information, confirming his dragon lineage, which prompted his statement. Hearing this, Yi Luyun suppressed his initial disdain and felt a surge of complex emotions. He considered himself a pure-blood dragon with a rich lineage. If he wasn't a true dragon, then who was? As for those other types like 5-clawed dragons, Zulong, and Qinglong, he hadn't even heard of them, likely just some mongrel dragons. Although these thoughts brewed in his mind, he kept them to himself, not wanting to reveal too much. He observed Qi Yuan closely. And you are? Guardian deity of Qingshui village, origin celestial lord, Qi Yuan responded truthfully. Yi Luyun and his attendants exchanged puzzled glances. To Yi Luyun, Qi Yuan's power did match that of a village-level guardian deity. However, the fact that Qi Yuan had 6 true gods serving him like servants, holding umbrellas and offering fruit, was utterly bewildering. Even though Yi Luyun had a prestigious status within his clan and was respected by elders stronger than him, he couldn't imagine making them serve him in such a manner. If he ever dared ask his elders to feed him fruit, they'd probably break his legs, not out of a lack of affection but simply because it was beneath them. You must be here for the 100 Flowers Festival? Yi Luyun inquired. Yes, Qi Yuan nodded. Why don't we travel together? Yi Luyun suggested, intrigued by Qi Yuan. Sure, Qi Yuan agreed without hesitation. The group then set off together toward the North Sea's divine eye. As they journeyed, Yi Luyun began to explain, the dragon that terrorized this area was not particularly strong, but its talent was exceptional. It was considered the hope of the North Sea Dragon clan. However, it was slain by the third miss of the Phoenix clan, and since then, the Dragon clan has held a grudge against the Phoenix clan. Yi Luyun glanced at Chi-Chi and added, Miss, when you enter the North Sea's divine eye, it might be wise to conceal your aura. If the Dragon clan senses it, it could lead to trouble. Thank you for the warning, Chi-Chi replied. Standing nearby, Wang Wenqi cast a spell to conceal Chi-Chi's Phoenix aura. Of course, if a true god were to approach closely, they might still sense it, unless she used a treasure like the one Yi Luyun had used. Qi Yuan watched this unfold but made no move to intervene. Have you prepared for your trip to the North Sea's divine eye? Yi Luyun asked. I'm always preparing, Qi Yuan answered, thinking of his ongoing readiness to kill evil gods. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered any on this journey so far. It seems you have great ambitions, and I'm sure you'll make your mark at this 100 Flowers Festival, Yi Luyun remarked, still trying to discern Qi Yuan's background. Are there many treasures at the 100 Flowers Festival? Qi Yuan asked. Shenlei Grand Venerable was not from the northern lands and didn't know much about the festival, and the newly ascended true gods in his service had no experience with it either. Legend has it that at the last 100 Flowers Festival, a prodigy walked away with 7 treasures, each capable of elevating someone to true god status, Yi Luyun said, his tone tinged with envy. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. That many? How do you win them? These treasures were precisely what he lacked most. With enough of them, he could create an endless number of true gods, greatly expanding his influence. Well, it's not easy, Yi Luyun cautioned. In the North Sea's divine eye, a grand venerable named Changhua is in a deep slumber. She is undisputedly the first among the North Sea water tribe. The original purpose of the 100 Flowers Festival was to make the flowers bloom and awaken grand venerable Changhua. Yi Luyun continued, growing more certain that Qi Yuan was either from outside the area or someone without a strong backing, given his lack of knowledge on these matters. To make the flowers bloom, just add some fertilizer, right? If that doesn't work, get a dwarf to kiss her awake, Qi Yuan mused, his imagination running wild. Yi Luyun struggled to maintain his composure. Chi-Chi, sensing the awkwardness, explained, my godfather speaks like this all the time, please bear with him. Hearing Chi-Chi address Qi Yuan as godfather, only made Yi Luyun's composure falter further. This man had taken someone with phoenix blood as his goddaughter. That was quite the audacious move. If the third miss of the Phoenix clan were still around, wouldn't she have cut him down with a single strike? Pushing his thoughts aside, Yi Luyun resumed his explanation. The true gods who gather at the North Sea's divine eye each attempt to visualize a god related to Changhua. The more memories of Changhua they can awaken with their visualization methods, the more flowers will bloom in the 100 Flowers Garden, and the greater the rewards they'll receive. What if I've never met Changhua and can't visualize a god related to her? Qi Yuan asked honestly. He didn't know Changhua and had no way of visualizing a god connected to her, making it difficult to awaken her. That doesn't matter, Yi Luyun reassured him. Even if you haven't seen Changhua, the gods you visualize might have. As long as they can describe her, there's a chance they'll help awaken her. That's interesting, Qi Yuan thought the concept was intriguing. It seemed like the idea was to reconstruct Changhua from the memories of other gods and wake her up. But would the awakened Changhua still be the same? Unfortunately, I've never met her, nor can I visualize a god related to her, Qi Yuan admitted, feeling a bit down. Did this mean the treasures from Changhua were out of his reach? But since I'm already here, I might as well take a look, Qi Yuan decided, adhering to the fine tradition of making the most out of any situation. After all, he was here already, so why not? After about half an hour, Qi Yuan and Yi Luyun arrived at the North Sea's divine eye. A grand palace stood there, filled with powerful beings, most of whom were true gods. The gathering was lively, with true gods mingling and conversing. Qi Yuan glanced around, his interest waning. They were all ancient gods, not evil gods, not very exciting. His arrival, however, attracted considerable attention. While most true gods arrived with only a child servant or maid, Qi Yuan showed up with a security detail of more than 20 people, including 6 true gods, making him particularly conspicuous. Who was he? Never heard of him. Quite the entourage. 4 true gods acting as servants, he must be the son of a grand venerable. The ancient gods whispered among themselves, some envious, others dismissive of what they saw as ostentatious behavior. Qi Yuan and Yi Luyun found seats in the palace, waiting for everyone to arrive before the North Sea's divine eye would open. I want to eat those. Go get them for me, Qi Yuan said, feeling hungry after the journey, and ordered the 4 heavenly kings to fetch the food. The 4 heavenly kings, already stunning in appearance, had grown even more beautiful after becoming true gods, making them the center of attention in the hall. The other true gods, who relied on their talents to ascend, found it strange to see such beautiful servants. For them, ascending to godhood was a matter of talent, for these 4, it seemed to be about looks. At Qi Yuan's command, the 4 heavenly kings didn't hesitate. They moved gracefully to gather the food Qi Yuan had requested. Watching the 4 fairy-like figures clearing the table was indeed an unusual sight. Yi Luyun couldn't help but laugh. Qi Yuan, you're quite the character. During their journey, he had learned Qi Yuan's name. If I can't make the flowers bloom and win the treasures, at least I won't have come in vain. I might as well eat well, Qi Yuan explained reasonably. The 4 heavenly kings brought over the food, and Qi Yuan turned to the 18 arhats. You all eat too. Just then, an elderly voice interrupted. Are you the origin heavenly god of Qingshui village? A yellow-robed old man approached, his aura unmistakably that of a second-step true god, one of the most powerful in the hall. As he appeared, the 6 true gods serving Qi Yuan looked at him with apprehension. Yes, are you here to share a meal? Qi Yuan asked casually, glancing at the old man. I am the Dusk Venerable from the Ancient God Alliance. Recently, someone in the Alliance offended you, and I've come to apologize, the Dusk Venerable said sincerely. For a second-step true god to lower himself like this before someone who wasn't even a true god was surprising to the other gods present. The one who offended me has been dealt with, so we can consider the matter closed. I was half expecting you to come looking for trouble, but instead, you're here to apologize. I must say, I'm not quite used to it, Qi Yuan replied casually. We are all ancient gods, and we should support each other, not engage in mutual slaughter, the Dusk Venerable said, casting a glance at the gods around Qi Yuan before sending a message via divine sense. Are all these gods around you recently visualized through new methods? The Dusk Venerable had heard about Qi Yuan and knew he had recently visualized several powerful gods. After hearing about how Qingshui village survived a crisis, he concluded it was likely due to Qi Yuan visualizing another powerful god who became a true god to overcome the threat. The Dusk Venerable was well aware of Qingshui village's previous strength. Now, seeing so many true gods here, the explanation seemed obvious: new visualization methods. He quickly connected this to the recent event at the Visualization Mountain, where 21 legendary methods were revealed. Given the timing, he boldly guessed that the legendary figure was none other than the village guardian, Origin Celestial Lord. Such a figure was worth befriending, not offending. The Dusk Venerable's amiable approach led the other true gods to mistake Qi Yuan for the son of a grand venerable. Otherwise, why would a second-step true god go out of his way to befriend him? Yes, I visualize them, Qi Yuan answered the Dusk Venerable's query truthfully. Hearing this, the Dusk Venerable became even more excited. Would you be willing to sell some of these methods? I'd offer a high price, he offered, his desire evident. Visualization methods were valuable not only for followers but also for true gods. For a second-step true god like the Dusk Venerable, advancing further was incredibly difficult. However, a powerful visualization method might offer a breakthrough, provided the visualized god's path closely aligned with his own. Qi Yuan shook his head. I don't sell visualization methods. They're only for my followers. But if you come to Qingshui village, I might grant you one. The Dusk Venerable felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to use these methods to find a breakthrough or at least empower his followers. His path involved controlling water, a popular but challenging path to find suitable methods for. Without the potential for personal growth, he wasn't willing to become a follower of Qi Yuan. Well, I hope we can collaborate in the future, the Dusk Venerable said, maintaining his enthusiasm. With Qi Yuan's vast potential, he was certainly someone worth knowing. Just then, a woman's voice announced, now that everyone is here, please follow me into the North Sea's divine eye. A regal woman appeared, nodding at the gods gathered before her. Qi Yuan, having just finished a grape, joined the other true gods as they proceeded into the North Sea's divine eye. The divine eye resembled a giant vortex, sinking into the ground, radiating powerful spatial waves. The vortex wasn't filled with water but seemed to contain space itself. The woman holding a command token scanned each true god. After confirming there were no disguised new gods and that the invitations were in order, she allowed them all to enter. In an instant, the scene before Qi Yuan transformed. They now stood in what resembled an underwater palace. Budding flowers surrounded them, with lush greenery and vibrant plants filling the space. Various sea creatures like crabs, squid, and shellfish swam through the water. "Is there a golden cudgel here?" Qi Yuan suddenly blurted out, a thought crossing his mind. The nearby gods looked at him, puzzled. They had never heard of such an item. "What is that?" Yi Luyun asked. "It's a weapon wielded by a monkey, quite powerful, and it can calm the seas," Qi Yuan shrugged. According to the tale of Journey to the West, the golden cudgel was just a magical staff. However, in Qi Yuan's memory, it was a great treasure. What man wouldn't want a golden cudgel that could shrink or grow at will? With it, he could subdue demons and make all creatures obey him. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan lacked the divine energy to visualize the Monkey King and lacked the necessary treasures to break through to true godhood. Otherwise, bringing Sun Wukong to life would be a lot of fun. The noblewoman's voice interrupted his thoughts. She spoke with a hopeful tone, "The 100 Flowers Festival has begun. I invite you all to awaken a sea of flowers." At previous festivals, 2/3 of the sea of flowers had bloomed. But a third remained unopened. If all the flowers bloomed, Grand Venerable Changwa would awaken, providing the North Sea Water tribe with a pillar of strength, and they would no longer fear the Dragon Clan's encroachments. The gathered gods gazed at the budding flowers, deep in thought, eager to try their luck. After all, the treasures hidden within the North Sea's divine eye were valuable. Just one could elevate a follower to true godhood. Having a true god among one's followers was a crucial advantage in such turbulent times. At that moment, Yi Luyun spoke up, "Brother Qi, I'll give it a try." He was eager, having clearly longed for the 100 Flowers Festival's rewards. Yi Luyun stepped forward, drawing the attention of many. The ancient gods attending the 100 Flowers Festival were from nearby regions and were somewhat familiar with each other. Qi Yuan and Yi Luyun, however, were strangers to them. They were curious about Yi Luyun's attempt to awaken the flowers. Yi Luyun approached a budding flower. The flower was a Ningxiang jade, with emerald green buds emitting a unique fragrance. Long ago, when Changwa Grand Venerable achieved enlightenment, she favored keeping a Ningxiang jade flower by her bedside. Yi Luyun closed his eyes and began to visualize. Around him, murmurs started to spread. How dare he try to awaken Ningxiang jade? That's a bold move. Venerable Wu Qian, if I remember correctly, didn't you also attempt to awaken Ningxiang jade at the last 100 Flowers Festival and failed? It's very difficult. Attempting Ningxiang jade right away is quite audacious for an unknown true god. If he fails, it will be quite embarrassing. Most true gods usually started with simpler tasks. If your first attempt fails, it's quite awkward and can be seen as disrespectful to the North Sea Water tribe. Standing aside, Qi Yuan watched with interest. If I try to awaken a flower, will I be questioned like this too? Qi smiled, who would dare question Godfather? Qi Yuan chuckled. This time, he was just a spectator, and it was interesting to see Yi Luyun being questioned. Whether on Earth in his previous life or in various worlds, scenes like this were quite common. Whenever a controversial post was made online, it would attract all sorts of comments, much like the murmuring true gods around him. Today, let's just watch the show, Qi Yuan said. We can be the questioning or shocked spectators. After all, he didn't know this so-called Changwa Grand Venerable, so he naturally couldn't visualize a god related to her to awaken the flowers. At that moment, Yi Luyun suddenly opened his eyes. Visualization complete, he declared. All eyes were on him. Will it work? If Ningxiang jade blooms, the rewards will be enviable. Yi Luyun reached out and touched the petals of the Ningxiang jade flower. Immediately, a phantom appeared from the visualization method. Who is this? I've never seen this true god before. The phantom was that of a middle-aged man, looking quite ordinary. This true god is called Venerable Hengyuan. Before the Battle of Hongtang, he took pleasure in flowers. The Ningxiang jade was actually something he found in the Sky Sea and presented to Changwa Grand Venerable, Yi Luyun explained, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Unfortunately, Venerable Hengyuan's affection for her was unrequited. In simpler terms, Qi Yuan interpreted this as a somewhat cliched love story. The others, upon hearing this, were moved. I didn't expect such a story. It's normal for someone as stunning as Changwa Grand Venerable to have suitors. The crowd murmured, reflecting on the past. Without Yi Luyan's visualization of Venerable Hengyuan, this story might have been lost to history. The phantom of Venerable Hengyuan extended his hand, touching the Ningxiang jade. The flower, previously just a bud, blossomed with 7 green petals, releasing a rich fragrance that filled the air. 2 beams of white light flashed, landing in Yi Luyan's hands. The other true gods looked at the beams of light with envy or jealousy. Qi Yuan also looked envious. Now I know how those side characters in TV shows feel when they watch the main character showing off 2 treasures. I'm so jealous. 2 treasures that could create 2 true gods, how could Qi Yuan not be envious? This was exactly what he needed the most right now. His imagined army of 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals was still starving for resources. Yi Luyan's success spurred the other true gods into action. They eagerly began to visualize, trying to see if their visualized gods could awaken the flowers, whether or not they had any connection to Changhua Grand Venerable. Unfortunately, the results were poor. After half an hour, only 3 or 4 flowers had bloomed, and they were all ordinary, with mediocre rewards. In the depths of the 100 Flowers Palace, a beautiful woman in luxurious attire watched with disappointment. The 100 Flowers Festival gets worse every year. This woman, the organizer of the festival and the owner of the North Sea Divine Eye, was the Changhua Palace Lord. Changhua Grand Venerable was her master. Over the years, she had tirelessly hosted the 100 Flowers Festival, inviting guests from far and wide, all with the goal of awakening her master. Sadly, the results were diminishing. Li Yao, when will that person you invited, the one with some connection to the Phoenix clan, start visualizing? If I remember correctly, the 3rd miss of the Phoenix clan had some connection with my master. Maybe she can make a flower bloom. In the past, the Changhua Palace Lord wouldn't have concerned herself with such minor details. But now, with the festival's declining results, she was grasping at every possible hope. Li Yao lowered her head apologetically. Palace Lord, she is not the ancient god. The ancient god is the man beside her. Oh, I see, the Changhua Palace Lord glanced at Qi Yuan, understanding that Li Yao was using this as an opportunity to repay the Phoenix clan. She didn't dwell on it but felt even more drained of hope. The festival continued, with more and more ancient gods attempting to awaken the flowers. A few more treasures appeared, much to the envy of the participants. However, to the Changhua Palace Lord, these were merely drops in the ocean. Suddenly, Li Yao hurried over. Palace Lord, bad news. The Dragon Clan is causing trouble again. The Changhua Palace Lord's face darkened. Those foolish Jiaos are truly detestable. The North Sea Dragon Clan and the Water Tribe of Changhua Palace coexisted under the North Sea Divine Eye, often clashing. Unlike the Water Tribe, who chose to remain hidden and avoid worldly affairs, the North Sea Dragon Clan frequently ventured out to stir up trouble, earning a bad reputation. Block them. Don't let them disrupt the festival. The Changhua Palace Lord ordered urgently. But just then, a loud, arrogant voice rang out. We of the Dragon Clan have come with good intentions, to awaken Changhua Grand Venerable. If they can attend the festival, why can't we? A man in gold clothing appeared, radiating the aura of a true god. He was accompanied by 6 other dragons, all true gods at the peak of the first step, with 11 god apertures each. Among the true gods attending the festival, only a few top-tier ones could rival these 6 dragons, not to mention the gold-clad man who was a second-step true god. The arrival of these 7 dragons drew everyone's attention. The Changhua Palace Lord quickly stepped forward, her face stern. You are trespassing in my Changhua Palace. This is too much. The gold-clad man leered at the Changhua Palace Lord's voluptuous figure, his gaze heated. Compared to awakening Changhua Grand Venerable, this is nothing. The Changhua Palace Lord frowned. Jin Zhao, why have you come to the 100 Flowers Festival? Naturally, to awaken Changhua Grand Venerable, Jin Zhao replied casually. In truth, they were here more for entertainment than anything else. These are all guests of the festival, Jin Zhao. Behave yourself, the Changhua Palace Lord warned, her voice icy. Changhua Palace was stronger than the North Sea Dragon Clan, thanks to Changhua Grand Venerable. However, with Changhua Grand Venerable still in slumber, the Dragon Clan had gained the upper hand. The Changhua Palace Lord had no choice but to try to contain the situation. Don't worry, I'm here for the treasures. I wouldn't dream of causing trouble, Jin Zhao said as he casually walked into the festival. He eyed the various buds with amusement. If all these flowers bloomed, that would be quite a sight. The 6 dragons with him added, unfortunately, there are so many unbloomed flowers. This festival probably won't see them all bloom. The 100 Flowers Festival is declining. At this rate, it'll take 10 more festivals for all the flowers to bloom. The dragons were blunt in their criticism. The Changhua Palace Lord was displeased but had to admit there was truth to their words. The chances of Changhua Grand Venerable awakening were slim to none. Even so, the Changhua Palace Lord continued to allocate the treasures from the North Sea Divine Eye to the festival in hopes of awakening her master. At that moment, Jin Zhao turned to the Changhua Palace Lord. Palace Lord, if you can't awaken Changhua Grand Venerable, why not consider our North Sea Dragon Clan's proposal? Marry me, and we can use our Dragon Clan's God-summoning seal. It might just awaken Changhua Grand Venerable. This matter is not up for discussion. The Changhua Palace Lord's expression turned even grimmer. She knew exactly what the Dragon Clan wanted. While the God-summoning seal could indeed awaken Changhua Grand Venerable, it would awaken the spirit of a dragon, not her master. The Dragon Clan's Grand Venerable had been slain by the third miss of the Phoenix Clan long ago. Without a Grand Venerable of their own, the Dragon Clan sought to use Changhua Grand Venerable's body as a vessel for their own. Jin Zhao remained unperturbed. The north is far from peaceful. Without a Grand Venerable to guard the North Sea Divine Eye, 3 allied Grand Venerable level evil gods could break the Divine Eye's defenses. The Water Tribe under the North Sea Divine Eye needs a Grand Venerable. The Changhua Palace Lord did not respond, though she knew he was right. Jin Zhao's words were true, but she could never allow her master's body to be taken over by an old dragon. Their confrontation ended there, but Jin Zhao seemed to sense something and turned his gaze to Qi, then to Qi Yuan. The other 6 dragons also eyed Qi with hostility. Yi Luyun noticed this and became concerned, sending a message to Qi Yuan. Brother Qi, let's not get involved with them. If something happens, we should leave immediately. Yi Luyun was also of the dragon race but belonged to a branch at odds with the North Sea Dragon Clan, now forced to live in a secluded ancient well. Jin Zhao's gaze lingered on Qi Yuan, and he, along with his 6 true gods, approached. You look like a person of great stature, a true phoenix among men. Qi Yuan seemed to ignore Jin Zhao, instead turning to Zhao Zun. What's wrong with you? Zhao Zun, staring at the 7 dragons, felt an overwhelming surge of battle intent. Previously, he had felt something similar with Yi Luyun, but this time, it was far stronger, his eyes nearly glowing red. Master, I'm just a bit hungry, Zhao Zun muttered, swallowing. Jin Zhao's expression darkened, displeased by the response. But seeing the 6 true gods guarding Qi Yuan, even if they were weaker, Jin Zhao decided against picking a fight just yet. He spoke in a measured tone, your maidservant carries the bloodline of the Phoenix Clan. My North Sea Dragon Clan has long been at odds with the Phoenix Clan. Could you do me, Jin Zhao, a favor and hand her over? Of course, I'm not one to take advantage, I'll let you choose 3 of my new concubines in return. Jin Zhao's offer was generous. Among the sons of deities, it was not uncommon to exchange servants and concubines, a practice that was never considered a big deal. Seeing Qi Yuan's apparent arrogance, Jin Zhao assumed he was another spoiled second-generation god like himself. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. What makes you think you deserve any favor from me? Jin Zhao was momentarily stunned. The other gods were equally shocked. Jin Zhao had already lowered himself considerably, yet Qi Yuan refused to give him any face. Could Qi Yuan really be the son of a Grand Venerable? Jin Zhao's expression turned cold, though he remained wary. You refuse to give me face, but must you insult my North Sea Dragon Clan as well? You've already offended me by suggesting a trade for my goddaughter. Why should I give you any face? Qi Yuan retorted. You're not even as good as a lowly ghost flame boy, truly pathetic. You, Jin Zhao seethed, not fully understanding the reference but knowing he was being insulted. He wasn't the type to act rashly, however, so he decided to withdraw for now and investigate Qi Yuan's identity further. I'll remember this insult, Qi Yuan. Jin Zhao spat, turning to leave. The other gods watched with interest, some thinking Qi Yuan had overplayed his hand. After all, this was the North Sea Divine Eye, the Dragon Clan's territory. If they decided to retaliate, even a Grand Venerable son might not escape unscathed. Many thought Qi Yuan was being reckless, putting his life in the hands of the enemy's patience. But Qi Yuan suddenly called out to Jin Zhao. You think you can just leave after offending me? You're treating me like a joke, aren't you? In reality, Qi Yuan didn't care for caution in such situations. In a game, he would simply clear the board. Why should he hold back now? You 7 little minnows can go, but leave your divine energy behind, Qi Yuan demanded, his tone full of menace. The crowd was stunned. How could Qi Yuan dare to provoke Jin Zhao further? This was madness. The strength of Jin Zhao's group far exceeded that of Qi Yuan's 6 true gods. Qi Yuan's protectors were strong but clearly all early-stage true gods, without many god apertures opened. How dare you? Jin Zhao roared, fury blazing in his eyes. Because I'm perfectly equipped to deal with you, Qi Yuan replied, a grin spreading across his face. Qi Yuan's voice was calm, laced with a hint of mockery, leaving the gathered gods utterly stunned. They couldn't comprehend where Qi Yuan's confidence stemmed from. After all, this was the North Sea Divine Eye, the stronghold of the North Sea Dragon clan. Provoking them was akin to courting death. Jin Zhao glared at Qi Yuan, his eyes blazing with fury. Even if your father is a grand venerable, today you're staying here. He was truly enraged. No matter what, Qi Yuan would not leave this place unscathed. Behind Qi Yuan, his 6 true gods stood fearless before the formidable enemy, ready for battle at any moment. At that moment, an elderly man, also a second-step true god, intervened, trying to mediate. We are all ancient gods, and with external enemies pressing in, we should avoid conflict and prioritize peace. This old man was known as a peacemaker. Jin Zhao's expression softened slightly at his words, though he still stared daggers at Qi Yuan. Hand over the girl, and we'll let this go. Qi Yuan's expression darkened. This person was putting on too much of an act. Leave your divine power behind, and I'll spare the North Sea Dragon clan, Qi Yuan retorted coldly. While Jin Zhao's words hinted at reconciliation, Qi Yuan's tone left no room for negotiation. To those unfamiliar with the situation, it might even seem like Qi Yuan was the villain. Beside him, Yi Luyun grew anxious, repeatedly sending messages to Qi Yuan. Brother Qi, you're being too rash. Shouldn't we just leave? Qi Yuan, however, remained unconcerned. He replied telepathically, is he a young god? If not, why should I lose face by running away? At the same time, Wang Henzunj, the Dusk Venerable, sent a message as well. Venerable Origin, if things get out of hand, I can step in and hold off Jin Zhao for you. This offer came with considerable risk, as it meant thoroughly offending the North Sea Dragon clan. But Wang Henzunj considered the legendary feat of Qi Yuan visualizing 21 legendary gods at once and decided it was worth it. If he publicized this event, many ancient gods would rush to Qi Yuan's aid. He figured this was where Qi Yuan's confidence came from. Thanks for the offer, but it's not necessary yet, Qi Yuan responded. Facing Jin Zhao, he remained utterly unflustered and unworried. The Changhua Palace Lord was not pleased with the situation. She wanted to stop the fight, but since both sides seemed intent on conflict, her hands were tied. She could only sigh and say, if you must fight, do it in the North Sea's ancient battlefield. Do not damage the waters. Before the arrival of the evil gods, the true gods of this world would battle in designated ancient battlefields to avoid harming mortals. However, with the arrival of the evil gods, such considerations were often discarded, with little regard for the destruction left in their wake. Fine, Jin Zhao gritted his teeth, eyes burning with anger. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. Let's go. With that, they all made their way toward the ancient battlefield. The gathered ancient gods watched on, each with their own thoughts. The Changhua Palace Lord could only feel helpless. This year's 100 Flowers Festival seemed destined to end in disappointment. Changhua Grand Venerable remained in slumber, leaving the future of Changhua Palace uncertain. Soon, the group arrived at the ancient battlefield, a place where the space was remarkably stable, even more so than in the rest of the world. This was unlike the empty void of the Kanglan realm. As Qi Yuan entered the ancient battlefield, his eyes showed a trace of surprise. Ancient battlefield, the birthplace of Fangxin world, where primordial gods and demons emerged from the chaos. The ancient battlefield was the origin of Fangxin world. Qi Yuan was slightly taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, the ancient gods observing from afar had mixed expressions. This venerable origin is far too reckless. Spoiled brats will always be spoiled brats. Sigh, we ancient gods are already in decline, why must we fight among ourselves? One side has a second-step true god and 6 peak first-step true gods, the other side has 6 early-stage first-step true gods. How could they possibly win? None of the ancient gods had any confidence in Qi Yuan's chances. The disparity in strength was just too vast. Even Wang Henzunj watched intently from a distance, ready to intervene if necessary to save Qi Yuan. After all, offering aid in times of need is far more valuable than adding to a victory. Now in the ancient battlefield, Jin Zhao, no longer restrained, exploded in fury. How dare you humiliate me in Changhua Palace? You deserve death. With a roar, the 6 true gods at Jin Zhao's side revealed their true forms. 6 massive Jiaolongs, scaled dragons, ascended into the sky, their powerful auras intertwining as they coiled together, exuding an unmatched sense of power. In the North Sea, our dragon clan rules the waters. We are the natural kings here. Jin Zhao roared, full of confidence. To kill you, there's no need for me to act personally. At his command, the 6 gigantic Jiaolongs locked their lantern-sized eyes on Qi Yuan, their gaze cold and menacing. But Qi Yuan remained unmoved. I may not have Nezha, but I do have the dragon-subduing Arhat. Qi Yuan glanced at Zhao Zun. Weren't you hungry? Today I'll allow it, you can break your vow and eat meat. Zhao Zun's visualized god was the dragon-subduing Arhat. According to some myths, Ji Gong was a reincarnation of the dragon-subduing Arhat, so technically, breaking a vow could be seen as justifiable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zun stepped forward, his body as solid as bronze, causing the ground to tremble. The sight puzzled the other ancient gods. Purple Mansion perfection. A purple mansion cultivator facing off against true gods. Even the legendary Wuxi Saint Mother couldn't do that. Is he seeking death? These ancient gods were baffled by the decision to have a mere purple mansion cultivator fight when 6 true gods were at hand. Yi Luyun, observing from the crowd, felt a growing sense of unease as he watched Zhao Zun. He couldn't comprehend why he felt so terrified of a stranger, especially one seemingly weaker than himself. Jin Zhao felt a similar unease, but his strength gave him confidence. A mere purple mansion cultivator dares to challenge us. At that moment, a voice rang out. Brother, I'll assist you. Happy Arhat declared, stepping forward. He was one of the 2 true god Arhats. I'll join as well, long-browed Arhat added. The 2 placed their hands on Zhao Zun, and divine power surged into his body. Instantly, a pseudo-divine aperture formed within Zhao Zun. The other ancient gods were stunned. What technique is this? How can they transfer their power to another? How can a purple mansion cultivator's body withstand divine power? These ancient gods were perplexed. Today's events were defying their understanding. But even with the borrowed strength of 2 true gods, Zhao Zun was still outmatched by Jin Zhao's forces. Yi Luyun, watching Zhao Zun, felt his fear growing. He couldn't understand it, but the terror he felt was undeniable. Jin Zhao was similarly disturbed, but he refused to back down. What are you? No matter, you'll die just the same. The 6 Jiaolongs roared, their massive forms surging forward, ready to devour their prey. For anyone with a fear of large creatures, this sight would have been paralyzing. But Zhao Zun took another step forward, his gaze steady as he declared, Heaven's divine dragon. Behind Zhao Zun, a phantom of a divine dragon appeared, its body pure gold, with 5 claws. Yet, this dragon was a corpse, its scales shattered, its body torn apart. Yi Luyun's heart pounded. A grand venerable, no, a 7-step true dragon. In Fengxin world, the dragon clan wasn't particularly powerful, with fewer than 20 grand venerables even in ancient times. The strongest among them had only reached the 6th step. Now, seeing the remains of a 7-step true dragon here, how could Yi Luyun not be shocked and terrified? The other ancient gods were similarly awestruck. They couldn't identify the dragon's exact level but knew it was incredibly powerful. Jin Zhao gritted his teeth. Impossible. Zhao Zun took another step forward. Earth's Jiaolong, man's poison dragon. 2 more terrifying dragon phantoms appeared, both mutilated beyond recognition, lifeless. Behind these, countless other dragon corpses floated, some had their hearts ripped out, others had their tendons severed. It was clear these dragons had all been slain by the god Zhao Zun was visualizing. Zhao Zun's eyes gleamed with gold as he looked at the 6 Jiaolongs. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be destroyed. By the authority of my heavenly venerable law, I have come to subdue dragons. As Zhao Zun's voice rang out, his entire body radiated a golden light, surrounded by an infinite, all-encompassing Buddhist glow. He seemed to transform into an invincible war god as he charged at the 6 Jiaolongs. The once mighty and fierce Jiaolongs now trembled in terror as if they were mice facing a cat, completely losing their will to fight. Kill! Zhao Zun roared, tearing one of the Jiaolongs in half with his bare hands. The creature let out a terrifying scream as Zhao Zun's fist shattered its divine apertures. Jin Zhao, witnessing this, was filled with a growing fear. He bellowed, "Kill him!" The remaining Jiaolongs, despite their fear, charged at Zhao Zun in a desperate attack. Under the dragon-subduing curse, even a 5-clawed golden dragon must submit. You Jiaolongs are nothing but minnows. Zhao Zun shouted as he lunged toward the Jiaolongs. Despite the Jiaolongs having more divine apertures and greater inherent power, they were utterly powerless under the might of the dragon-subduing curse. Within moments, Zhao Zun had ripped the 6 Jiaolongs apart. Blood and broken dragon bodies littered the battlefield, creating a gruesome scene. The 6 dragon corpses joined the other dragon phantoms behind Zhao Zun, forming a growing procession of defeated dragons. Jin Zhao, drenched in dragon blood, felt his vision blur. "You monster, die! I am a second-step true god, my dragon blood is pure. How could I fear you?" Jin Zhao roared, transforming into his dragon form and charging at Zhao Zun, his aura 10 times more powerful than the Jiaolongs. Zhao Zun met Jin Zhao's gaze, his entire body brimming with fighting spirit. "I have seen the sky-breaking Yinglong. You dare call yourselves pure-blooded dragons?" Zhao Zun's massive hands grabbed Jin Zhao's enormous dragon body, hoisting it into the air. Jin Zhao struggled fiercely, his divine power surging, but he couldn't break free from Zhao Zun's grip. The power of the dragon-subduing curse gave Zhao Zun an overwhelming advantage against the dragon race. Lesser Jiaolongs are nothing more than food for immortals. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, how dare you act so arrogantly? Zhao Zun sneered, thrusting his hand into Jin Zhao's body and ripping out his liver. Jin Zhao howled in agony, but Zhao Zun was unimpressed. This inferior dragon liver isn't even worthy of a banquet. With a swift motion, Zhao Zun smashed Jin Zhao's head into the ground, shattering his skull. He then methodically crushed each of Jin Zhao's divine apertures. In the face of the dragon-subduing curse, Jin Zhao was utterly helpless. After dismantling Jin Zhao, Zhao Zun stood covered in blood, surrounded by the remains of the dragons he had slain. The other ancient gods watching from afar were struck with terror. They couldn't comprehend what they had just witnessed. Zhao Zun scanned the crowd with cold eyes. "My Dharma title was bestowed upon me by my heavenly Venerable. I am the dragon-subduing Arhat." His voice reverberated across the battlefield. As the echo of his words faded, the immense power surrounding Zhao Zun began to dissipate, and his aura returned to that of a purple mansion cultivator. The onlookers were left speechless. Yi Luyun, who had been observing with a growing sense of dread, was now fully shaken. The dragon-subduing Arhat. Wang Hanzunj was equally stunned. To dare take the title of dragon-subduing, this god must be terrifying. After all, claiming the title of dragon-subduing meant opposing the entire dragon race. Although dragons in the Fangsun world were not the mightiest, they were still a formidable force that even a grand venerable would think twice about crossing. The dragon-subduing Arhat, who was he in ancient times? The ancient gods were filled with unease, unable to comprehend the depths of today's events. Moreover, when the dragon-subduing Arhat had invoked the dragon-subduing curse, the phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon had appeared behind him, a dragon that Yi Luyun recognized as a 7-step true dragon, far more powerful than any dragon ancestor who had only reached the 6th step. The realization of such a being's defeat under the Arhat's hands left him profoundly unsettled. The legends Zhao Zun had uttered during the battle, mentioning the sky-breaking Yinglong and immortal feasts, seemed too terrifying to be true. Yi Luyun couldn't stop shaking as he pondered whether everything Zhao Zun had said might actually be real. The ancient gods remained rooted to the spot, still processing the shocking events. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan nonchalantly glanced at the dragon liver in Zhao Zun's hand. "I don't eat livers from transformed dragons. It's not worth much, just toss it." Qi Yuan had reaped the divine power of 7 dragons, making this one of the most lucrative encounters since his arrival in this world. He was in a cheerful mood. These dragons were such considerate donors, Qi Yuan mused as he glanced at the other ancient gods. "Anyone else here eyeing my goddaughter? Feel free to speak up." The ancient gods immediately took a step back, responding in unison, "We wouldn't dare." Chi-Chi, hearing this, felt a warm glow in her heart. She believed her godfather was defending her, and her heart was filled with gratitude. Since the collapse of the heavenly pavilion and the death of her kin, this was the first time she had felt so cherished by someone, strong, domineering, and protective. Qi Yuan, oblivious to his goddaughter's thoughts, was slightly disappointed. His goddaughter had unintentionally drawn out these aggressors, but there hadn't been many takers. "Now that the battle is over, let's return to the 100 Flowers Festival," Qi Yuan declared. With that, he led the 4 heavenly kings and 18 Arhats back to the event. The ancient gods watching from the sidelines remained deeply shaken. As they returned to the festival, the event continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. Many of the gods were now more focused on Qi Yuan than on the festival itself. The Changhua Palace Lord advised Qi Yuan, Venerable Origin, since this is the North Sea Dragon clan's territory, you should leave quickly after killing Jin Zhao. Her companion, a middle-aged woman, also eyed Qi Yuan curiously. Initially, she had only allowed him to attend as a favor to her friend. But now, she realized this was no mere village-level guardian deity, this was a powerful and influential figure. The 100 Flowers Festival isn't over yet. Why should I leave? Qi Yuan responded. With 7 dragon kills under his belt, Qi Yuan wasn't worried about the North Sea Dragon clan seeking revenge. I'm still hoping to get some treasures. Alas, my followers are hungry for them, Qi Yuan said, glancing at the 18 arhats, visibly disappointed. The Changhua Palace Lord sighed and gave up trying to persuade him. With the festival now more than halfway through, the gods redoubled their efforts to awaken the flowers, though with little success. Only a third of the flowers had yet to bloom. Qi Yuan stood off to the side, bored. Sigh, being too handsome has its drawbacks. If I had a more provocative face, someone would have definitely come over to mock me by now, challenging me to visualize a god and awaken the flowers, he lamented. Yi Luyun shook his head in disbelief. He wanted to say, with your power, who would dare provoke you? If only I could be insulted and doubted by the crowd, then I could visualize a god and shock everyone. That would be quite the scene, Qi Yuan mused aloud. He finished speaking and began winking to Wang Henzunj from a distance. Wang Henzunj noticed Qi Yuan's continuous blinking and found it strange, not understanding his intent. Seeing this, Qi Yuan sighed and said, I also want the flowers to bloom. I also want to obtain the treasures. Qi Yuan didn't care if the flowers bloomed, what he wanted were the treasures. Yi Luyun's 2 treasures nearly made him drool. He was slightly annoyed, wondering why it wasn't Jin Zhao who had obtained them. Wang Henzunj seemed to grasp the meaning behind Qi Yuan's words, and with a faint smile, he approached him. I've heard that the Origin Heavenly Venerable has unparalleled talent in visualization. Why not give it a try? Perhaps you can make the flowers bloom. With these words, the attention of all the other ancient gods shifted to Qi Yuan. They were quite curious about this mysterious figure. Even the Changhua Palace Lord's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation as she looked at Qi Yuan. But the gods I know don't know Changhua Dazan, Qi Yuan replied truthfully. If I can't make the flowers bloom, you won't laugh at me, right? Qi Yuan said this as he glanced around at the ancient gods. The ancient gods quickly waved their hands. How could we? Whether they bloom or not, it's not a big deal. Why would we mock you? Heavenly Venerable, give it a try. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, I'll be the first to take action. The ancient gods were all very accommodating. A smile appeared in Qi Yuan's eyes. This world is still full of good people. Everyone is so reasonable. Qi Yuan thought to himself that if the characters in TV shows and anime were as reasonable as he was, others wouldn't dare mock them either. Mockers would be dealt with immediately. Since you all want me to give it a try, I'll give it a try. Who knows, the flowers might bloom, Qi Yuan said. After all, it was just a try, maybe he could get some treasures. At that moment, Qi Yuan entered the visualization mountain. As he passed by the group chat, many messages appeared before his eyes. Godfather is visualizing again. Dong Zhonghe, just don't believe it. Can he succeed again? How can there be such an absurd thing in this world? The true gods in the Battle of Hongtang were only so many. How could there be so many that escaped? Could he really be a true genius? Confident, Qi Yuan didn't respond in the chat, he didn't want to recognize a bunch of godsons. He entered the visualization realm and immediately saw the visualization mountain. After some thought, Qi Yuan softly said, a peerless beauty, unmatched in the world, incomparable among 1,000. As Qi Yuan's voice echoed, the shadow of a stunning woman appeared, draped in brilliant multicolored garments. The star core golden elixir shone upon her, and the heart's second inquiry began again. A few moments later, Dong Zhonghe in the group chat almost spat blood. My Eastern Heavenly Emperor's time has truly run out. How can there be another legend? Seeing the golden light and hearing the chirping of countless birds, Dong Zhonghe was completely at a loss. Back at the 100 Flowers Festival, Qi Yuan opened his eyes. Let's hope the Flower Fairy can bring me some unexpected gains. Everyone else was watching Qi Yuan closely. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and a visualization method floated beside Qi Yuan. A legend, the old good-natured second-step true god widened his eyes in shock. The blooming of flowers wasn't determined by the level of the visualization method. Sometimes, an ordinary one could make the flowers bloom. So far, Nothing rare had appeared at the festival. But now, a legendary one had suddenly emerged. How could they not be shocked? The other ancient gods looked at each other in astonishment. A legendary level. In ancient times, this would have belonged to a sixth step or higher great power. Such a visualization method could almost certainly create a grand venerable. Seeing it at the 100 Flowers Festival was truly astounding. Wang Hanzunj was also shocked, but his reaction was milder than the others. After all, he had already witnessed 21 legends before, one more was easier for him to accept. He looked at Qi Yuan, trying to figure out what identity he had in ancient times. How did he know so many powerful ancient true gods, many of whom were unheard of? Heavenly Venerable, what connection does this god have with Changhua Dazan? Wang Hanzunj couldn't help but ask. The Changhua Palace Lord also looked expectantly at Qi Yuan. Such a powerful visualization method might indeed be connected with Changhua Dazan and could possibly awaken her. This god is called the Flower Fairy, known as the Mistress of Flowers. She probably doesn't know Changhua Dazan, Qi Yuan said. The others felt unfamiliar with the title of Flower Fairy. Since they're both related to flowers, Changhua Venerable might know this Flower Fairy. The Changhua Palace Lord said excitedly. All eyes were now on the visualization method beside Qi Yuan, eagerly awaiting the blooming of the flowers. Qi Yuan looked at the visualization method and softly said, "Go ahead, Flower Fairy." Suddenly, the shadow of a woman appeared from the visualization method. The woman gracefully walked forward, holding colorful ribbons. Even though she was just a phantom, the ancient god's presence seemed to catch a faint scent of fragrance. A fragrance of all seasons, a gentle breeze of the evening. The shadow of the Flower Fairy stretched out a finger, seemingly crossing space as it touched each flower. Some were in bud, while others were already blooming. This scene puzzled the ancient gods. Suddenly, an ancient god widened his eyes. These flowers, he began to speak but glanced at Qi Yuan and didn't finish his sentence. The other ancient gods also looked at each other. The Changhua Palace Lord's pupils contracted sharply. What's happening? The flowers, why are they closing? That's right, as the Flower Fairy's shadow appeared, the flowers at the 100 Flowers Festival began to change drastically. But instead of blooming, most of them closed up, turning from fully bloomed flowers into buds, with some even disappearing. Hearing the Changhua Palace Lord's question, Qi Yuan muttered, "Maybe they've shut themselves down." The others tried to stifle their laughter, thinking it was a miracle that Qi Yuan had lived so long. The Changhua Palace Lord quickly turned to Qi Yuan. "Make her stop, stop. If this continued, all the flowers at the festival would shut themselves. The efforts of Changhua Palace over the years would be in vain." Qi Yuan watched the scene and sighed. It's too late. With the appearance of the Flower Fairy's shadow, 3/4 of the originally blooming flowers had chosen to shut themselves. The number of blooming flowers had drastically decreased, making the 100 Flowers Festival more like the 100 Buds Festival. The ancient gods watched this in silence, their hearts filled with unspoken words. This isn't the Flower Fairy, this is the Flower Crusher. Instead of making the flowers bloom, she's making them close. The title of Flower Fairy doesn't fit at all. The Changhua Palace Lord is out of luck. The bitterness of this can only be swallowed. These ancient gods pitied Changhua Palace. Thousands of years of planning for the 100 Flowers Festival had been ruined. Less than a quarter of the flowers were now in bloom. The Changhua Palace Lord slumped to the ground, her eyes vacant. It's over, it's all over. With the flowers closing, getting them to bloom again would be incredibly difficult. Her master, Changhua Dazan, might never awaken again. The disciples of Changhua Palace were also dejected, filled with sorrow. The ancient gods attending the festival looked somber, their faces reflecting their regret. Suddenly, Qi Yuan laughed. "I understand now why the flowers closed." His laughter was completely out of place in the somber atmosphere. The Changhua Palace Lord glared at Qi Yuan, gritting her teeth, feeling an urge to bite him. Who cared why the flowers closed? They cared about making them bloom and awakening Changhua Dazan. Qi Yuan's words felt like a one-man show, with no one joining in. Qi Yuan didn't mind the lack of response. He continued speaking. On the Queen Mother's birthday, all the immortals sent their blessings. A fairy suggested inviting the Flower Fairy to make all the flowers bloom, adding to the festivity. Everyone's attention was drawn to his words. Who was this Queen Mother? But flowers bloom in their own time, with specific seasons and places. How can they bloom against their nature? The Flower Fairy didn't want all the flowers to bloom simultaneously, so she refused. Qi Yuan recounted a story from his memory, similar to the tale of Wu Zetian and the peony flowers. The ancient gods pondered the story, realizing that the flowers might have closed due to the flower fairy's influence. She didn't want the flowers to bloom out of season. This reasoning made sense to them. But even if it did, the flowers had closed. The Changhua Palace Lord was heartbroken and couldn't find the words to express her despair. But then, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Thank you, Heavenly Venerable, for your enlightenment." With this voice, the ancient gods felt a chill in their hearts. They saw a beautiful woman gracefully emerge from the depths of Changhua Palace. Her eyes gradually shifted from confusion to clarity. She wore a golden floral necklace around her neck, and her white dress was adorned with 3 unique flowers and plants. Her presence felt like 100 flowers blooming, the sky clearing, and a subtle fragrance filling the air. Changhua Venerable, the second step true god widened his eyes in shock. The woman before them was none other than Changhua Dazan, who had been asleep for thousands of years. The Changhua Palace Lord was also stunned. She looked at the familiar figure, her eyes filled with excitement. Master. This woman was indeed her master, Changhua Venerable. But how had she awakened? Changhua Venerable approached Qi Yuan, placing her left hand over her right and bowing. This humble woman has long been stuck at the 4th step, unable to grasp the flower god divinity. But today, thanks to the Heavenly Venerable's words, I've had a revelation. Changhua Venerable had been injured and asleep, with only 2 ways to awaken. The first was for all the flowers to bloom, restoring all her memories and allowing her to wake up, though still as her injured self. The second was to break through her own limitations and comprehend the flower god divinity. No one in Changhua Palace had considered this option because even a Grand Venerable couldn't help Changhua Venerable grasp the flower god divinity. Moreover, even if Changhua Venerable had been awake, comprehending the flower god divinity wouldn't have been easy. But now, with Qi Yuan's visualization of the flower fairy, the flowers had closed, and his words had led Changhua Venerable to understand the essence of the flower god divinity, allowing her to break through and awaken. The other ancient gods were stunned. Changhua Venerable has broken through. She has grasped the flower god divinity. The ancient gods were filled with envy. Divinity was something even Grand Venerables coveted. Gods of the Venerable rank couldn't even touch it. Only a Grand Venerable had a slight chance of reaching divinity. A Grand Venerable who attained divinity was said to have the potential to surpass Yin God realm. Of course, this was just a saying. In ancient times, many Grand Venerables had grasped divinity, but none had truly transcended the Yin God realm. But it was still an extraordinary feat. With just a visualization method, the Origin Heavenly Venerable had awakened Changhua Venerable and led her to comprehend divinity. This was too incredible. The ancient gods looked at Qi Yuan with burning eyes. Changhua Venerable stepped forward, shedding any airs of a Grand Venerable. "If the Heavenly Venerable does not mind, this humble woman would like to serve as your disciple." Her words left the ancient gods even more stunned. A Grand Venerable wanting to become the disciple of a Purple Mansion cultivator who wasn't even a true god. The Changhua Palace Lord was wide-eyed. Did this mean she would have to call Qi Yuan, Master? Qi Yuan looked at Changhua Venerable and shook his head. "I don't take disciples." He couldn't be bothered with taking disciples. Qi Yuan's response left everyone even more astonished. In their place, they would have gladly accepted. This was a Grand Venerable, after all. Moreover, she was a benevolent Grand Venerable, genuinely offering her allegiance. Anyone would have accepted her as a disciple. Yi Luyun, standing nearby, wore an expression of disbelief. Changhua Venerable was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this outcome. She looked at Qi Yuan, her eyes reflecting a swirling resolve as if she had made a decision. This humble woman is willing to serve the Heavenly Venerable at all times. This statement left the ancient gods utterly shocked. This was a Grand Venerable, and a beautiful one at that. Qi Yuan looked at Changhua Dazan and casually said, "I don't need a maid. How about becoming a citizen of my Qingshui village instead?" In any case, Qi Yuan and Changhua Venerable's conversation left everyone speechless. Changhua Venerable nodded, her eyes filled with joy. "Thank you, Heavenly Venerable." In the Fangxin world, this kind of conversation was akin to signing a contract. As long as Changhua Venerable acknowledged it and Qi Yuan permitted it, she would now be considered one of Qi Yuan's citizens. "Good, our village finally has a Grand Venerable. I'll reward you with this visualization method." Qi Yuan casually handed over the precious visualization method. Even as a Grand Venerable, Changhua Venerable felt a surge of excitement upon receiving it. "Oh, right, since I've awakened you, shouldn't the treasures that can help true gods break through here belong to me?" Qi Yuan asked. He had come to the 100 Flowers Festival specifically for these treasures. Recruiting Changhua Dazan as a citizen was an unexpected bonus. Of course, Changhua Dazan nodded, waving her delicate hand. Instantly, 25 treasures flew into her hand from the North Sea God's Eye. Currently, only 25 treasures have been born in the North Sea God's Eye. They're all here. The North Sea God's Eye was a special place where treasures would periodically appear. Changhua Palace had more treasures than most ordinary supreme beings. Qi Yuan, holding the 25 treasures, was delighted. This trip was worth it. I've profited. His words left the Changhua Palace Lord at a loss for words. The other ancient gods also found the Origin Heavenly Venerable's approach amusing. Didn't recruiting Changhua Venerable count as a profit? Qi Yuan looked at Changhua Dazan and thought of something. Haven't any of the North Sea Dragon clan come to apologize to me yet? With a Grand Venerable by his side, Qi Yuan decided to take full advantage. The North Sea Dragon clan had offended him, he wouldn't let the matter rest without some compensation. The ancient gods exchanged glances. Before, they would have said that the North Sea Dragon clan would be happy just not to cause you trouble. Why would they come to apologize? But now, Qi Yuan's words made perfect sense. The Changhua Palace Lord's expression shifted several times before she stepped forward respectfully. The old dragons of the North Sea Dragon clan have already awakened. They're likely still discussing the incident at the ancient battlefield. Since Qi Yuan had killed Jin Zhao, the Changhua Palace Lord had been closely monitoring the movements of their neighboring North Sea Dragon clan. In the North Sea Dragon clan, there was still an old dragon at the third step. At this moment, the dragons were probably still deliberating over Jin Zhao's death. They're too slow. No wonder they're not a significant force, Qi Yuan remarked casually. Changhua Dazan, lead the way. I want to visit the North Sea Dragon clan. As you command, Heavenly Venerable. Changhua Venerable smiled sweetly. For her, serving the Heavenly Venerable was a good way to strengthen their relationship. At the North Sea Dragon clan, 5 old dragons had gathered, their conversation filled with anger. Have you found out his identity yet? Asked the leader, dressed in a golden robe, his gaze fierce. No, another old dragon replied, his voice filled with helplessness. Taking the name, Dragon Subduer, how arrogant. Sigh, our North Sea Dragon clan has suffered a great loss. It's truly infuriating. The deaths of Jin Zhao and the 6 other dragons represented a significant blow to the North Sea Dragon clan, as they were among the clan's most promising and powerful members. Aside from the present Dragon Sovereign, who was at the 3rd step of Heavenly Ascension, the rest of the old dragons were only at the 1st step and lacked further potential. Dressed in gold, the Dragon Sovereign's gaze was filled with fury. Breaking the backbone of our clan, even if his father is a Grand Venerable, we cannot let this go. Indeed, this cannot be left unresolved, came a calm voice. The space around them rippled, and a group of ancient gods appeared in the palace. Qi Yuan, smiling, looked at the 5 old dragons. You haven't compensated me yet. The Dragon Sovereign's pupils shrank suddenly. You, Changhua Venerable, how are you awake? He immediately realized that Changhua Venerable had brought this group into his palace. His heart trembled, he hadn't expected Changhua Venerable to awaken. Whether she's awake or not is none of your concern. I'm here to demand compensation. That Jin Zhao offended me, and unless you bring out some treasures, my anger won't be appeased, Qi Yuan said lazily, like an entitled second-generation aristocrat. How dare you speak while I'm addressing Changhua Venerable? The Dragon Sovereign couldn't help but retort. Speaking rudely to the Heavenly Venerable is punishable by death, Changhua Venerable immediately acted. Her divine domain spread out, and within it, the Dragon Sovereign, despite being at the 3rd step of Heavenly Ascension, was reduced to the state of a mere mortal. With a simple push of her hand, the divine power struck the Dragon Sovereign's body. There was no sound, but the Dragon Sovereign spat out blood, and one of his divine apertures shattered. Destroying one of your divine apertures is a warning, Changhua Venerable said, withdrawing her divine domain. She stood quietly beside Qi Yuan, like a loyal servant. Qi Yuan looked at Changhua Venerable approvingly, then glanced at the Dragon Sovereign. You really lack insight. Didn't you notice the other 4 old dragons beside you were too scared to speak? The Dragon Sovereign, weakened and defeated, looked at Qi Yuan but dared not say another word. He was utterly baffled. Why was Changhua Venerable treating Qi Yuan with such deference? Could Qi Yuan be her son? But the respect she showed Qi Yuan didn't align with that explanation. Qi Yuan turned to the 5 old dragons. You've offended me. Now, open up your treasury. I'll choose some items, and this matter will be settled. The dragon sovereign lay on the ground, not daring to speak. The 5 old dragons communicated rapidly in secret, trying to find a way out of this situation. After a few moments, an old dragon stepped forward, his posture extremely low. Heavenly Venerable, Jin Zhao deserved his fate for angering you. His death was justified. Understanding that discretion was the better part of valor, these old dragons no longer mentioned revenge. Lead the way to the treasury, Qi Yuan said, uninterested in their grievances. His focus was on acquiring treasures. If the treasures don't satisfy me, well. Qi Yuan chuckled ominously, making the 5 old dragons tense up, feeling the threat of death. The old dragon in a green robe hunched over, abandoning the dragon clan's usual arrogance. Please, follow me, Heavenly Venerable. As they moved, Qi Yuan glanced at the dragon sovereign lying on the ground like a dead fish. Actually, I preferred you when you were more defiant. Hearing this, the dragon sovereign felt a surge of anger, spitting out blood and seemingly fainting from rage. Let's go to the treasury, Qi Yuan ordered, waving his hand. The group followed the green-robed old dragon to the treasury. Qi Yuan was slightly surprised by what he saw. A treasury built inside a prison, quite creative. Aren't you worried the prisoners might escape with your wealth? The North Sea Dragon clan's treasury wasn't in a separate palace but deep within a prison. The green-robed old dragon quickly explained, we heard that the Heavenly Venerable particularly values treasures that can help one break through to the true God realm. Such treasures are all stored in the dragon prison, where a spring occasionally produces them. This spring was similar to the North Sea God's Eye, where treasures occasionally emerged. Most of the treasures in Changhua Palace were obtained in this way. Soon, they arrived at the spring. Qi Yuan looked over. Open black lens bracket North Sea Spring. Occasionally produces treasures. Close black lens bracket. There are only 7. That's not many. Qi Yuan took the 7 treasures, his expression indifferent. Having already received 25 treasures earlier, these 7 didn't excite him. Noticing Qi Yuan's apparent dissatisfaction, the green-robed old dragon began to sweat. Aren't there other treasuries? Qi Yuan asked. There are. The green-robed old dragon quickly replied, afraid of displeasing Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at the 18 arhats and the 4 heavenly kings. Go check out their treasury. See if there's anything useful. At your command, the 4 heavenly kings and the 18 arhats followed the green-robed old dragon to the treasury. Qi Yuan examined the treasures in his hand, trying something but then showing a disappointed expression. Still not enough. Indeed, even with 30 treasures, he couldn't break through the barrier to the true God realm. Changhua Dazan, do you know any way to break through to the true God realm without using these treasures? Qi Yuan asked. Changhua Dazan was surprised. She understood that the Heavenly Venerable's talent was too extraordinary, far surpassing even the unfed Holy Mother, and this was likely why he couldn't break through. Without hesitation, she replied, after the heavenly pillar broke, in the Fengsin world, only treasures can break the barrier. To reach the true God realm, there are only 2 paths. One is to leave the Fengsin world, and the other is to repair the heavenly pillar. But both paths are extremely difficult. I've heard that outside the barrier of the Fengsin world, a being, beyond true godhood is waiting. Beyond true godhood? Qi Yuan was startled. He looked up at the sky full of stars, his gaze falling on a blood-red star. If I'm not mistaken, there's also a being beyond true godhood inside the heavenly pillar. Is the Fengsin world some sort of prized possession, with so many young gods watching it? This matter is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps only beings as powerful as the Holy Mother know the truth, Changhua Venerable said, her eyes filled with a sense of unease as if she were worried about the future of the Fengsin world. Sigh, why can't I get a game summary? Qi Yuan sighed. Does this mean I can't break through to the true God realm? At this moment, Changhua Venerable seemed to recall something and said thoughtfully, I've heard of a few secrets that might be useful to the Heavenly Venerable. Go on. There's a clan known as the Ancient Clan. This clan has existed since before the Battle of Hongtang. Within this clan lies an ancestral land. Once, a peerless genius accidentally entered this ancestral land. This genius's talent surpassed even the Holy Mother's and couldn't break through using treasures. But when he emerged from the ancient clan's ancestral land, he had already reached the true God realm. Later, this person was captured by an evil god and became their minion. Now, the ancestral land of the ancient clan is under his control. This person is known as the arrogant Grand Venerable. Mentioning this person filled Changhua Venerable with anger. After all, this genius had betrayed the Fengsin world and joined the evil gods. How did he break through? Qi Yuan asked curiously. No one knows, Changwa Venerable shook her head. Not even the arrogant Grand Venerable himself knows. That's why he has surrounded the ancient clan's ancestral land, constantly experimenting on ancient gods to find the answer. It seems I'll have to visit the ancient clan's ancestral land someday, Qi Yuan said. However, he wouldn't go just yet. He wasn't fully prepared. As Qi Yuan and Changwa Venerable walked and talked, Qi Yuan suddenly stopped. He looked toward a distant cage, his eyes filled with curiosity. A monkey, what a coincidence. In the North Sea Dragon clan's prison, Qi Yuan saw several monkeys, which surprised him. Two of the monkeys were ordinary, sitting and sleeping. The third one was covered in chains, with shackles on its feet and head. Whenever it moved, the chains clanked loudly. Qi Yuan curiously observed the chained monkey. The monkey in the cage bared its teeth at him. A dragon quickly stepped forward. Heavenly Venerable, this monkey belongs to the ancient ape clan. It's naturally unruly and once attacked our dragon clan, so we captured it and imprisoned it here. Let it out, Qi Yuan said casually. If he had encountered a monkey elsewhere, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But seeing a monkey in the North Sea Dragon clan's prison made him curious. The dragon immediately opened the cage, and the three monkeys walked out. Two of them looked at Qi Yuan with trepidation, while the one covered in chains brazenly stared at him. The dragon explained, Heavenly Venerable, this monkey is highly talented, the most gifted of the ancient ape clan's younger generation. Although it's only at the late Purple Mansion realm, it has the potential to become a Grand Venerable. Because the golden-haired monkey's talent was so extraordinary, it had been spared despite offending the North Sea Dragon clan. Instead of killing it, the dragons had imprisoned it, waiting for the ancient ape clan to ransom it. Due to its strong talent and naturally defiant nature, the golden-haired monkey remained fearless despite its circumstances. The golden-haired monkey glanced at Qi Yuan, then casually asked, Did the clan leader send you to rescue me? No, Qi Yuan replied. Oh, I see, the golden-haired monkey lost interest and stopped talking. In its mind, Qi Yuan was trying to curry favor with the ancient ape clan by freeing them. The other two monkeys stepped forward. I'll remember this debt of gratitude, said a skinny monkey. Thank you, echoed the other monkey. It's nothing, I just felt a connection, Qi Yuan said, acting on a whim. The golden-haired monkey, growing impatient, barked, Sixth, seventh, stop wasting time and come here. To the golden-haired monkey, the other two were just followers. Qi Yuan chuckled, you really are unruly. The accompanying dragon commented, this monkey's talent is extraordinary. Once, a Grand Venerable wanted to take it as a disciple, but it refused. Such a prodigy, if properly nurtured, will surely become a powerful true god. It's only natural for someone like this to be a bit arrogant. Qi Yuan smiled, unconcerned with these trivial matters. As the group continued, the golden-haired monkey boldly addressed Qi Yuan, I smell treasures on you. Give me a few. I need them, Qi Yuan calmly refused. The golden-haired monkey wanted to argue but hesitated when it saw the unfathomable Changwa Venerable beside Qi Yuan. Heavenly Venerable, called a group approaching them. It was the 18 Arhats and the 4 heavenly kings, each holding treasures from the Dragon Palace, their faces beaming with joy. The 4 female heavenly kings stood beside Qi Yuan like attendants, their auras concealed, making it impossible for anyone not at the true god level to detect their true strength. The 2 ordinary monkeys' eyes lit up at the sight of the treasures, while the golden-haired monkey fixated on the blood-red spear in Wang Wenqi's hand. Hey, if you won't give me any of your treasures, then I want that weapon your servant is holding. The golden-haired monkey demanded, its eyes blazing with desire. Qi Yuan was taken aback. What did you say? You're trying to befriend the ancient ape clan, aren't you? If you want to win us over, you have to please me. I'm the future king of the ancient ape clan. I want that spear, the golden-haired monkey insisted. Due to its extraordinary talent, the golden-haired monkey had grown increasingly arrogant and defiant, believing that no one would truly harm it, only imprison it until the ancient ape clan ransomed it. Don't think I'll be grateful just because you released me. I know what you're up to. Even without your help, with my strong talent, the North Sea Dragon clan wouldn't dare do anything to me. Don't think you can use this to manipulate me. The golden-haired monkey continued. Qi Yuan couldn't help but remark, a monkey choosing to emulate the worst habits of internet trolls, constantly jumping to conclusions. How strange, you don't even have a keyboard, so why are you talking like this? I thought this kind of behavior didn't exist in the real world. Qi Yuan hadn't freed the monkey because he was impressed by its talent or wanted to ally with the ancient ape clan. He had simply found the coincidence of encountering a monkey in the dragon clan's prison intriguing. Did talent matter to him? The talents of his arhats alone far surpassed those of the unfed Holy Mother, the most powerful being in this world. But this monkey, jumping around and being obnoxious, was irritating. The golden-haired monkey was surprised by Qi Yuan's response. You can't win over the ancient ape clan by doing this. All personally. I don't want to ally with the ancient ape clan, I even want to offend them, Qi Yuan interrupted. Why would a monkey want to emulate the chatterbox from A Chinese Odyssey? You don't even look as good as Sun Wukong, yet you're so full of yourself. I'm not your dad, so why should I put up with you? Before the golden-haired monkey could finish its sentence, Qi Yuan drew his blood-red sword and, in a flash, cut the monkey down. Afterward, Qi Yuan felt a sense of relief. He pointed his sword at the corpse. I've had enough of you. Just one more word, and see what happens. Unfortunately, the golden-haired monkey was already dead and couldn't respond. Its proud talent and defiance meant nothing in the face of Qi Yuan. The nearby dragons, witnessing the scene, broke out in cold sweats. They hadn't even been in each other's company for more than a few minutes, yet Qi Yuan claimed to have been annoyed with the monkey for a long time. Qi Yuan remained calm as he killed the golden-haired monkey with a single strike. The 18 arhats and the 4 heavenly kings were unfazed, as if they were used to such occurrences. Only the green-robed old dragon looked worried, mumbling to himself, this is bad. You've killed the strongest genius of the ancient ape clan. The ancient ape clan will definitely cause trouble. Qi Yuan heard this and smiled. Why is this bad? I killed Jin Zhao, so why wouldn't I kill a monkey? The green-robed old dragon was stunned. The North Sea Dragon clan didn't dare kill the golden-haired monkey, but Qi Yuan did, and he even killed Jin Zhao. Thinking of this, the old dragon sighed with a hint of regret, though it wasn't clear if it was for Jin Zhao or the monkey. The golden-haired monkey was arrogant, but its strength was only at the Purple Mansion level, and it had no idea about the power of Chongwa Venerable or the others around Qi Yuan. It could be said that ignorance led to its fearlessness, which led to Qi Yuan killing it without any hesitation. The other 2 monkeys stood nearby, trembling. One of them, called Xiao Lu, stepped forward and clasped his hands together, saying, Ji Yu Jin brought this on himself and angered you. My brother and I are willing to return to the ancient ape clan and report today's events truthfully to the elders to avoid any conflict. Xiao Lu was quick-witted, speaking rapidly. He was trying to save himself. Qi Yuan looked at Xiao Lu with some surprise. What if the ancient ape clan wants to cause trouble for me? I will explain the situation, and the elders, being reasonable, will not start a conflict, Xiao Lu replied. And if they do, Qi Yuan pressed. If the elders still want to trouble you, I will die before them. Xiao Lu's voice was resolute, and he seemed prepared to sacrifice himself. Qi Yuan smiled. Then I'll give you a chance for the ancient ape clan. What happened afterward didn't concern Qi Yuan, he didn't care. After all, it was just a game, and enjoying it was the most important thing. After leaving the North Sea Dragon clan, Qi Yuan passed by Chongwa Palace and finally left the North Sea God's Eye with the group of ancient gods. Chongwa Venerable remained at the palace. On one hand, Qi Yuan had given her the divine visualization of the 100 Flowers Fairy, and she needed time to comprehend it and further her progress toward the flower god position. On the other hand, she also stayed to help Qi Yuan collect any treasures that might emerge from the North Sea God's Eye. Outside the North Sea God's Eye, a group of ancient gods bid Qi Yuan farewell. At this 100 Flowers gathering, Qi Yuan's dragon subduer Arhat had defeated the North Sea Dragon clan, and Qi Yuan had awakened Chongwa Dazan, who then recognized Qi Yuan as her master. Each of these events was astonishing. Heavenly Venerable Origin, I reside on Zonkong Mountain. If you pass by, I will certainly offer you the best food and wine, an ancient god said gallantly. Yi Luyun looked at Qi Yuan, feeling more shaken than the others. Unlike them, he had the blood of the dragon race, so he could tell that the dragon shadow behind the dragon subduer Arhat was a true 5-clawed golden dragon of the 7th step, a step beyond the dragon ancestor. He couldn't comprehend why such a powerful dragon had been subdued by the Arhat. Reflecting on Qi Yuan's previous words, Yi Luyun felt the need to report this to the elders in his clan. After Yi Luyun left, the others also said their farewells to Qi Yuan. The last to leave was the Dusk Elder. He looked at Qi Yuan and sighed, with your talent, it's too dangerous for you to stay in the fallen zone. The Dusk Elder understood the terror of Qi Yuan's talent, 20 consecutive legendary divine visualizations. Only the most extraordinary, those destined to create myths, could compare. If you're so worried about my safety, why not become my bodyguard? Qi Yuan joked. The Dusk Elder chuckled wryly. He wasn't that selfless. If Qi Yuan could visualize a legendary divine visualization that suited him, he might consider serving Qi Yuan like Changwa Venerable, but such visualizations were rare. The chance of finding a second one was slim. Alright, I've gained enough this time. It's time to go home, Qi Yuan said, and with the 4 heavenly kings and the 18 arhats, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Back at Changwa Palace, Changwa Venerable's pupils showed traces of flower petals. The palace mistress stood beside her, hesitant to speak. You're wondering why I, a Grand Venerable, would choose to serve the Heavenly Venerable, right? Changwa Venerable asked. The palace mistress nodded. She was indeed puzzled. While the Heavenly Venerable origin had awakened the Grand Venerable with the divine visualization of the 100 Flowers Fairy, which was a great favor, such a favor could be repaid with treasures or other means. Serving as a subject seemed excessive. In ancient times, the Heavenly Venerable origin might have been a powerful figure, perhaps at the 6th or 7th step, but those days were gone. Now, the Heavenly Venerable was only at the Purple Mansion stage, while Changwa Venerable had started from a much higher point. It seemed almost impossible for the Heavenly Venerable to surpass Changwa Venerable in this life, which made the palace mistress's confusion all the more understandable. Serving the Heavenly Venerable wasn't just a matter of words, it was a serious commitment. Changwa Venerable's gaze deepened. Have you ever heard of the 100 Flowers Fairy? The palace mistress shook her head. No, I haven't. Before this, she had never heard of any stories about the 100 Flowers Fairy. The position of Flower God has been my lifelong pursuit. It's a role that no one in the Fangsen world holds. Changwa Dazan said. The palace mistress's face changed. Then could it be? On my way here, it rained constantly, but now the skies are clear and sunny. Qi Yuan looked up at the sky, observing the clouds and the faintly glowing red star, feeling content. After a long journey, he and his followers finally returned to Qingshui village. The village was peaceful, with the chief, Yu Lei, and the priest, Shen Tu, away in Fei Huang City, buying supplies. The 4 heavenly kings and the 18 arhats dispersed, leaving Qi Yuan alone in the temple. Gazing at the blood-colored sky, Qi Yuan decided to dig a big pit to sleep in. However, he suddenly stopped and looked at the silent Xiaojia standing nearby. I suddenly remembered that the dresses in the Forbidden Land hang on trees to sleep. How about we hang on the tree tonight? Qi Yuan suggested, looking at Xiaojia with excitement. Xiaojia stood quietly beside him, her figure bathed in the weak blood-red light, giving her an eerie beauty. Soon, Qi Yuan, imitating the tree spirits from the Forbidden Land, hung himself and Xiaojia on a tree branch. I still feel safer sleeping in a pit, Qi Yuan said, holding on to Xiaojia's slightly cool sleeve. But hanging on a tree, feeling the night breeze and watching the stars, can be quite romantic sometimes. The night sky was filled with stars, and Qi Yuan pointed at the former moon, saying, I've heard there's a Chang'e living on the moon. I wonder if it's true. Xiaojia also looked up at the moon, seemingly lost in thought. A wooden plaque with a happy expression slipped from the intricately patterned sleeve and into Qi Yuan's hand. It seems you really like hanging on trees, Xiaojia, Qi Yuan said, looking at her. Xiaojia held Qi Yuan's hand tighter, remaining silent. Time passed slowly as the night breeze danced lightly, bringing peace to the moment. Qi Yuan closed his eyes, letting various thoughts drift through his mind. This game world is indeed strange. Qi Yuan confirmed that the time flow in the Fangsen world was peculiar compared to the Kanglan world. The time here seemed bizarre, as if while only a moment passed in Kanglan, eons had passed in Fangsen. Because of this, he was hesitant to leave the game and return to Kanglan world. What if he logged out and slept in Kanglan, only to find that Qingshui village had disappeared? It's strange. If time is frozen in Kanglan, my stellar golden core should also be frozen. Why is my sun true fire still growing? Qi Yuan pondered. It felt as if time no longer had a precise measure or comparison. This world is truly odd, Qi Yuan sighed. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. Even the dragon subduer and tiger subduer can't break through to the true god realm with treasures. It seems that visualizing anything more powerful won't help for now. On the way back, Qi Yuan had attempted to help the dragon subduer and tiger subduer break through to the true god realm, but it was to no avail. This left Qi Yuan with a dilemma. He was now at a crossroads, uncertain about who to visualize next. Visualizing someone weaker might allow for a breakthrough to the true God realm, but visualizing someone too strong could leave them stuck at the Purple Mansion stage. There were two ways to resolve this: either bring more powerful figures like Chongwadazan under his command or find a way to overcome the barrier to the true God realm. Holding on to Xiaojia's cool sleeve, Qi Yuan slowly drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, in Fei Huang City, a carriage stopped outside the city lord's mansion. 3 men and 2 women, all dressed in fine clothes and clearly from a noble family, stepped down. These 5 people were from the Wang family of Feiwu City. The Wang family controlled 70% of the taverns in Feiwu City, making them a significant power. Huang Mengying received a message and came out of the city lord's mansion, looking puzzled. "Madam Wang, what brings you here?" Madam Wang, the middle-aged woman leading the group, had black hair streaked with white and looked deeply worried. Just today, at the hour of the tiger, the late emperor passed away. What? Huang Mengying was shocked. Lin Guo, the kingdom in question, was known for its strong resistance against the evil gods, largely because the emperor was a devout believer in the ancient gods and opposed the evil gods strongly. Now that the emperor had passed, it was a huge blow to Huang Mengying. "The third prince has ascended the throne," Madam Wang added, revealing a harsh reality. The third prince was known in the royal court for advocating the worship of the evil gods. His ascension meant only one thing: a dark future for Lin Guo. Madam Wang's next words shocked Huang Mengying even more. At noon, a transfer order came from the capital. Lord Zhu has been removed from his position as governor of Feiling Prefecture. Feiling Prefecture governed Fei Huang City, Feiwu City, and 5 other surrounding cities. Lord Zhu was also a staunch supporter of the ancient gods, so his removal was a clear sign of the times changing. Our Wang family has been keeping a close eye on the situation and has been preparing for this. With the late emperor gone, we are planning to leave Lin Guo and head to the Ancient God Alliance, Madam Wang explained, her voice tinged with uncertainty about the future. It was clear that the Wang family had been preparing for this move for some time. With the current upheaval, they were ready to leave. Fei Huang City should start making preparations as well, Madam Wang advised. If your Huang family decides to leave, we can help. The Wang and Huang families had been close for generations. After some discussion, Madam Wang took her leave, not staying the night in Fei Huang City. As she watched the Wang family's carriage depart, Huang Mengying's resolve hardened. Someone, report this to the Heavenly Venerable Origin immediately. The Wang family's carriage moved through the night, the occupants somber. Madam Wang lifted the curtain and looked back at Fei Huang City, filled with the warmth of daily life, and sighed. With the evil gods on the rise, who knows when Fei Huang City will become a ghostly domain? Worshipping the evil gods might bring short-term benefits, but once fully assimilated, it would turn people into walking corpses. Such a fate was unacceptable to these noble families. Of course, some evil gods offered tempting conditions, winning the loyalty of certain noble families and even some ancient gods. Wang Wenya, lost in thought, asked softly, "Madam Wang, do you think that ancient god from Qingshui village will leave?" They had already heard about the events in Fei Huang City and were curious about the ancient god from Qingshui village. "Judging by his actions, I don't think he will leave," Madam Wang replied. "You can tell a lot about an ancient god's intentions by how they manage their domain. For example, the Wang family had been slowly withdrawing from Feiwu City, selling off their fixed assets and consolidating their holdings, a clear sign of their readiness to flee at any moment. In contrast, Qingshui village had been expanding its farmland, with no indication of any intention to leave. Now, going to the Ancient God Alliance is the best outcome, Wang Wenya said. A man in the carriage added, perhaps he's unwilling to abandon his people. The others fell silent at this. After a long while, the carriage continued on its way. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, routine inspection. Routine inspections were common when traveling through various cities, checking for spies of the evil gods in the domains of the ancient gods, and vice versa. Wang Wenya recognized the voice and peeked through the curtain, surprised to see a familiar figure. "Zhao Zun, is that you?" "Wenya." Zhao Zun recognized Wang Wenya as well. "What are you doing here?" Wang Wenya asked, a hint of happiness in her voice. They had been classmates at the academy, though they hadn't been particularly close. But a year ago, Zhao Zun's family had been ruined, and he had disappeared. "My family was destroyed, and I escaped to this place," Zhao Zun explained briefly. Wang Wenya listened, feeling conflicted. She hadn't expected her former classmate to have gone through such hardship. "Are you following the heavenly Venerable now?" she asked curiously. Recalling their old friendship, she suggested, "There might be a war soon. Would you like to leave this troubled place with me?" "No," Zhao Zun shook his head firmly. "My future was given to me by the heavenly Venerable. I won't leave." As the dragon subduer Arhat, he was no longer the old Zhao Zun. Wang Wenya was puzzled by his unwavering resolve, but since he didn't want to leave, she wouldn't insist. Returning to the carriage, she felt a bit melancholic. Madame Wang, noticing this, asked, "Your classmate, was he always this strong?" Wang Wenya didn't understand what Madame Wang meant. "He's incredibly strong now. How could he have lost his family to Zhao Si?" Madame Wang was puzzled. "Isn't he just a nascent soul cultivator?" Wang Wenya asked, still confused. "He's not a nascent soul cultivator. If he wanted, we might all have to stay here," Madame Wang said solemnly. As the most powerful member of the Wang family, Madame Wang was at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. But facing Zhao Zun, she had a premonition that she wasn't even his equal in a single move. How could he be so strong? Wang Wenya couldn't comprehend it. It had only been a year, yet he had advanced by an entire major realm. "Perhaps it's related to his claim of being the dragon subduer Arhat," Madame Wang murmured, thinking about the divine visualization. "No wonder he's willing to serve Qing Shui village's guardian god. To have advanced so quickly to the peak of the Purple Mansion, that divine visualization must be incredibly powerful." But admiration aside, the Wang family had no intention of staying in Qing Shui village to serve its guardian god. Heading to the Ancient God Alliance was the only way to survive in the Fallen Zone. "Such a prosperous little town, what a pity," Madame Wang remarked, looking out at the vibrant scenery. The fields were lush with greenery, and the crops stood tall, bearing abundant fruit. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery or how promising the future, it would all be destroyed under the advance of the evil gods. The only hope for survival lay in fleeing south, far away from the devastation. "Let's go," Madame Wang sighed, giving the order to move on. The northern lands were almost entirely overrun, and the only hope of survival was to reach the Ancient God Alliance in the south, where most of the lands were still under the control of the ancient gods. As the morning light broke, Chi-Chi took a deep breath outside the temple. "Godfather, you nearly scared me to death." She looked up at Qi Yuan, who was hanging from a tree with his crimson-robed wife, Xiaojia. The shock had not yet left her eyes. Anyone would be terrified if they saw two people hanging from a tree early in the morning. "A goddaughter of the heavenly Venerable, and you're scared by something like this?" Qi Yuan laughed as he descended from the tree, still holding on to Xiaojia. "This is Xiaojia, my wife." Qi Yuan introduced Xiaojia to Chi-Chi, who seemed to understand and let a happy wooden plaque slip from her sleeve. Ah, Chi-Chi was stunned. She had vaguely seen this red robe when she first arrived in Qing Shui village and had always thought it was a treasure. She never expected it to be her godfather's wife. "Why did you come looking for me?" Qi Yuan asked, sensing that there were others outside the temple. "Did something happen?" "Godfather, there's been a major upheaval in the Lin Kingdom. The late emperor has passed away, and the governor of Feiling Prefecture has been transferred," Chi-Chi reported, summarizing the news she had received the night before. Now that Qing Shui village was under her management, she handled most of the logistics and day-to-day affairs, allowing Qi Yuan to focus on playing the game without worrying about running a village or a city. Qi Yuan was better suited to combat than administration, but fortunately, Chi-Chi was a competent housekeeper, managing everything efficiently. "When will the evil gods attack?" Qi Yuan asked. Chi-Chi frowned and replied, "Of the 7 cities in Feiling Prefecture, 4 have already fallen to the evil gods. If a new god descends, I estimate it will take about 2 years before they march on Feihuang City." She spoke with a worried expression, knowing that Qing Shui village didn't have much time left. Qi Yuan's eyebrows twitched. 2 years. That's too slow. It looks like I'll need to make a detailed plan. His enthusiasm was palpable. While his talent for cultivation might be average, his ability to make plans was exceptional. Every plan he meticulously crafted was flawless, advancing smoothly and with unstoppable momentum. Any plan he devised was bound to succeed. "What plan?" asked Shenlei, the Grand Venerable, moving closer. "Naturally, the plan is to unify Feiling Prefecture," Qi Yuan said casually. Shenlei frowned. Feiling Prefecture could see the descent of a god at the second step of heaven. "Without my intervention, it will be very difficult for you to win with your current strength." Shenlei's concerns were valid. The 18 arhats and the 4 heavenly kings were all extremely talented with limitless potential, but they were only at the first step of heaven, each having only one divine aperture. They might be able to take on gods with 3 or 4 apertures, but defeating a god at the second step of heaven, who had at least 12 apertures, would be nearly impossible. The dragon subduer arhat's victory over stronger foes was unlikely to be repeated. Second step gods are indeed strong, but my plan is flawless, Qi Yuan said, undeterred. Shen Lei laughed heartily. Don't come begging me for help later. If I do step in, we might have to flee the north. If Shen Lei were to intervene, it would draw the attention of the powerful evil gods in the north, forcing him to flee for his own survival. Qi Yuan glanced at Shen Lei. This plan does have some issues. Have you heard of the ancient clan? Qi Yuan recalled what Changhua Venerable had said, that the ancient clan's ancestral land might hold a way to break through to the true god realm. Shen Lei understood immediately. You want to emulate the proud Grand Venerable. He frowned, clearly not supportive of Qi Yuan's decision. You're not even a true god yet. Entering the ancestral land of the ancient clan is a dead end. The land is filled with the spirits of those who died in the great flood battle and evil gods. Even if you enter, there's no guarantee you can replicate the proud Grand Venerable's path to success. The ancestral land is mostly under his control now, and even he couldn't replicate his own success. No worries, everything must be tried at least once. All I need is a way to enter the ancestral land. I believe that with hard work, any task can be completed. Games are meant to be played, and if a task can't be completed, it just means you're not strong enough. With Qi Yuan's eyes able to see hidden information and his ears able to hear whispers and even people's thoughts, he was confident he could replicate the proud Grand Venerable's breakthrough to the true god realm within the ancestral land. At that moment, the village chief of Qingshui village, Yu Lei, spoke up loudly, "My lord, our village has a way to enter the ancestral land." Oh, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Yu Lei quickly explained, "Our village is actually a remnant of the ancient clan. We have the right to recommend you, my lord, to enter the ancestral land." Yu Lei was anxious. He had been preparing to tell Qi Yuan this before he left for the 100 Flowers gathering, as a gesture of loyalty. Qi Yuan's smile widened. There it is, a hint for passing the level. When can I go to the ancestral land? It will take about half a month, Yu Lei replied, providing more details about the ancestral land. Qingshui village housed an entrance to the ancestral land, but without being a god, entering the land would almost certainly lead to death. Opening the entrance would take half a month of preparation. Half a month? That long? Qi Yuan frowned. How long did it take the proud Grand Venerable to break through to the true god realm? One day, I believe, Shen Lei replied. Got it, I know how to make the plan now. For the first 3 days, I'll march on Feiwu City and take it. On the 4th to 10th days, I'll take 2 more cities. On the 11th to 17th days, I'll break through to the true god realm and summon some big shots. On the 20th to 30th days, I'll take over the entire Feiling prefecture. Qi Yuan was full of energy as he outlined his plan. It was a detailed and logical plan, one that he was confident would succeed if executed. The plan was so comprehensive that Qi Yuan felt it would proceed smoothly and without resistance. Shen Lei was stunned, looking at Qi Yuan with a strange expression. I won't be stepping in this time. You just stay here and guard the home front, Qi Yuan said without concern. Shen Lei couldn't believe it. Are you serious? He had always been considered rash, and his close friends constantly urged him to be more cautious. But compared to Qi Yuan, he felt like he wasn't rash at all. Of course I'm serious. In war, speed is crucial. I want to catch them off guard, Qi Yuan declared. He had no intention of waiting for the enemy to slowly approach and then defending the city. He preferred to take the initiative. But if you start a war against those cities, the second step god from Feiling Prefecture will definitely descend sooner. It might not even take 2 years, maybe just half a year. Shen Lei warned, trying to make Qi Yuan understand the gravity of the situation. Half a year? No wonder they haven't taken over Fengxin world after all these years, they're so slow. Alright then, after I return from the ancestral land, I'll immediately march on Feiling Prefecture to speed up that god's descent. Qi Yuan waved his hand and turned to Qi. Gather the chefs, the musicians, and the mourners. We're heading to Feiwu City. Even Qi was taken aback by this. Right now? She asked, bewildered. The plan seemed like a spur-of-the-moment decision. And why bring chefs, musicians, and mourners? I never repeat myself, Qi Yuan said firmly. Qi's expression became serious. Understood. She was unconditionally obedient to her godfather. Shen Lei watched Qi Yuan with a strange look. You remind me of myself when I was young. Don't flatter yourself. This war of yours seems a bit frivolous, Shen Lei couldn't help but comment. It's just a game. Isn't being frivolous part of the fun? Qi Yuan shrugged. Shen Lei seemed to understand something, smiling as he said, life is a game, indeed. It's interesting. I was overthinking it. It's a game after all. Why make it so complicated? Qi Yuan said lightheartedly. 15 minutes later, outside Qingshui village's temple, the mourners, chefs, and musicians were all gathered. Nearly 100 people were assembled, making quite a commotion. Hey, I was just in the middle of washing clothes. I haven't even hung them out to dry. What's going on? Are we mourning someone? Is a feast being prepared? The crowd was in chaos, with no semblance of military order. But as soon as Qi Yuan appeared, the scene instantly quieted down. Qi Yuan looked at the 300 people, along with the 18 arhats, the 4 heavenly kings, and the 3 squads. He raised his voice. Today, we have only one goal, to march on Feiwu City. We'll hold a feast in Feiwu City. The crowd cheered, their voices echoing in excitement. Shen Lei watched with a peculiar expression, while the chefs, musicians, and mourners were all thrilled by Qi Yuan's speech. They trusted him completely. After all, they wouldn't be the ones on the front lines. In Qingshui village, the Grand Venerable Shen Lei watched the departing expedition with disbelief in his eyes. They're really setting off, he muttered. Beside him, Zhu Zhuangxi gazed enviously at the proud and powerful large black dog marching off to war. Gathering his courage, Zhu looked at the Grand Venerable Shen Lei. In the past, he would have bowed and scraped before a true god, but after following the village's protector deity for some time, he had lost much of his fear of authority, though he still held a deep respect for the deity. You get used to scenes like this after a while, Zhu Zhuangxi said, speaking from experience as he tried to comfort Shen Lei. After all, those who had followed the protector deity for a while had become immune to such grand displays. Shen Lei gave Zhu a glance and said dismissively, a man who was pinned down by a dog and couldn't even get a seat at the table has no right to speak to me. At that, Zhu Zhuangxi's previously confident demeanor vanished, and he looked pitifully hurt. Recently, during a feast, Zhu had drunk too much and tried to reminisce about the good old days while hugging the large black dog, only for the dog to pin him down. Wang Chongshan, who was standing nearby, teased him, saying, my sworn brother isn't who he used to be, how dare you mess around with him? Wang Chongshan's sworn brother was none other than the large black dog. Zhu Zhuangxi looked even more aggrieved at that. Outside Feiwu City, officials lined up in 2 rows at the city gates. Their expressions varied, some were eager, others anxious, and some looked heartbroken. Commander Ji, why are you still here? Asked a tall man with a neat mustache, wearing a green robe and a gray belt. He looked spirited and robust. Ji Buren glanced at Wang Chunfeng but remained silent. Wang Chunfeng didn't seem offended and replied with a polite bow, we're colleagues now, we should look out for each other. Feiwu City had no ancient gods, only a city lord. Ji Buren was the chief commander in the city lord's manor, overseeing a battalion. With the sudden changes in the city, most of the prominent figures had fled, leaving Ji Buren as the highest-ranking official who had stayed behind. As for Wang Chunfeng, he was originally a merchant with no official position, but since the new god was about to take over Feiwu City, he had pledged his allegiance early and thus became the representative of the new god's forces. Now they were standing outside the city gates, waiting to welcome the new god's arrival. Each of the officials had their own motives, standing there under a light drizzle, which was nothing to these cultivators. Wang Chunfeng, smiling, said, Commander Ji, do you think less of me because I'm just a merchant? Ji Buren finally looked at him seriously and replied in a deep, powerful voice, not at all. That's good. I've always admired you, Commander Ji, Wang Chunfeng replied amiably. Once the Lord arrives, we can work together to serve the god. When Wang Chunfeng mentioned the new god, his eyes were filled with reverence. The new god would assimilate some of the citizens, but not all. The new god had also promised that those who served loyally could leave the Fengxin world with the god and gain eternal life. Wang Chunfeng's roots were in Feiwu City. Leaving the city would mean losing everything he had accumulated over the years, so he chose to stay. Many like him sought to take advantage of the situation. However, most of the city's population consisted of elderly and frail citizens who couldn't leave. Even those with cultivation levels at the foundation or core stages faced certain death if they ventured out of the city in these troubled times. Ji Buren had stayed behind out of concern for the people under his care. Yes, Ji Buren responded, nodding at Wang Chunfang. At this moment, Wang Chunfang recalled something and said, Commander Ji, with the new god arriving, we should do something to show our loyalty. We're planning to hold a feast for young girls. Since you know the city best, we'd appreciate your help in gathering them. A fierce light flashed in Ji Buren's eyes, which he quickly concealed. Feiwu City is in a state of decline. Such a feast should be planned carefully. Are you unwilling to help, Commander Ji? Wang Chunfang asked with a sly smile. What do you mean? Ji Buren's eyes filled with anger. Wang Chunfang clapped his hands, and 2 guards brought forth a child, about 7 or 8 years old, who was struggling to break free. Wang Chunfang smiled. If you're unwilling to hold a feast for girls, perhaps we can hold one for boys instead. I've already caught one. You. Ji Buren's anger exploded as he recognized the child as his own son. He had stayed in Feiwu City, ready to defend it to the last, sending his family away to safety. He never expected Wang Chunfang to capture his son. Fury boiled within him, and his aura, that of a purple mansion cultivator, surged as he prepared to strike. But Wang Chunfang remained calm. The Lord will arrive soon. Are you planning to rebel? Wang Chunfang was after power and intended to eliminate Ji Buren, becoming the new god's top subordinate. As Ji Buren's aura spread, he struggled to hold back his fury. Just then, a sound of a suona, a traditional Chinese horn, floated in from the distance. The officials turned to see a long procession moving slowly through the sky. Leading the way were more than a dozen middle-aged women in mourning clothes, crying as they flew, their wails filled with sorrow. The mournful suona music was heart-wrenching. Who are they, and why are they heading into the city? Wang Chunfang was furious. This is the day of the new god's arrival. If they offend the new god, we'll all be in trouble. Someone, drive them away. Respect for the dead is paramount, Ji Buren interjected. They must be up to something. Do they not know what today is? Choosing today for a funeral, this is treacherous. Wang Chunfang was genuinely afraid that the mourning procession would offend the new god. He couldn't fathom why anyone would hold a funeral on such a day, and his worst fears were soon realized. A celestial melody suddenly filled the air, and above them, 12 beautiful women hovered. Their exposed shoulders and chests, covered only by thin silken stockings, made them look incredibly alluring. Behind them, a giant auspicious beast pulled a divine chariot. The 2 groups met in the sky, and Wang Chunfang's heart filled with dread. Inside the divine chariot, a man with golden eyes reclined with a beautiful woman in his arms. A sultry voice called out from outside the chariot, "My lord, there's a funeral procession ahead, blocking the way." The man with golden eyes opened his eyes, irritation flashing within them. Did they have a coffin? Put everyone else in it. The woman hesitated, realizing that the procession looked like a funeral but wasn't quite right. At that moment, a lazy voice spoke up. Is that the flowing Venerable up ahead? The golden-eyed man immediately sensed something amiss, but being a new god in a conquered zone, he remained bold. Speak. We're short one key participant for our funeral procession. Would you care to join us as the corpse? The voice was casual but brooked no refusal. The words echoed outside the city, leaving the officials stunned. This wasn't a funeral procession, it was trouble. Ji Buren was puzzled, trying to figure out who would dare to be so bold in the conquered zone. But the mysterious speaker's identity became clear when the golden-eyed man responded. Such audacity! The flowing Venerable roared, shattering his chariot and reducing the woman in his arms to a bloody mess. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he demanded, "Name yourself." "I do not kill nameless men." Qing Shui Village, the origin Heavenly Venerable, Qi Yuan responded leisurely. "Now, may I borrow your corpse?" Wang Chunfang, emboldened by this, shouted, "How dare you be so disrespectful to the Lord? You're courting death." This was his chance to prove himself. Surely the Lord would crush this upstart. But to his shock, the flowing Venerable turned and shouted, "I've remembered your name. My brother-in-law won't let you off for this." With that, the flowing Venerable fled, leaving Wang Chunfang in stunned disbelief. Qi Yuan watched him go and sighed, his presence was grander than mine. I thought he was a hero, but it turns out he's a coward. As Qi Yuan spoke, 4 true gods suddenly appeared before the fleeing flowing Venerable, blocking his path. These 4 were Arhats, Happy Arhat, Long-browed Arhat, Gate-guarding Arhat, and Joyful Arhat, all at the first step of heaven. "Lend us your corpse." The 4 Arhats spoke in unison, their voices like thunder. The flowing Venerable's face went pale. Have the ancient gods of Fei Ling Prefecture come here? No, you're not from Fei Ling Prefecture. These arhats weren't any of the ancient gods he remembered. The arhats said nothing, only attacking in unison. The ground shook under their combined power, and the flowing Venerable, despite his 4 open divine apertures, felt overwhelmed. Who are you? He shouted, struggling to fend off their attacks. Lend us your corpse. The arhats repeated Qi Yuan's words, ignoring his plea. The battle intensified, with the flowing Venerable growing increasingly desperate. He realized his only chance lay in capturing Qi Yuan. If he could take down the leader, the battle would be won. As the arhats pressed him, the flowing Venerable inched closer to Qi Yuan, preparing to strike. This is taking too long. If it continues like this, it'll delay the feast, Qi Yuan remarked, bored by the ongoing battle. 4 heavenly kings, you. But before he could finish, the flowing Venerable, bolstered by his divine power, charged at Qi Yuan, a triumphant grin on his face. I've survived divine wars. What can you local weaklings do against me? He roared, convinced of his victory. But as he reached Qi Yuan, 4 beautiful women, the 4 heavenly kings, stepped forward. Each one was a true god. Behind them, the remaining 12 arhats formed a protective barrier around Qi Yuan, their divine power palpable. The flowing Venerable's grin froze. He swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of his mistake. Kill. The 16 true gods attacked simultaneously. The sounds of pipa strings, spinning parasols, and jingling bells filled the air as the flowing Venerable was bombarded with 12 iron fists. No, the flowing Venerable's divine apertures shattered under the relentless assault. Qi Yuan watched impassively, sighing, if you'd lent me your corpse earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer. I might have even let your spirit dine at the table. With that, the flowing Venerable was beaten to death, his divine apertures obliterated by the iron fists of the mighty warriors. Qi Yuan turned to the officials outside the city gates, his eyes cold. They were paralyzed with fear. The flowing Venerable had been killed by 20 true gods. Where did so many true gods come from? The feast begins, Qi Yuan announced, his gaze turning icy. Kill anyone who was planning to help the evil gods. It'll give us more time to feast. At his command, the dragon-subduing arhat and the tiger-taming arhat charged into the crowd, cutting through the officials like they were nothing. Cries of pain and terror filled the air as the once arrogant officials fell like paper before them. Turning to Ji Buren, Qi Yuan's voice softened. I have a task for you. Ji Buren, tense with anticipation, replied earnestly, yes, my lord. Here stood an ancient god willing to stand up for Feiwu City. Ji Buren's admiration for him was boundless. We've traveled far to hold a feast for the flowing Venerable. We have chefs, mourners, and musicians, all we need is food. Go and gather some provisions, Qi Yuan said casually. The villagers behind him, eager for the feast, licked their lips in anticipation. To them, following Qi Yuan was most joyful when there was a feast. Ji Buren, slightly confused, eventually nodded. Understood. He didn't fully grasp the Qing Shui village protector deity's intentions, but he believed there was more to this than just a feast. There had to be a deeper meaning. The origin heavenly Venerable has come, so the people of Feiwu City will have a feast, Qi Yuan mused, watching Ji Buren's retreating figure in the imposing city before him. Chi stood beside him, her eyes alight with excitement, though a hint of sadness lingered beneath. Unfortunately, the people of Tianfu and other cities, those who had perished at the hands of evil gods, would never have the chance to feast, to enjoy the victory over the evil gods. Determined, Chi resolved to eat heartily, to honor those who had died defending Tianfu and its people. Qi Yuan examined the flowing Venerable's storage bag, quickly assessing its contents. If I'd met him a few months ago, he might have been something, but now, this is it. The bag held little of value, but the evil god's divine power and experience were rewards enough. However, something caught his eye, a broken helmet, riddled with holes and still stained with fresh blood. Qi Yuan recognized a familiar aura from it. Wenqi, could this be your great-grandfather's helmet? He asked, producing the battered helmet for all to see. The evil god's divine power still lingered within it, a testament to the fierce battle it had witnessed. Wang Wenqi's eyes turned red as she gazed at the helmet. She didn't say a word, but her reaction spoke volumes. So, this flowing Venerable is connected to the Zhang kingdom. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. If that were the case, it would mean he had killed a relatively important god. Images flashed through Wang Wenqi's mind before settling on a final one. Her voice was cold as she said, he was Zhang Feng's brother-in-law, a descendant of a great Venerable. Zhang Feng, an ancient god, was a close friend of Wang Wenqi's great-grandfather, the heavenly treasure Venerable. In the end, this friend betrayed the ancient gods and joined the new gods faction. Zhang Feng had caught the attention of a powerful evil god and married his daughter to him. Later, the fall of Zhang Kingdom had Zhang Feng's hand in it. Evidently, the flowing Venerable was the offspring of that evil god. So, it was him, Qi Yuan said calmly. Standing nearby, Qi quickly grasped the situation, and her expression grew serious. They had just slain the offspring of a great Venerable. This was no small matter. If the great Venerable sought revenge, they would be powerless to resist. Even with their 20 true gods, their strength was only in numbers. They wouldn't stand a chance against a great Venerable, or even a true god at the third step of heaven. Godfather, should we still continue the feast? Qi was starting to have second thoughts. She wanted to persuade Qi Yuan to leave. Not to mention the great Venerable, even Zhang Feng alone would make it difficult for them to escape. Qi Yuan looked up at the starry sky, his gaze sweeping over the brightest star. In a game, if you get scared off by some second-generation god, then what's the point of playing? Qi Yuan said dismissively. He was always the dictator of his plans. While Qi handled logistics and management, once Qi Yuan made a decision, it was final. Hearing this, the worry on Qi's face faded, replaced by a sweet smile. Everything is up to you, Godfather. We continue the feast, continue the plan, and conquer territories. My plan is that within a month, every corner of Feiling Prefecture will be holding feasts. Qi Yuan declared firmly. Everyone present was fired up, their spirits lifted by Qi Yuan's words. The once desolate Feiwu city was transformed almost overnight with Qi Yuan's arrival. A long, continuous banquet was set up along the broad streets, stretching for miles. Many of the city's remaining residents peeked out from their homes, stepping into the streets to join this mysterious feast. All they knew was that a new ancient god had taken control of Feiwu city. For many, there was a fleeting sense of excitement, but it was quickly overshadowed by uncertainty about the future. They didn't know how long this god would stay in Feiwu city. Perhaps, after enjoying the celebration, he would leave with his entourage, leaving them to face the retribution of the new gods. Big sister, what's happening outside? A weak voice called from within a small house. Yang Lian opened the door and looked at her frail younger sister lying on the bed. She explained what was happening outside. A feast. I want to go, the younger sister struggled to sit up. Yang Lian shook her head. We don't know if this ancient god is friend or foe. You can't go out. The young girl lay back down, disappointment in her eyes. I'll go out and bring back some food for you later, Yang Lian said, gently stroking her sister's head with a look of affection. They probably won't stay in Feiwu city for long. Once you've recovered, I'll take you away from here. Yang Lian's eyes hardened with determination. This is our chance. As soon as you're better, we'll leave this city. Her sister's illness was the only reason they hadn't left already. Now that the Origin Heavenly Venerable had arrived, Yang Lian was ready to take her sister away. All right, her sister nodded. Remember, never reveal your powers in front of either ancient gods or evil gods until you've become a great Venerable yourself. Never trust anyone until then. Yang Lian warned, holding her sister's hand tightly. The weak girl nodded again. Yang Lian gazed up at the starry sky, despair clouding her eyes. This world, it's beyond saving. No one can save it. Leaving is the only way to survive. Yang Lian's sister carried within her the seed of the world. If she could leave this world and reach a higher plane, perhaps she could seek the help of other young gods to save the Fengxin world. But Yang Lian knew that doing so would place the Fengxin world in even greater danger. A primordial world, capable of creating endless possibilities, would be coveted by any young god. And the Fengxin world had no means of defending itself. Yet, turning to another young god was the only slim chance of survival. Even so, the Fengxin world might end up under the control of another young god. But that would be a better fate than the complete destruction of all life. Yang Lian forced a smile. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Even if we do manage to leave, finding another young god will be nearly impossible. But as long as you're alive, there's hope. The girl nodded firmly. After speaking, Yang Lian sensed something and hurriedly left the room. Outside, there was a rhythmic knocking at the door. Yang Lian's breath quickened, and her nerves tensed. Is no one home? After some time, a familiar voice sighed outside the door. Zhao Zun. Hearing the voice, Yang Lian's wariness melted away. She opened the door and was greeted by a familiar face. What are you doing here? I thought you. Her eyes showed a mix of surprise and emotion. Yang Lian and Zhao Zun were old acquaintances. Zhao Zun's heart leapt with joy upon seeing Yang Lian. I returned to Feiwu City with the god, Zhao Zun said, his expression complicated. Upon returning to the city, he had sought out many of his old friends. His enemy, the man who had stolen his inheritance, had fled the city some time ago, only to be killed by bandits. Zhao Zun felt a strange mix of emotions. Most of his old acquaintances had either left or passed away. Yang Lian was one of the few who remained. Qing Shui Village's protector god. Yang Lian was surprised. She looked at Zhao Zun, realizing that his strength had grown to an unimaginable level, so much so that she couldn't gauge it. Yes, the Lord granted me a divine visualization technique. That's why I've achieved what I have today, Zhao Zun explained, his eyes filled with admiration for Qi Yuan. Looking at this old friend, Yang Lian hesitated before asking, when do you plan to leave? In her mind, Qing Shui Village's protector god had killed an evil god and was likely afraid of retribution. Surely, he wouldn't stay in Feiwu City for long. Now that we've taken this city, it belongs to Qing Shui Village. We won't abandon it, Zhao Zun said seriously. Qi Yuan was already planning to conquer 2 more cities. The Lord's plans were not to be disclosed, so Zhao Zun kept quiet about that part. Yang Lian was momentarily stunned by the response, not expecting such a reply. What if the other evil gods attack? Then we kill them. Zhao Zun's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. He had fought and killed 7 true gods during the ancient battlefield at the 100 Flowers Conference. He no longer feared evil gods as he once did. Yang Lian looked into Zhao Zun's eyes. Knowing his character, she believed he wouldn't lie. Thinking of the origin heavenly venerable she had never met, Yang Lian said, he must be a great man. He is the person I admire most in this life. Zhao Zun's gaze was unwavering. What a pity, Yang Lian thought sadly. Such a noble ancient god would ultimately die at the hands of the evil gods, buried along with the Fengxin world. Cough, cough. At that moment, a fit of coughing came from inside the house. Yang Lian's heart tightened. Zhao Zun, sensing something, asked, is that your sister? Yes, I need to go check on her. Please wait here for a moment. Yang Lian hurried back into the room. Once inside, she closed the door tightly, leaving Zhao Zun puzzled but silent. After a few dozen breaths, Yang Lian emerged from the room, her expression filled with helplessness. My sister said she admires the origin heavenly venerable and wants to give him a gift. Yang Lian extended her hand, revealing a delicate, translucent jade leaf. The leaf was as thin as a cicada's wing, with veins etched into it like the passage of time. However, the entire leaf was blood red, as if it had been soaked in blood. Zhao Zun took the leaf, surprised by its uniqueness. I'll make sure the Lord receives it. Yang Lian, remembering something, added, my sister is very weak right now and can't see anyone. Zhao Zun nodded in understanding. I'll relay that message as well. After a brief conversation, Zhao Zun took his leave. Once he was gone, Yang Lian shut the door tightly and returned to her sister's side. She looked at her even more frail sibling, her heart full of pity. Why did you go through all this trouble? The little girl on the bed opened her bright, clear eyes. He killed an evil god, so he's our benefactor. But it's not worth it, Yang Lian replied. Don't worry, sister, he won't discover my identity. Yang Lian knew that was likely true, which is why she hadn't stopped her. Sister, did you notice that brother Zhao Zun seems different from before? It does seem that way. Yang Lian frowned. The venerable he follows must not be an ordinary person, the little girl murmured. If he were, would she have felt the urge to bestow a gift? Perhaps in a past life, he was a myth. Yang Lian boldly speculated. Why else would her sister have bestowed a gift? In this world, only those of mythic status were worthy of such gifts. Mythical beings were those who had taken 7 steps into the heavens, becoming legends. Mythical beings were the strongest pillars of this world. In the Battle of Hongtang, when the mother of all beings perished, the Fengxin world lost countless true gods. More than 70% of the true gods and great venerables died. But the mythic beings, those who had taken 7 steps into the heavens, all fell in battle. Not a single one survived. The so-called heavens chosen weren't favored by the heavens, they were those capable of visualizing mythic-level gods. They were the last hope of the Fengxin world. Yang Lian held her frail sister, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. Are you still in pain? A little, the little girl replied through gritted teeth. Hold on just a bit longer. Soon, you'll be able to leave the Fengsin world, and then, it won't hurt anymore. Yang Lian embraced her sister, thinking of Zhao Zun. Perhaps, like Zhao Zun and the Origin Heavenly Venerable, she too would eventually fall in battle, giving her life to the Fengsin world. But her sister would carry the seed of the world, the hope of the world, through the ages until it could finally sprout. But, would it still be the Fengsin world that emerged? Would the old memories still remain? Meanwhile, Zhao Zun returned to the city lord's mansion. Qi Yuan was busy gnawing on a pig's trotter when he remarked to Qi Qi, "You eat too slowly, savoring every bite." Xiao Shui's way of wolfing down food is much more appetizing. Qi Qi rolled her eyes. "Godfather, I'm a lady. Ladies have manners." In the mansion, the atmosphere was warm and joyful. Ji Buren also sat quietly at the table, nibbling on a pig's trotter. Then Qi Yuan declared, "In a few more days, we'll capture the remaining 2 cities. My great plan is finally moving forward." There was something incredibly satisfying about seeing daily progress on his plan. Qi Yuan mused that if everyone on Earth had progress bars or experience meters, it would produce many hard-working talents like him. Qi Qi listened while gnawing on a bone, refusing to engage with Qi Yuan's great plan. That was a plan. Honestly, Qi Qi thought her godfather's plan was too simplistic, less detailed than her notes on planting and far less thorough than an elementary school guide to feeding pigs. "When this plan is done, we'll return to Qing Shui village and prepare to enter the ancestral land of the Jiyu clan," Qi Yuan said, filled with anticipation. "The Jiyu clan." Qi Qi hesitated. "The ancestral land is dangerous. Godfather, you must be careful." "Don't worry. There's no one more cautious than me in this world," Qi Yuan said, spouting nonsense as he slurped his fragrant soup. "Godfather, you're not cautious at all. The Thunder God is the cautious one. You're just at the Purple Palace level, yet you dare face true gods, and even great venerables," Qi Qi said, exasperated. "I'm not just at the Purple Palace level anymore. I'm a stellar gold core now. I've already become very cautious," Qi Yuan said as he continued eating heartily. "Godfather, stop talking nonsense. If I weren't cautious, I'd secretly summon my stellar gold core and smash it into the heavenly pillar to crush that old evil god," Qi Yuan said, his tone deadly serious. He had considered it, but unfortunately, his stellar gold core was only a projection. If it were a real star, he'd definitely try to clash with the Yang god inside the heavenly pillar. Even though his daughter said Yang gods could swallow stars, Qi Yuan remained skeptical. Perhaps some Yang gods could, but that didn't mean all of them could. And just as Yang gods varied greatly, so did stars. Qi Qi looked at the night sky, smiling. "Godfather, if you could really summon the stars, you might actually crush a few evil gods." As for gods above the true god level, Qi Qi didn't comment. That was a realm beyond her comprehension. But a star could definitely crush a mythic being. "Don't worry, I'm working on it. I'm preparing to swallow another star. One day, I'll secretly drop it down and give that old bastard a scare," Qi Yuan said, gazing at the night sky. In the empty universe where Ning Dao resided, time continued to flow rapidly. The solar flames continued to accumulate, and soon, Qi Yuan would be able to condense 2 stellar gold cores. As Qi Qi sat beside Qi Yuan and listened to him speak, she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Godfather, you're truly 1 in a billion. Out of all the golden core cultivators in the Fengsin world, not one of them has condensed a golden core like yours." It was hard to tell if Qi Qi was praising or mocking him. Indeed, the Fengsin world is a bit lacking. "I know a friend who not only condensed a golden core but also a nascent soul," Qi Yuan said, thinking of the wise true monarch. The wise true monarch lived up to his name, possessing great wisdom. Qi Qi took a sip of her soup, making a soft slurping sound before setting her porcelain spoon down to speak. "Honestly, Godfather, I think condensing a stellar nascent soul is more impressive than a stellar golden core." "And why do you say that?" Qi Yuan asked, genuinely curious. "A nascent soul is the foundation of a true god. The stronger the nascent soul, the stronger you'll be as a true god. A golden core is just a transition, it's something you'll eventually shatter anyway, so it doesn't really matter how well you form it," Qi Qi explained, sharing what she knew. "Sigh, you're definitely not as wise as the wise true monarch. Sometimes, his words make me feel enlightened. But listening to you feels like a waste of time," Qi Yuan said, shaking his head. Nearby, Zhao Zun noticed their conversation winding down and took the opportunity to report the current situation in Feiwu City to Qi Yuan. Although he was reporting to Qi Yuan, Qi Qi was listening closely. After the report, Zhao Zun said, "Lord, I ran into an old acquaintance in Feiwu City. She asked me to give you a gift." Zhao Zun then recounted his encounter with Yang Lian and described the situation with her sister. He also relayed Yang Lian's message that her sister was too weak to see anyone. A gift? Qi Yuan's interest was piqued. A little girl sent me a gift. Seems like I'm really winning hearts and minds here, destiny is on my side. He was eager as he took the blood-red jade leaf from Zhao Zun's hands. Blood jade leaf, a unique creation, stained with the blood of a true god. Wearing it in the Fengxin world increases your luck by 1. Luck. Qi Yuan examined the leaf, his eyes filled with curiosity. Luck was a somewhat abstract concept. In the past, when he controlled the heavenly Tao in the moon-watching continent, he could bestow luck upon others, but it was a very shallow effect. I'll accept her gift. I just wonder when I'll have the chance to return the favor, Qi Yuan mused. Zhao Zun had already conveyed the message that the girl didn't want to see anyone, so Qi Yuan thought it was enough to accept the gift without being presumptuous. Zhao Zun bowed his head. I'll relay your words to her, Lord. Good, Qi Yuan replied. Half a day later, in a small courtyard, Yang Lian looked at a familiar figure with a smile on her face. No need for a return gift. Just thank the Origin Heavenly Venerable for his kindness. How could anything match the value of world luck as a return gift? Yang Lian doubted that even a god could repay such a gift. 7 days passed quickly. The expedition team, consisting of the 18 arhats and the 4 heavenly kings, had already returned to Feiwu City. This time, they split into 2 groups and, following Qi Yuan's plan, executed each step meticulously. The remaining 2 cities fell quickly to their surprise attack, with the resident evil gods caught off guard and slain. Of the 7 cities in Feiling Prefecture, 4 were previously under the complete control of evil gods. Now, only the prefecture's capital remained. According to intelligence, a powerful evil god at the 2nd step of heaven was set to take control of it. This evil god was mid-stage 2nd step, a formidable opponent. Even if the 4 heavenly kings and 18 arhats joined forces, defeating this god would be challenging. The entire Feiling Prefecture was now in turmoil. On one hand, Qi Yuan's forces were actively hunting down and killing evil gods and their followers. On the other hand, many of the remaining evil god followers were lying low, waiting for the arrival of the new prefecture lord to purge the ancient gods. The whole prefecture was on edge. The noble families who initially planned to flee didn't slow down despite Qi Yuan's campaign against the evil gods. In fact, they hurried even faster, fearing they might become collateral damage. Those who remained were mostly common cultivators and the poor masses. Of course, a few noble families also made their way to Feiwu City, choosing to stand with the Origin Heavenly Venerable against the impending crisis. In just a few days, the once empty Feiwu City had become lively again. Every day, there were feasts along the streets, filling the city with a rare sense of joy and celebration amidst the pervasive blood mist. Chi-Chi stood on the city walls, watching the people below enjoy the feast, smiles lighting up their faces. She couldn't help but recall the day she stood on a mountain, witnessing the endless rain of heavenly fire that reduced Tianfu City to ashes. Countless citizens rose up in resistance, but in the end, Tianfu was consumed by flames. Maybe, in this oppressive world, sharing a feast of an evil god's bounty is the only thing worth celebrating, Chi-Chi thought to herself. No wonder people hold feasts after death, perhaps it's to dispel the fear of death with the lively atmosphere. Miss Chi-Chi, the Lord is preparing to return to Qing Shui village. All right, I'll go see him off. Chi-Chi lifted her head, her eyes bright with anticipation. Her godfather was returning to Qing Shui village to head to the ancestral land. She, along with the 4 heavenly kings and some of the arhats, would stay behind to guard Feiwu City. Back in Qing Shui village, the thunder god Venerable couldn't help but smile when he received the news. This guy really is bold, he's already killed 3 evil gods. Hearing the news, the Shenlei Venerable was both impressed and taken aback. This Origin Heavenly Venerable was truly a man of action. The Flowing Venerable could be a problem. The Shenlei Venerable knew a bit about the gods in Lin Kingdom before he arrived. The Flowing Venerable was the son of a great venerable and the brother-in-law of Zhang Feng. He hadn't expected the Flowing Venerable to be the new evil god of Feiwu City. After thinking for a moment, he activated a jade slip. Immediately, his shadow appeared in an ancient land. An old man with white hair was meditating with his eyes closed. When he sensed the presence, he opened his eyes. Shenlei Venerable, is there trouble in the northern region? Ahem. Shenlei Venerable coughed, his aura somewhat weakened. I'm here to ask for a favor. Don't tell me you've been reckless again, randomly attacking evil gods and exposing yourself. The white-haired old man spoke in exasperation. This old friend was good in many ways, but he was too reckless and never listened to advice. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so battered and bruised. Ahem, this time it wasn't me being reckless, Shenlei Venerable admitted, embarrassed. It's my Qing Shui village guardian who was reckless. I couldn't stop him. Oh, the white-haired old man was intrigued. Your disciple, reckless, interesting. Wasn't he supposed to be staying in the village? Did he run off and seduce an evil god's daughter? No, nothing like that. He killed all the evil gods in Failing Prefecture, Shenlei Venerable said gravely. For him, killing a few evil gods wasn't the issue. The real problem was what came after. The northern region was a stronghold of the evil gods, their main base. Hearing this, the white-haired old man was stunned. How could he be so bold? He muttered to himself, then grew worried. You should take him and flee south before the evil gods catch on. His talent is exceptional, able to visualize over 20 legendary gods. Even if he's not a heaven's chosen, he might as well be. I can't take him, Shenlei Venerable said bitterly. You can't even control your own disciple. The white-haired old man was furious. Ahem, is it possible he's not actually my disciple? Shenlei Venerable looked even more embarrassed. What? Sigh, when I first went to Qing Shui village, he told me he already had a master and didn't want to become my disciple. I didn't want to force him into being my disciple. But then he went to the 100 Flowers conference and brought back the great Venerable of Changhua as his vassal. Every time he thought about it, Shenlei Venerable found it unbelievable. A great Venerable, as a vassal, Shenlei Venerable, are you pulling my leg? The white-haired old man was incredulous. A great Venerable becoming the vassal of a mere Purple Palace cultivator. It was unheard of. I'm not lying. If I am, may I be struck by 5 lightning bolts. Ha, lightning strikes would be like a tickle for you, the white-haired old man laughed. Anyway, his talent is truly exceptional, but he's incredibly stubborn. I can't persuade him to leave, Shenlei Venerable said with a sigh. Useless. Just knock him out and bring him back. The white-haired old man was frustrated. I don't want to be the bad guy. Shenlei Venerable hesitated before adding, his talent is too great. He can't break through to the true God realm using treasure alone, so he's planning to seek an opportunity in the ancestral land of the Jiyu clan. The white-haired old man fell silent, contemplating the situation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. So, you want me to be the bad guy? The ancestral land of the Jiyu clan was located in the southern region. Shenlei Venerable let out a long breath. If he emerges from the ancestral land without breaking through to the true God realm, you can deceive him, make up a story about a way to break through, and keep him in the southern region. If he does break through, you must keep him there. His future is no less than that of a heaven's chosen. This was the hope of the Fengsin world. When the time was right, the gates would be opened, and these seeds of hope would be sent out of the Fengsin world. Shenlei Venerable spoke earnestly, hoping to convey the gravity of the situation. Against the evil gods, the Fengsin world was already weakened. In the Great War of Hongtang, all the mythical beings had fallen. Now, the ancient gods had to use the last of their strength to protect the seeds of hope and send them away. Of course, given the evil gods' blockade, it was unlikely that many ancient gods would escape the Fengsin world. But if even one could escape, it would be worth it. The white-haired old man looked at Shenlei Venerable and, after a long pause, finally said, I don't know if the myth plan will succeed. But if his talent is sufficient, he can have one of the core spots. Thank you, Shenlei Venerable said sincerely. The myth plan didn't have core spots for people like them. Those were reserved for the seeds of hope. They, the true gods, were merely sacrifices. When the time came, the ancient gods would split into 2 groups. One group would launch a massive assault on the evil gods in the Fengsin world, drawing their attention. The other group would break open the gates and send the mythical beings and seeds of hope out. Of course, the likelihood of breaking through the evil gods' blockade was slim, but they had to try. By the way, Zhu Kesho recently obtained a new artifact and has been sent outside the heavens. He's returned now, and his divine domain has grown even stronger, the white-haired old man warned. Zhu Kesho had once been a close friend of Shenlei Venerable. However, this great Venerable had chosen to betray the ancient gods and join the evil gods. Shenlei Venerable had been furious at the betrayal, charging headlong into battle against 2 great Venerables, including Zhu Kesho. Had the white-haired old man not intervened, Shenlei Venerable might have perished. Damn that bastard! Am I really no match for him now? The thunder god Venerable cursed, then sighed in resignation. But I probably won't get another chance to fight him. Hearing this, the white-haired old man felt a pang of sorrow. He had mentioned Zhu Kesho to stir up Shenlei Venerable's desire for revenge. Shenlei Venerable looked at the white-haired old man with a serene smile. When I trick that kid into staying in the southern region, he'll probably hold a grudge against me. I won't dare face him again, it would just be awkward. So, let this broken old body do one last thing for him. I'll help him clear out Feiling Prefecture and deal with Zhongfeng. He was already seriously injured, with only about 300 years of life left. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance against any great Venerable now. But he was confident he could take down the mid-stage second-step evil god in Feiling Prefecture and Zhongfeng, the third-step traitor. However, once he did, he knew he wouldn't be able to escape the fallen region. The white-haired old man looked at Shenlei Venerable, deeply moved. I'll take care of him. All right, no more talk. That kid is probably on his way back, Shenlei Venerable said as his projection faded away beside the white-haired old man. In the desolate land, with blood flowing like rivers, the white-haired old man stood up, gazing at the sky, his expression somber. At that moment, his jade slip glowed, and a figure cloaked in black appeared. Seeing this figure, the white-haired old man's expression tightened. Why have you come? Be careful. The figure in the black robe spoke in a hoarse voice, I've found a new node. It's located in the heavens. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up with joy. Another node, that's good news. Nodes were critical to the myth plan, determining whether they could open the gates of the Fengsin world and escape. The black-robed figure remained motionless, showing no sign of joy. After several seconds of silence, his calm voice broke the stillness. I killed the pear blossom great Venerable. The white-haired old man fell silent, his voice turning hoarse. That wasn't your fault. The black-robed figure responded lightly and disappeared. Back in Qingshui village, Shi Chongshan came forward to greet them. Seeing the large black dog, he smiled warmly. Brother, you've returned. The black dog nodded in a human-like gesture. It glanced at Zhu Zhuangxi nearby, opening its mouth to spit out a large bone. Shi Chongshan saw this and said to Zhu Zhuangxi, hurry up and thank my brother. He was thinking of you even during the feast and brought you back a bone. Zhu Zhuangxi looked at the bone, on the verge of tears. He had once brought a bone home for the black dog after a feast, and now karma had come full circle. He didn't dare be angry at the black dog, so he glared at Shi Chongshan instead. When I get stronger, I'll make you pay, you treacherous scoundrel. Of course, he wouldn't actually eat the bone, the black dog wasn't really trying to insult him. All right, enough nonsense. We need to pick some people to go with me to the ancestral land, Qi Yuan said as he appeared, addressing the village chief, Yu Lei. Yu Lei's heart leapt as he quickly responded, how many people, Lord? 7 or 8, Qi Yuan said casually. This time, he planned to take the dragon-subduing Arhat, the tiger-subduing Arhat, the long-browed Arhat, and the happy Arhat with him. He also thought about bringing 7 or 8 villagers along. Lord, may I go as well? Yu Lei asked eagerly. You can go if you're not afraid of death, Qi Yuan said coolly. Entering the ancestral land was extremely dangerous for anyone below the true god level. Even great venerables could perish there, let alone these villagers. Let the villagers volunteer, but make sure they understand the risks. If no one volunteers, just pick anyone. If too many volunteer, choose the strongest 8, Qi Yuan instructed. This time, he wanted to be prepared for the journey into the ancestral land. According to what Yu Lei and Shen Tu had told him, there were many dangerous areas in the ancestral land, but also many safe ones. With his ability to sense fortune and disaster, Qi Yuan believed he was well suited to navigate it. After finishing his instructions, Qi Yuan turned to Shenlei Venerable. Thunder old man, why don't you come with me to the Jiyu clan's ancestral land as my bodyguard? Shenlei Venerable gave Qi Yuan a sidelong glance. You wish. Sigh, you're freeloading in our Qingshui village, doing absolutely nothing. During the last expedition, I even asked you to join the music band and add some thunder effects for the BGM, but you refused. You're so stingy, might as well be a mascot, Qi Yuan grumbled. Shenlei Venerable was always eager to eat but never lifted a finger to help. Don't worry, I have a great gift for you when you get back. Shenlei Venerable stroked his beard, looking smug. Just don't make it too abstract, Qi Yuan shot back. All I ever expect from you is to add some BGM for me. Do you think I, a great venerable, would stoop so low as to provide background thunder for your battles? Dream on. Shenlei Venerable glared at Qi Yuan, deeply insulted. To think a proud warrior like him would be reduced to mere sound effects, it was unthinkable. Qi Yuan looked at him and sighed. Thunder is an art, too. Looks like I'll have to call in the Thunder Department. The Thunder Department was one of the 8 divisions of heaven. They were responsible for managing thunder, rain, wind, and clouds, and had the authority to monitor and judge good and evil across the 3 realms. The Thunder Department was quite famous among the 8 divisions, overseen by the 9 heavens' indestructible heavenly Venerable. It was said that this Venerable was an avatar of one of the 4 imperial lords, the Eternal Life Emperor. If Qi Yuan could visualize this Venerable, he would definitely have the most epic special effects in every battle, with lightning flashing all around. Of course, the Venerable's status was quite high, and Qi Yuan might not have enough evil god power to visualize him yet. But he could start with the 5 Thunder Emperors and the 36 Thunder Generals. They should be easier to visualize, and they'd still bring top-notch effects to the table. What's this Thunder Department now? Shenlei Venerable chuckled. You folks at the Washa Dragon Group sure or something. While waiting to enter the ancestral land, Qi Yuan resided in the temple, seldom going out. To his surprise, many people volunteered to accompany him on the journey, despite the high likelihood of death. Over 50 people signed up, far more than he expected. In the end, 8 individuals were chosen to join him. Village Chief Yu Lei, the priest Shen Tu, Shi Chongshan from Shi Family Village, Chen Shifan from Chengxi Village, and Zhu Zhuangxi, among others. These were prominent figures in Qi Yuan's territory. Are none of you afraid of death? Qi Yuan asked casually one day while standing before the temple and looking at the 8 chosen individuals. Zhu Zhuangxi shrugged. I'm more afraid of being overshadowed by a big black dog for the rest of my life than I am of dying. As part of the Jiyu clan, Zhu Zhuangxi knew well the dangers of entering the ancestral land. The death rate for true gods was over 50%, and even great venerables had been known to perish there. But without risking death, how could he hope for the deity to grant them divine cultivation methods? Zhu Zhuangxi, don't insult my sworn brother. Shi Chongshan retorted, defending the black dog. Zhu Zhuangxi looked at Shi Chongshan with disdain. If I manage to obtain a divine cultivation method, you'll be nothing more than a pig or a dog. The group laughed, the fear of the ancestral land momentarily dissipating. Alright, since the entrance to the ancestral land is open, let's not waste time. We'll go in and out quickly. Qi Yuan, always a man of action, was eager to carry out his plan. Understood. Village Chief Yu Lei took a deep drag from his pipe before setting it down in the corner of the temple wall. The other villagers were equally determined. Qi Yuan then looked at the Thunder God Venerable. I might be back in a day or 2, or maybe 4 or 5. Please take care of Qing Shui village while I'm gone, Thunder Old Man. Is, old man, really a term of respect? The Thunder God Venerable asked skeptically. Of course, cultivators don't lie to other cultivators. Qi Yuan nodded seriously, his sincerity apparent. When you kill someone, you should shout, the old man is here. It would be so stylish. I'll take your word for it, the Thunder God Venerable said, patting his clothes and looking at Qi Yuan, a sense of melancholy washing over him. I wish you brilliance like the stars, shining bright in the heavens, the Thunder God Venerable said, his tone poetic. Why are you suddenly getting all artsy? Were you a literary type in your youth? Qi Yuan asked, suspicious. Then he added, I don't know any poetry, so I'll just wish you boundless wealth and eternal life. Who are you cursing? Wealth in the tens of thousands. The Thunder God Venerable looked at Qi Yuan with disdain. You're too greedy, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. After bidding farewell to the Thunder God Venerable and the others, Qi Yuan followed village chief Yu Lei and priest Shen Tu to an ancient well north of the village. The well, seemingly bottomless, emitted a ghostly glow around its edge, making it look particularly eerie at night. Shen Tu, dressed in a green robe, stepped forward and dropped a single drop of blood into the well. The glow intensified, and Qi Yuan felt a strong spatial fluctuation. A teleportation array? Qi Yuan asked, intrigued. In the Kanglan realm, he had encountered many formations, but never a teleportation array. The phenomenon before him felt similar to what he remembered of teleportation arrays. Village Chief Yu Lei, his beard white with age, nodded. This is a teleportation array from ancient times. It leads directly to the ancestral land. Qi Yuan's curiosity deepened. How does a teleportation array work? Is it based on space laws? Shen Tu responded, a teleportation array has nothing to do with space laws. What, isn't mastering space laws supposed to allow you to tear through space and escape? Qi Yuan asked, confused. Tearing through space leads to the void. Entering the void with a physical body will cause it to disintegrate. True gods can project their souls to enter the void, but it's not a method for travel. In the void, 10 years of travel might not cover the distance of a single day in the real world. The teleportation array enters a place called the dark void, which is the opposite of the void. The coordinates in the dark void correspond directly to the real world, but the distances are much shorter, Shen Tu explained. Qi Yuan began to understand. The dark void seemed to function like a wormhole, folding space to bring 2 points closer together. How does a mere nascent soul cultivator know so much? Are you an NPC meant to provide explanations? Qi Yuan joked. As a priest, this knowledge is part of my inherited memories, Shen Tu clarified. I see. It's your preset. Everyone has a preset role. It's the same in games and in reality, Qi Yuan mused. Alright, let's see how this teleportation array works. Soon, everyone stepped into the array. Qi Yuan felt as though a transparent membrane enveloped them, and beyond it, everything was pitch black. This is the dark void. There's no light, no sound, Shen Tu remarked, awe in his voice. It was his first time experiencing a teleportation array as well. Cultivators could usually see in the dark, but not in the dark void. Even with spiritual sight, there was nothing to see or hear, only the voices of those within the array. Qi Yuan looked around, seeing nothing but darkness. Open black lens bracket teleportation array, special construct, capable of traversing the dark void, close black lens bracket. His eyes could only perceive the array itself. Beyond it, the dark void held no secrets for him. He closed his eyes, listening intently. If sight was blocked, what about sound? In the Kanglan realm, he could hear Ningdao in the Flow Wind realm. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, several urgent voices reached Qi Yuan's ears. The Tamar people will never be slaves. Hurry, we found a world ahead. Let's conquer it and sell it off. With my savings over the millennia, it should be enough to pay for Xiaoning's tuition. Too bad it's not a primordial world. A primordial world could be carried within the body. As expected, real men can't compare to creations refined over countless generations. The voices came and went in a flash. Qi Yuan opened his eyes, a curious expression on his face. It seems there are quite a few people in the dark void, he remarked, looking around, though there was nothing to see. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances. Lord, where do you see anyone? In the dark void, Qi Yuan replied. The voices he had heard were from within the dark void, and they had been quite interesting. As he spoke, the glow intensified, signaling the end of their journey through the dark void. They were about to emerge into the ancestral land. Is everyone here? A burly man with a fierce expression spoke, his tone gruff. Nearby, twin sisters, both goddesses, stood at a distance. The elder sister gazed at the misty ancestral land. We're still missing one. Around 13 ancient gods had gathered, all either protectors of the Jiyu clan or unknown gods who had gained access to the ancestral land through the Jiyu clan. They stood in small groups, not appearing to be familiar with each other. The younger sister's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on a man in a white robe. It seems that Yanxi ancient god has advanced in his cultivation. He's brought 3 followers this time. Most of the ancient gods present had not brought followers. The ancestral land was dangerous enough for the gods themselves, and bringing followers would only lead them to their deaths. The ancestral land was highly unpredictable, and followers weren't useful for scouting. Yanxi ancient god glanced at the younger sister, his gaze inscrutable. I was fortunate to break through to the second step, but even in the ancestral land, survival is the only goal. Upon hearing that Yanxi had reached the second step, the other gods in the group took note. A second step god was among the most powerful present. The elder sister frowned briefly, then relaxed. It seems Yanxi ancient god is confident this time. The gods exchanged pleasantries before falling silent once more. The elder sister then transmitted her thoughts to her younger sibling. Yanxi is in a precarious situation. The younger sister glanced at Yanxi's 3 followers, her tone sharp. Those 3 must be lackeys of the proud world Great Venerable. The proud world Great Venerable was once an ancient god but later became a new god. The Jiyu clan's ancestral land had 4 entrances, 3 of which were controlled by the proud world Great Venerable. Only one entrance remained under the control of the Jiyu clan. Rumor had it that the proud world great Venerable was close to unlocking the secrets of the ancestral land and was planning to seize control of the final entrance. Unfortunately, we can't leave right now, and there's no way to get word out, the elder sister lamented. We're barely able to protect ourselves, and who knows how many of these gods have already defected to the proud world great Venerable. Once we enter the ancestral land, stay away from Yenshi. The Gu clan's ancestral land was located near the central region of the southern region. Here, the power of the evil gods slightly overshadowed that of the ancient gods. At that moment, a flash of light signaled the arrival of a group of people. The gods were momentarily taken aback. Why, so many mortals? What's going on? They quickly noticed that the new arrivals were mostly mortals, with only 2 possessing divine energy. Of course, the group was led by Qi Yuan. He looked around at the gathered gods and remarked, "Am I the last to arrive?" The younger sister, known for her straightforward nature, couldn't help but ask, "Why did you bring so many people?" The others were equally curious. If he had brought powerful individuals, that would be understandable, but most of the group consisted of mere nascent soul and divine infant cultivators. "In numbers, there is strength," Qi Yuan replied casually. The burly man bared his teeth in a grin. "You've brought way too many. Didn't you do your homework before coming here? The ancestral land is incredibly dangerous. Are you planning to use your followers as cannon fodder to scout the way?" The burly man seemed annoyed, as if scolding Qi Yuan for being careless. "Is it really that dangerous?" Qi Yuan asked, glancing at the misty ancestral land. The burly man replied sternly, "Very dangerous. Even true gods have a high chance of perishing here. The ancestral land is ever-changing. Using people as scouts is pointless. Bringing these followers with you will only send them to their deaths. Why don't you give me 3 of them? I'll trade you for a yin god artifact." The burly man figured he could protect at most 3 mortals, so he felt pity for them. He held little respect for gods like Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan shook his head. "It's more dangerous with you." He looked at the ancestral land, and his left eyebrow twitched violently. As they say, left eyebrow means wealth, right eyebrow means disaster. "This time, I'm going to strike it rich." Qi Yuan smiled with excitement. It seemed this venture would be fruitful. The burly man scoffed. "Your eyebrow can predict fortunes. Come, give me a reading." Naturally, he thought Qi Yuan was making things up. Qi Yuan didn't look at the burly man but instead surveyed the other gods. A smirk formed on his lips. "Meeting like this must be fate. I'll do a fortune reading for free." In his previous life, Qi Yuan had seen many TV dramas where fortune tellers became famous by reading fortunes for the main character. But reading for mortals was boring, reading for gods was more fun. Once, he had read Chu Tianshang's fortune in the Black Mountain sect and predicted bloodshed. That very night, Chu Tianshang was killed by the faceless man, proving Qi Yuan's skill. Now, with his new eyebrow-twitching ability, his fortune-telling would be even more accurate. He glanced at the burly man, and his eyebrow twitched. "You'll have some bad luck in the ancestral land, but afterward, good fortune will come your way." The burly man kept his expression neutral. "I'll take your word for it." Qi Yuan then turned to the other gods, scanning each of them. His eyebrow twitched again, and he continued with his predictions. "You will be fine. You have a chance of perishing." Qi Yuan pointed to an old man in a green robe. The old man, with a kind face, showed a hint of disdain. "Perhaps your fortune is reversed." The younger sister laughed. "Old Snake is at the late stage of the second step. He's the strongest among us and the least likely to die." The others looked at Qi Yuan, amused. They all knew Old Snake and were aware of his formidable strength. Qi Yuan just smiled. "Not only did my eyebrow predict his disaster, but my eyes also tell me he's likely to fall." Qi Yuan spoke lazily. "Sigh, you're doomed." He almost felt like giving the old man a Peach's 3 words speech. "Next," Qi Yuan said enthusiastically. His eyes had already detected something unusual about these gods. Now, he was having a bit of fun before they entered the ancestral land. "You will be fine. You will be fine. You are in trouble," Qi Yuan said, pointing at a short man. The short man's expression changed, and he glanced at Old Snake before snorting. "You have good luck and will find great fortune," Qi Yuan said, looking at Yenshi ancient god. "But your 3 followers, they're doomed." Yenshi's 3 followers visibly tensed, their expressions shifting. But Qi Yuan ignored them, moving on to the next person. In total, Qi Yuan pointed out 4 gods and 3 followers who were likely to face danger. After completing his fortune readings, Qi Yuan glanced at the group. This was only my second attempt at fortune telling, so it might not be accurate. Don't take it too seriously. The gods' reactions were mixed. Some treated it as a joke, while others frowned, deep in thought. Those who had been singled out for danger kept their expressions neutral, but internally, they were on high alert. The younger sister, ever playful, teased, "If I give you a treasure, can you change the results for Old Snake?" Qi Yuan responded cryptically, "Some people are dead, but they don't know it. Others are alive, but they might as well be dead." The burly man cursed under his breath. "Enough with the mumbo-jumbo. Let's get moving. Kid, if you can't protect your followers, hand them over to me." Qi Yuan shrugged. "I don't want my people to suffer under your care. Let's go. Into the ancestral land." Agreed. The other gods voiced their agreement, preparing to enter the ancestral land. Meanwhile, Old Snake, the short god, and the others singled out by Qi Yuan began communicating via divine transmission. "What's with that kid? He pointed us all out, except for Yanqi, who was coerced. Could it be, he knows something? This situation is strange. We've defected to the new gods. There's no way anyone knows. Has the proud world great Venerable abandoned us? That kid is suspicious. There might be a powerful god hidden among his followers, targeting us. If he's targeting us, why point us out? To warn the others to attack us in the ancestral land. Right, it's not safe to fight at the entrance. He's signaling the others to strike once we're inside. I suggest we just run once we get inside." These gods were deeply uneasy. Qi Yuan's followers seemed like mere mortals, but who knew if one of them was a powerful true god hiding their aura? Even Old Snake couldn't see through them, which meant they were likely at least a third-step true god. So, what's the plan? Run.